next layer. We're going to come on there for a little bit because we always support our Angelic. He's got a great show.
Make it quick, Archie, because right on 12 I've got a be in. So.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Hey, I'm just gonna roll myself a cigarette. I've got my cup of tea. And I might even, while the audience, well, no one's here, no one's listening, so I've got, I think, make sure that doesn't ring. Well, I just didn't do that then. Hey, is this working? I've got it out today, but I'm not. I just thought I'd just. While we're waiting for people to come over. Hello there.
Right on.
Hello, we've just brought the audience over to you.
Oh, thank you so much.
No worries, it's great.
Yeah. I got my guitar out.
Hey, that is fantastic.
Fantastic, champ. Let's do it. Let's hit it. Pin the link, Sud saying. Pin the link. Link the pin.
I'm going to do that now.
I think so, Arch. I was just, I can't.
Jimmy,
That's
nice
okay.
guitar, man.
Yeah. This is. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought I'd, because Crappy was here yesterday. I love talking about guitars. And I can just sit here and you know, it doesn't really matter. I can just play the
No,
guitar.
exactly right.
Yeah.
Just
For
play
now.
like Santana. Angelic, play like Santana.
Um,
Come on.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Al. I cocked up. I was going for Alexander F. Don't take it personally. My bad. Alexander F. was
Angelic.
being naughty boy, but the screen moved and
Yeah,
I
see,
actually got you instead.
that's because I just did the same thing to the comment.
Sorry,
Being
man.
an asshole.
Yeah, he's been a prick. Let's be honest.
who's being a prick?
Some prick. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
What's he
Don't even
saying?
waste your fucking time on him.
Angelic, you look so good, man. Pure class. You look great.
Dirty Danny's saying, do you know Johnny be good?
Nah.
Okay, do you know Mikey be bad?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like. No. What? Yes, I do, 30. But I mean, I better. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been playing guitar if I didn't know that song, would I? Yeah. What do we got in the comments? We should say hello to everyone that came along, came over, because that's the way we do things over here. We say hi to people, and we want stories. We want the stories. Thanks, Jimmy. LA Meth, hey man.
Hey.
I hope you're doing okay.
Look who's here. Mr. Zoso.
Oh. Where is he? Mr. Zozo. That'd be great if Mr. Zozo came on. What's he saying here? When Carlos Santana plays, he says to himself, how would Jimmy Page play this? His statement. Yeah, probably. I've just got a nice clean sound today.
I like it.
It's just a straight Les Paul going into the amp behind me.
Nice and crisp.
Yeah, old school tone.
Yeah, man. Oh no! Oh, he's got himself a wrench! Oh, fucking hell! He's gonna do some damage!
I thought that was Palway. Yeah, man. I've got the gravy boat, man. Yeah, man. Oh, man. I'm in the gravy. Oh, man. I got the gravy, man. Yeah. But I can just pick it up when no one wants to talk to me or no one's on.
Yeah.
That's cool. So how's the show? Good. How's the show, Timely?
Yeah, nice. We were trying to work out Saad and Mikey's travel arrangements, because Saad's going to go visit Mikey in California, and he's not too thrilled about the level or class of the transportation that he's going to be picked up in.
Is this real? Is it Saad's really going to see Mikey?
Apparently.
Yes, I have some business engagement there on 5th of June. So
this isn't about the boxes, but is it, Saad?
No. It's my own where I work. They have invited me for a conference there. So I was thinking, how to reduce on cost. Angelic, right? America is too expensive, and the best way to get your expenses low is to get a help. Accommodation, laundry, food, transportation, and if possible, Mike can give me some money every day, pocket money. So I thought, Mike is a good guy. Sorry?
It's only fair.
Yeah. I think $10 a day, that will be enough for me. So I'm taking full opportunity of Mike, and my time is maybe 2 weeks, but I can extend it. If it's too comfortable, then maybe for years, you never know.
Yeah.
Well, you know that Saad's there to stay when he starts to set up the fucking chicken pen, right?
I want to read the comments. Hang on. Because anything to do with guitar, I'm in, when people mention, I can't. Let's go through let me go through the guitar comments, because I live,
I got a message on the screen, man. Go for it.
We got you don't even. No, you don't. No, it's got the inbuilt reverb. I just got a little bit of reverb going. Mr. Zozo, $5 super chat US. For the kind man we all love, Angelic. Nice to see you, my friend.
100%.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Good to see you, Mr. Zozo. He's a good guy.
Mr. Zoso, we love him. For the kind man we all love, Angelic. Nice to see you, my friend.
Whoa. Hang on a second.
You're a great guy.
He's
It's
already
not my
ready,
show.
and it's not you're a guest here, Archie.
Sorry, guys.
You gotta just every now and then, Angelic, put him in his fucking
I am
place,
really
right?
hoping Angelic show here, guys. I really love Angelic. He's a cool guy, and I really love what he does here. So, guys, I'm going to jump off. I thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. So, guys, I'm going to keep the ArchieLuxury live stream show for my live streams, but the Angelic show I'm putting on my main channel because he's just cool. He's just a cool guy. And I want to say to you, Angelic, I love you, man. And guys, support him. Please support him. I am rewarding him. Okay, it's not about money, this show, but you know he's being rewarded. And
I'll tell you what. The deal is every super chat,
yeah,
I'll play some shitty blues licks.
yeah. There you
There
go.
you go.
There you go. There can you go wrong with that, guys? I'm going to shoot off. Timely, thank you so much for coming
Take
on.
care,
Man.
Archie.
I love you.
You're
If you got to go, Timely, you can jump off too. You got to go to
in a couple of minutes,
yeah.
I'll jump off, but I'll
Thank you
I'll
so
stay as long
much,
as I can for
guys.
Angelic.
I love you.
Have a
See
great
you later.
afternoon, and Arch.
Thank
See
you
you,
so
Arch.
much.
Thank you.
Let's get to these
Angelic,
comments.
don't let him read the fucking super chats. It's your show. Just put him in his place. Just
No. It's all good. It's all good. Anyone can do anything here. It's all good. We'll find our way. It's
super chat.
MCM $5. Saad, this is for you.
Here, Saad, I am coming to take you and Mike the snake out for decent lunch. Do you want Chinese, Italian, Japanese, seafood, or steaks? MCM, you're already making me really hungry, man.
MCM. Saad chooses
MCM.
option D, all of the above.
All
How
of
much
the
do you-
above.
How much
Yeah.
do you get for $10 in steak in California?
Fucking hell.
I mean, if it's $10 a day is your stipend, you can get what?
Yeah.
Danger, Will Robinson, $5.
Saad, make sure the escort Mike gets you is not a dude that looks like a lady. Hit it, Slayer.
Now you can't. You can't.
I'll
That's
check
it.
everything. Danger, don't worry. I'll check everything.
Hang
You
on.
only
You're making him, look at him. He's fucking having to rush around and everything. Look.
You get blues licks. You don't get Aerosmith songs. I can't. I'm not going to be slipped requests. You only get blues licks because. That's a good thing about playing bluesy stuff. You can just sit there doing nothing.
So, Angelic,
Yeah.
how much is. Have you been to America?
All right, boys, sorry to interrupt. I've got a jet. I've got to log into a work meeting now. So thank you.
No,
It's a
timely.
pleasure.
Oh, take care of yourself, man. Take care.
Love
Thank you,
guys.
Timely. Thank you, Timely. Sorry, Saad, what was that?
So, have you been to America ever?
No, I haven't. I've been nowhere. I've been
So-
nowhere.
I want some help from. I want somebody who can guide me. About the expenses in America, what to do, what not to do. Can I bring some ready-made food with me? Some eggs, maybe I can boil some eggs from here and take it with me.
I'm just reading the comments here. Yeah, we need Mike to come on. Mikey can explain the expenses of America. Oh, actually, it would be better if Patrick came on.
Oh yeah, Patrick is a pure class, Angelic. He's a man of substance.
Man of substance, a man of mower. He has the best mower in the Archieverse, from what I understand, and I'm desperate to see it. I'll just go through these comments because guitar to me has been everything. So it's great. I love how people out there in this chat in the Archieverse like the guitar because nobody else does. Is that Albert King? Yeah, I don't know. Bluesy licks. Yeah, Albert King. Been too long, Angelic. Thanks, Pavel. Play some Doors. Yeah, could play some Doors, but bluesy licks is all I can do these days. This is not luxury. No, it is. This is a luxury guitar. I mean,
Oh, it's beautiful. So beautiful,
I mean,
man.
it is a beautiful instrument. Mr. Zozo's got a very nice one.
Come on, man. I love it. It looks like a Steinway and Sons kind of a quality.
Yeah,
Look
Les
at-
Paul. He designed this one to wear with a tuxedo.
And is this mother of pearl?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Yep.
wow, man. This is class. It's good.
ebony fretboard, ebony neck, ebony fretboard, mother of pearl inlays. This is a 1998. Got the gold hardware. The tuners have been changed out to silver ones. I got it like that. I got this guitar out of Japan. You know, there's a lot of comments. Wow, I can't keep up. Yeah, this is luxury in angelic format. Yeah, this guitar. If I really recommend the sellers in Japan. There's something I don't know if people have experience with buying watches out of Japan, but
They take care of things, Angelic. They are like that.
yeah. It came with origami. What is it? Origami? Little origami cranes in the case and stuff. Oh, it was so cool. When I opened it up, it was just like, oh my god! It was exactly what I thought it was going to be. And you know, you could hunt around Melbourne and buy lots of guitars, but when you want to get something and you're very specific about it, yeah, Japan's good. But I've had this for a while now. It's just a standard guitar, really. There's nothing really fancy about this guitar. It just does what it's supposed to do. Yeah, you got to be really, you know, when you play the old school, everyone plays the guitar very, you know, people play fast. It's all about playing fast at the moment. And super chat. Whoa. Patel Philippe, 550 Canadian, Angelic. So
Do you know how to play? Do you have a bass guitar also?
Yeah, there's a bass guitar here. Yeah, I can
Sure.
play bass. No, it's
Okay, no problem.
It's stored.
But I really love bass guitars. Really love them, man.
Good bass
I listen
guitar
to a lot of jazz music. I love listening to, and in that, you know, bass is very, very, very important. It's the foundation of music. So I always listen to different. I'm actually into speakers. You know, high quality speakers. I don't know which speakers do you use, but I like Bose.
Bose,
are
yeah.
good. Yeah. Harman
Yeah,
Kardon.
Bose are good. There's a lot of good speakers being made. You know, Marshall sold their company the other day to some the daughter, I think, the daughter and the son. They sold the Marshall amplification company the other day, and it's more of a life. They've moved it into a lifestyle brand, which is kind of weird. I don't get that, but anyway, everything's a lifestyle brand these days. Everybody's diversifying, you know.
This is how the market is, man. If you don't follow the market, you'll go defunct. This is the problem.
Right. That's the problem. We just don't have the market for 100-watt amps like that behind us, you know. It's a bit sad in a lot of ways, but it's just about change. I think, look, you can play the guitar, you can have a lot of sounds. I don't know, is it coming through clear, the guitar? Because
excellent, totally excellent.
I usually turn the echo cancellation off. Well, I haven't been doing that right now.
It is absolutely perfect. This is what I want to ask you. Is it a Rode mic? Is it Shure? What is it? It's so clear.
This is a Neumann.
Okay.
Neumann make the best microphones in the world. This is a small one. If anyone wants to know what this mic is, it's a TLM02. So it's windsurfing used to be popular here. It's a TLM02, which is a very, very good microphone. With microphones, it's all about detail. Detail. It's what the word is in music. This is a condenser microphone, and what I've got is I've got it running through a preamp. So you've got a very high quality recording microphone that you can use in so many applications, and then through a preamp. So it's a good mic. Anything Neumann, it's just they're incredible. Most of the great recordings of great vocal recordings are done with Neumann. We've got a couple of super chats, have we?
Yes, we have.
Got a couple
And I think you have missed one. Have you done Loose Tooth super chat? $5.
Where was Loose Tooth?
Yeah, it's go up a little bit. You'll find it.
Oh yeah, Loose Tooth, $4.99 US. Do you know Credence Born on the Bayou? Oh, yeah, I should. You get blues licks anyway. I can't remember how it goes, but I can play. Born on the Bayou. That bit came to me. That's about all I can do. All I can remember. And what do we got here? We have another. Play some Voodoo Child. Well, I don't have the sound for it, but I can do the Patel Philippe, California, 550. I can do a bit of like Voodoo Child, Not the Slight Return. Now I'm doing Born on the Bayou. I don't even know what that is. That's Credence. Well, I don't know what I'm playing there. A bit of Catfish Blues. When I saw Hendrix play Voodoo Child live, it blew my mind. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Is it coming through clear, or should I put on the? I'll try the echo cancellation if it's better. We're always interested in a better. Give me a second. Let's try this out. Is anyone still here? I'll just change back for a second. Grab this super chat. Was it out or with the echo cancellation? If anyone can tell me in the chat, that'd be cool. What do we got? The super chat. Patel Philippe. Oh, Sard left. Oh, thank you for coming on, Sard. Well, I wish I was a catfish. Yeah. Singing in the deep blue sea. I have all those little pretty women, that's right. Pretty women. Swimming after me. It's great that Hendrix at the BBC sessions. It's fantastic. What else we got going here? It's perfect sound now. Okay. Like, yeah, I don't like. Yeah, that's right. That's sort of through Stevie, through the Stevie Ray Vaughan lens. Yeah. So that was a bit of Little Wing for the other super chat that I missed. Let me go up to that super chat and read it out. Where was it? Something about Stevie? Oh, no, it was Matthew. There you go. What do we got down here? Yeah, Catfish Blues. The BBC sessions are fantastic. Yeah, I remember finding that when I was really young, and it's got all this stuff, all these standards he played, Hound Dog, and all this stuff on it. It's fucking killer. Yeah, and Catfish Blues is just something he pulled out on the day. Yeah, he really, really knew his shit. What else we got here? Turn the gecko cancellation off. What do we got? Can you play Friend of the Devil? GB $5. Thank you, GB. Can you play Friend of the Devil? First song I learned on guitar. I don't know it. I don't know. I'm really sorry. But you get some shit blues licks. Whoops. So there's some shit blues licks. $5 worth though. Yeah, this is a I love the economy of movement when you play blues. You just don't have to do much. Same with a bit of jazz. I'm too bluesy for jazz. I always was. A bit of I sort of T-Bone Walker. That's enough of that. All right, what do we got going on here down here? God, this is this here. Yeah, I don't know where this is today. It's cool. Look, I've only got an hour to fill at worst. Here we go. Super chat from Pavel. Thank you, Pavel. $4.99 US. Angelic, what your thoughts on John Mayer as a player and his work standing in for Jerry? Did you ever see the Dead play? No, I never saw the Dead play like in real life, but I saw. Yeah, Economy of Movement, the name of the show. Yeah, well, it is. You just have to be here, and you can just sit there, just. Hey, cat guy. What kind of dummies donate to this channel? Oh, Angelic, yeah, Jerry's great. I love Jerry Garcia's playing. He's wonderful. Love Jerry Garcia. And John Mayer, I think he's a great guitar player, and he's just popular. So I think that his music's changed over the journey, hasn't it? It used to be really. He came out as a guitar player, but he's gone more pop. Is that right? Would that be kind of right? He's more poppy now. But I've a lot of respect for John Mayer. You know, it's not my thing. Okay, because he's very clean, he's very smooth, and I'm a bit rougher. I like the rough edges of the, but he's a fine. I like that sort of, yeah. I'm a bit rougher, but I really love John Mayer, the way he has approached the guitar, what he's done with it. He's made a great career out of it. He's cool. He's a cool guy, and he's got a great watch collection. He started that whole thing with vintage, didn't he? He put it in the public eye. That video he did on, I can't remember, Hodinky, yeah. Hodinky. What do we got here? Thank you again, Pavel. What else we got? I'm just gonna catch up. Patel Philippe, 70 Strats with large heads top versus Paul Reed Smith guitars versus Gibson SG. Okay, that's a fair question. All right. 70 Strats with the large heads. Well, it depends on what you want. I mean, I'll pull out a Strat tomorrow and just bring it in for the tonal thing so we can hear them. It depends on your style and what you want to. Most guitar players would say have all of them, you know. Let's pull them up. Let's because I can talk about that a bit. Let's pull up some guitars. 70 Strats. I'm sure everybody knows the 70 Strats. Yeah, 70 Strats. 70 Strats. Well, they're a whole different thing. To the 60s, they changed the pickups. It's whoa. Let me get one up here. That's expensive Strat. I'll just share it here. I'll just share it. Just give me a second because I'm a little bit slow to do things, and I'm very, very nervous on my own playing with the software. Yeah, so just I've got to get calmed down a bit. Share screen. Yeah, the 70 Strats. Oh, I don't have. Just lost. Yeah, okay. Here you go. One more minute. 70 Strats. 70s Strats. They're very different. Images. I've had a few myself. That's a good one. Well, that's a reissue. We can get the reissue. We can talk about the reissue. Just pardon me while I get myself. Thank you for hanging in there while I do this. Present, share screen. There it is this time because I didn't get it last time. Okay, so there's the headstock. I'll just take this down. Go back. I like 70 Strats. There's the big headstock with bullet truss rod, maple neck, of course. They're an anchor. They're heavier than the 60s ones, of course. The thing is, this is a reissue, which has got more modern pickups in it. The real 70 Strat, all the pole pieces are flat. So, you know, they were because of funk and that kind of thing, that kind of style of music. They changed the sound. They changed the sound a lot. It's a good look at one. Where's this? There's a Let's have a look at one. They're all reissues. They're all reissued on these pages. I can't be bothered finding one, but you can see the bigger headstock here anyway. And personally, I'd go with a 70 Strat. Paul Reed Smith do not interest me for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they're halfway between things. They try to cover too many bases. Does that make any sense? Like, if you want to have a glassy tone, get a Strat. If you want a heavy dark tone, get a Gibson. If you know, Paul Reed Smith, they cover all the bases and they're really good at doing that. But because I'm over 50, I just didn't get on. But now I think the younger players probably are into them. One did show Madison, yeah. So that's what I have to say about that. The Gibson SG, yeah. Well, the Gibson SG is heaps midier. It's like because it's a thin body. It's a MIDI and it's really nasally. It has that nasally quality, and they're fantastic. They're a great guitar, but they sound best when they're played well by good players. They're very unforgiving. They have a long neck that sort of sits out proud from the body. So I've found that the SG is a great guitar, but I don't know if I'd have an SG. It depends on where you are with your playing. I don't know if I'd get an SG. The most all-round guitar would be the Paul Reed Smith and Scooby-Doo. But I would go with the Strat, because if you can learn how to play a Strat, you can play pretty much anything. So I always believe in starting out, because the Strat's very unforgiving, the hardest guitar to play in a lot of ways. A lot of players just don't like them because they sound shit if you don't know what you're doing. But they will take you on a journey, and then when you move to other guitars, you'll probably find it easier. I hope that answers the question quite well for $5.50. What else we got here? I'm going to drop the link in case anyone wants to pop on. I'm doing all this on my own, so that's cool. I don't care. But I think Mr. Zozo Stairway Studio recording was done with the 59 Telly, gifted by Jeff Beck. Yeah, famously, hey? Yeah. He had one of these. He's got one of these, Mr. Zozo, with the triple pickup. He played all those early Led Zepp gigs with, didn't he? I dropped a link if anyone wants to jump on and tell me their story or have a chat about stuff. But that's cool. If they don't, I know I have to play some blues lyrics for those super chats. This one's going out to TW, man. But that's why I love a Les Paul, because you can do those sorts of things. They're really good with arpeggios. Really even and crisp. You can get crisp. You can. That's all you got to do. Mellow. Yeah, they have power, But I love. They're great for playing arpeggios. I really love the Gibson for that. You can play with the Gibson. They're just so. I played a lot of classical guitar when I was really young, and I went and played a lot of Strat, and then I come back to this, and you've got the flatter radius neck. They do that on all the Fenders now, but you used to have to just play a Les Paul to get that flatter radius, which is more similar to a nylon guitar. And then you just. Into the YouTube hole. Yeah, so yeah. This one's for TW, man. Yeah, it's a good sound on Les Paul. I was saying yesterday, it's really even. You know, it's even. You know? It's out of tune. Yeah, with the guitar, you can only get it in relative tuning. They're never in tune. So as you go along, you learn that you want it. See, hear that? It's flat, right? That was flat. And then you tune that third one down, and you tune the G down. You make it a little flat. Everything's got to be a little flat when you play this sort of music. Otherwise, it sounds too in tune. So that's bad. So yeah, tip for players: tune a little flat. Please don't ever tune sharp, because it goes so far out once you play that G sharp, because of the nut and the string break, that string angle. It goes sharp. So you tune a little flat. So as soon as you play that G sharp, I've got a scratchy pot. What else we got going on here? I'm losing my religion. Just gonna pop this down for a minute. Let's read the chat. Since I've Been Loving You, yeah, it's a classic, isn't it? My daughter's favorite song. I can't believe that I played her all the classic rock for years and years and years and years, and she just loves that. That's what she says is the best. 18 Never Calling. What's up, fuckers? My plane lands in 20 minutes. I'll buzz in. Awesome, Patrick. That'll be fantastic. Messaging matters here. Yeah, Achilles' last stand at Nebworth is quite impressive. Mr. Zozo should come on and talk about Nebworth 79. That would be cool. Yes, Nebworth is interesting. I'll say some shit, and that way I'll fucking piss Mr. Zozo off. Wasn't Pagey really fucked up for that Nebworth gig? He was still on heroin, wasn't he? It was pretty rough. Pretty rough show, wasn't it? I'm not sure. Mr. Zozo, can I lure you in? Can I lure you with Distant Pagey? He had the white pants and the blue shirt. And then it's just like, is that 79? The white pants and the blue shirt? Yeah, I think it is. It's like bizarre. It's like David Gilmour in 1980, you know? It's like he goes from this hippie sitting in the dirt, and then he rolls up with the wall, and they're he sweated. Yeah, that's right. He was David Gilmour in 1980. He was in a white business shirt. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Here he is. Hello, boss.
Hey, brother.
How you
Can
going,
you hear
man?
me?
Yes, sir.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah. What's been happening?
You're right. He was smacked out of his mind and sweating profusely, like somebody who was smacked out of their mind. But he did play very well, didn't he?
He'd been working on those overdubs, smacked out in his studio, hadn't he? He'd been doing all the Achilles' last stand overdubs, and he was just deep into that sort of territory. And then because it's amazing, that track, isn't it? With the guitar is just, it's got so many layers and bits going on, and he was down that rabbit hole, wasn't he? He was really going down there, and then I guess they had to come and play live. Would you say that might have thrown him out a bit, that he'd been like on this journey and then all of a sudden he's got to go and play live, and it's like, oh shit, how do I do all these parts at the same time? It's something like that. I don't know.
You know that at that point that Achilles was 3 years old, and he was fearless when it came to performing live. He didn't care what anyone thought, and he had the will to improvise at any moment's notice. And he had a drummer who played lead guitar.
Yeah.
And he could just challenge him, and they would work off of each other so well that it's a shame that people consider him, and rightfully so. I'm not saying they're wrong, that they consider him sloppy when they don't see the beauty in the reason why he was so sloppy. It's because he didn't want to play everything note for note. He wanted to play with emotion, and he wanted to change things, and he wanted to. I mean, you're talking about a guy who was a session musician for a living.
Yeah.
Okay, so he would play whatever you wanted at a moment's notice. That's what he did, and then he had the opportunity to do whatever he wanted, and he did it. And he, in a business sense, you don't get to do that. But and it'll never happen again, where you could just do whatever you want, and have creative rights, and basically that's what he did. He did whatever the hell he wanted, whenever he wanted, and he was playing not under pressure and not for other people, but for himself, and for the love of what he did. And he will continue to do that. I mean, the worst I've ever seen him play was probably one of the best shows I've ever seen, which was the reunion show in 2007. And they rehearsed, and they played. They had fantastic symmetry. They were very good.
Oh, hang on! Look at this comment in Tough Love. It is Tough Love. This is Tough Love. Zeppelin is overrated.
Well, that's Herman, and Herman has a great respect for Jimmy Page. He just likes to piss people off with comments like that. He knows musicianship, and listen, I think they're underrated. So everybody has a right to their opinion.
I mean, these guys that they came from that blues tradition. They weren't trying to play slick shit. They were trying to put emotion into the music, and all of them. Jimmy Page, Hendrix, the crappiest, he was sloppiest player in the world. Most the people that don't like Jimi Hendrix just say he's too sloppy, and it's complete garbage. They're not listening to what he's actually doing. They want a million notes an hour or something like Ingve or something silly. But I reckon those guys, that's what the guitar is, and that's what it's always going to be. You can have these. That's what the electric guitar is to me, and I think it should be always about emotion. Otherwise, why pick it up? I mean, even Segovia is accused of being sloppy. Now he's regarded as the father of classical guitar.
Oh, listen, rock musicians are not supposed to be, and they're boring when they are. So, and it's just an opinion. I'm not a big fan of Oive Malmsteen, and yeah, okay, well there you go, and he's probably one of the best technically efficient players in the world, and I can't stand him. He does a technique that I call urinating on the neck, and
urinating on the neck,
and I just, and there's so many clones and so many players like that, and it's just you virtually can't tell the difference between one from the other.
Mm.
And I don't find anything interesting about that at all. I would much rather have a smacked out of his mind, Page playing from his heart than listen to a technically superior player. And they are two different breeds, and they are two different. And he's on this guy who was smacked out of his mind and plays from his heart is also probably one of the best technical players you've ever heard in your life, creating notes that were never heard before with his partners. And I'm going to give John Paul Jones credit,
Definitely.
and that I dare you to some of the finest guitar players in the world. I dare you to repeat that. It can't be done. And you want to know what greatness is? Greatness is when everybody says, anybody can do that. And Irving Malmsteen, anybody can do that. So why didn't they do it?
Well, they didn't have any songs.
Ah,
See, that's the other thing about Jimmy Page. He's not just a guitar player. He's not just like, you wouldn't say he's you could say he's a composer because he is a composer.
he is.
But moreover, his intellect, his band intellect. Nobody talks about that anymore. But the way he brought the band together, and he knew what Bonham was. He knew, and it was all about Bonham. Of course, it's about Plant singing and all that on top, and the Plant's a great singer and all of those things. But if you just took Plant out of the mix and just had the band play, it'd still be the best band in the world. You just added, Plant's almost an extra, really, when it comes to the bandsmanship of that unit. It was incredible.
I went through a phase where I couldn't stand him, where he made me so angry because he was so critical of the band. After John Bonham passed away, and he wouldn't talk about it at all for years, and finally he broke through a little bit, and broke a couple of cracks and started talking about it again and playing again and singing the songs again, and for years and years he made light of their accomplishments and what they were and what they meant. And a lot of people believe what you just said, and I for one don't. I believe he was instrumental in their success, and the alchemy that the four of those gentlemen shared could not be reproduced. And the proof is it hasn't. So everybody
No.
says it's so easy. Anyone could have done this. Um, and it's been over and over again. And there have been plenty of cover bands and copy versions and and bands who tried to recapture what they created. And it'll never be done. And it hasn't been done.
No, what was that American band? Just in the last couple of years, those kids.
Greta Van Fleet.
Yeah, Van Fleet. Yeah.
Good
Not
band.
a bad effort.
No, good. Hey, listen, they're good. I'm not, but what you have is a clone. And maybe they'll branch off and do something special on their own, and which would be wonderful. But it's no big deal. They copied the blues, they copied Cream, they copied this, they copied that. Rod Stewart, they copied my whole persona. Jeff Beck, even to a degree, was a little bitter at times, and he broke out of that as well. The truth is, you couldn't do it, okay? And there was nobody like that. And you could say that, it sounds just like this. Oh, it sounds just like that. Okay, bullshit. All right? Where is it? Show me the success that Zeppelin had, and show me the alchemy that they had and that they created. And I give Plant credit because let me tell you something. You get handed a piece of music, okay, because Page would write the music first, and then he would hand it to him and say, okay, put lyrics to this. So you get handed The Song Remains the Same, and you get handed the Rain song, right? And you get handed, songs like this that are not blues traditional songs. And you get handed Achilles' Last Stand and Kashmir and Going to California. And it's just a piece of music. And you're told, put lyrics to this. Put a melody, take my melody and put lyrics to it. You know how difficult that is? And not only did he excel, he not only did he succeed, he excelled. So they're not just a band without him. They're not a great band without him. They are a great band because of him. And I hated him as a Zeppelin fan for years. And I didn't understand until I had an opportunity to speak with them and understand a little bit more. And there was just, he lost his brother. And he couldn't go on. Whether they could do it or not is irrelevant. Whether they could perform that way and succeed has nothing to do with it. There was a lot of hurt there, and you couldn't get past that. He couldn't get past it. And that's all there is to it. But, you can't deny his talent. He was a tremendous writer, a tremendous performer. And was he the greatest vocalist ever? No, he's not. But you can't discount what he brought to that band. And I had a brief encounter with Herman about this where he said he was overrated and, he was nothing without Jimmy Page. It's just simply not true. And the truth is that he's been very successful without him, in his solo career. And he's done very well. And yes, he has traded off of his previous success. I can't deny that. But truth is, the guy's a very talented man, and he's a brilliant writer, and he deserves the credit for what he did. That's my opinion.
Yeah, fair enough. It's fair enough. It is fair enough. I thought they stopped because they knew that they couldn't get another Bonham. Wasn't that why they stopped when Bonham passed away? They just said, "Nah, that's it." Was there more to it? Did they audition anyone? Did they try? No. They just stopped.
Well, they all agreed that it was over. And, let's face it, Page was not a healthy man at that point in his life. And you had a heartbroken guy who lost his baby in the last few years, his son, and then he lost his best friend. And, he was devastated. Everything that he loved around him is starting to, crumble. And, Jimmy Page was not of right mind. He was smacked out of his mind. You could see that during the Arms tour, in the early 80s. And, they just weren't, they were in a bad place. And it was a dark place, a bad place. And yet they pulled out of it somehow. Continued on, in their own paths with their own way. And listen, I feel bad that, it was cut short and, but it is what it is. And there's a lot of good reasons as to why.
Yeah, this Messaging Matters talking about Crazy Horse, it's a different thing, Crazy Horse, but there's the element that reminds me of Zeppelin in that it's all about that chemistry. That's the classic 78 tour with the Jawas and Powderfinger and all that kind of stuff Neil's playing. They just sound unbelievable, and they're not, and the drummer, he's just tapping away, but somehow that band, it just fell into the right spot. Crazy Horse knew how to hit the spot where where the sound is there, and that's what because you can play as technically proficient, you can play fancy, and I know I've got Patrick's talking about Rush in the chat. You can be, I don't know a lot about. No, he's right. Patrick's right. I'm a novice when it comes to Rush. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. Maybe it was just because it was because of Jimi Hendrix for me. Because they're slick band. They're very slick. Rush, but it's a different kind of musicianship to when the band is feeling when playing as a band. When the emotions are the same, and this is why I think Neil had all those issues in the 70s with Stills and these kind of things, because Stills was on a different trip and they'd go out on tour, but Neil's music was very much about finding that spot as a band, and Stills like to be, poking out, so I think that's why they had issues. Stills is a great guitar player in his own right, and some of that stuff sounds fantastic. That Four-Way Street, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young Four-Way Street album, I remember. I loved it. I think there's a couple of really big guitar jams on that, and it's great. But
there's another group I feel like is underrated. And people say you're crazy, but no, I'm not crazy. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. I mean, you got again, these ego-inflated musicians who have no ego whatsoever. And they formed just such beautiful harmonies together and wrote such beautiful music. When I think of Neil Young, the guy had no ego whatsoever. He just wanted to do what he wanted to do, and he was such a fan of music as well. He enjoyed it so much, and which makes him so much more endearing. And you can enjoy, his perspective because of his love. When you see a guy like Van Morrison who pretty much hates what he does for a living, and I love him, but it makes a big difference when you can, enjoy what you do, and it shines through in your work. I mean, they were fantastic, phenomenal.
Yeah, that's Wooden Ships. I think it's 74. It's worth watching if anyone hasn't seen it. It's pretty good. I think it's at Wembley. It's just, I think they played 6 hours or something stupid. Like, I mean, imagine, I think they're playing 5-hour gigs, 6-hour gigs, something like that. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. They were on stage for hours and hours. I think, yeah. Look, they had pro musicians. Neil used some of those musicians. I think he used, I can't remember the drummer's name, but Neil would get in trouble for using pro musicians when he did Harvest and being too slick and all this, and it was just the music was dictating to Neil. Even if you listen to something like what's Harvest Moon, say 1990, that's pretty late in Neil's canon. Well, it's not now, but it was at the time, and he was using and it's incredibly slick. But I mean, the music is talking to Neil, and he would just get the musicians for the songs that he was writing, So, I think that was a good approach for Neil. So I love all Neil's records because I tend to sort of say to myself, well, this is what he wanted for the songs, and this is what suited, and then he'll ring Crazy Horse if he has the right material, which is kind of how it is, isn't it? I mean, you don't go ringing Crazy Horse if you're going to do Harvest Moon. I mean, yeah. Mr. Zozo's just he's just out for a second. What do we got in the comments here? I'll just go through the chat because the chat knows a lot. The chat knows. The chat is like a mind hive, isn't it? Messaging matters. I saw the new Crazy Horse live Rust tour was great. Yeah, wow. Well, see, that's the tour I'm talking about, isn't it? Yeah, and when they did that's the tour. TW Bonham was irreplaceable. I saw I saw that you said you were blocked. TW, I don't know the story with that. I don't know how to do anything about that. Sorry, man. Maybe I could talk to Arch. Maybe I can't. I don't know. I'm just an employee. Yeah. Messaging matters. Yeah, the Phil Collins at Live Aid. I'm not sure I've ever watched it. I
It's a
don't know.
bit of a cheap. It was a bit of a cheap shot between both of them. Actually, Phil Collins took a couple of cheap shots, and Jimmy Page took a couple of cheap shots at him. And the truth is that they didn't rehearse. Robert Plant, he performed earlier. I believe he was a mess.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Also, the same thing at Atlantic's anniversary show was shambolic as well. They were horrible performances, both of them, and everything got retribution in 2007, where they were fantastic. They really were. They were absolutely fantastic. But they sucked. They sucked at Live Aid. They sucked even worse at Atlantic's. I think it was. I can't remember. It was Atlantic's anniversary show, and Ahmet Erdogan asked them to play, and they did. They would never say no to him. They loved him, and They went and closed the show out, and they sucked. They were horrible. And again, Plant had he had played earlier, and he was hoarse, and they were just unprepared. They were sloppy, and they stunk. It happens.
Yeah, and when you're a band that your career was based on, I mean, famously, Song Remains the Same is regarded as a shit gig, So,
Yep.
so when the band lives by the sword, it dies by the sword, and that's the way she rolls. That's the way it goes. Yeah, Mr. TW mentioned Kenny Buttrey. Yeah, the drummer on Harvest. Fucking great. Yeah, Words is just fucking amazing. In the barn. Oh, I love that story. And then they mixed it, and he went out into the boat in the lake, and they said to him, someone yelled out from the barn, "How's it sound, Neil?" And because they spread the speakers, they had speakers in the barn and speakers in the house, I think. Neil was sitting on the lake listening to Harvest playback. Yeah. And they said, "How's it sound?" He said, "Oh, more left speaker or something." I can't remember the story. I can't remember any of these stories. What the fuck am I talking about? The Who, yeah. Well, Keith Moon. What do you reckon, Zozo? What do you think about Keith Moon? Where we go?
I don't know. He was larger than life. So yeah, he was a great drummer. He was larger than life, and things just caught up to him, I guess, like so many famous musicians who passed way too early.
Yeah. Look, he was playing unbelievably in 70, 71, that era. He was just, oh my, it's probably I mean, if you're a guitarist in a band with a drummer like Moon or Bonham, life is easy. You just kick back, just hit an A chord, let's go. I mean, he was unbelievable. It's like a cloud. It's like you're playing on a cloud with a great drummer. You don't have to try. They just carry you along. It's the way to do it. It's why it's so. Once you've done that and you've experienced that vibe and you live in that world, it's very hard to do something else. So it's very hard. So relating that to the Led Zeppelin debacle after Bonham, they knew that it was over, but people want to hear it. Stuart Copeland. There's another example of a drummer that carried the band.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Totally different style.
I love who the guy who plays with Paul McCartney. He's a heavyset guy. He's a fantastic drummer. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He's been Paul McCartney's drummer for like the last 20 years, and he is just a tremendous drummer. I can't think of his name right now, but I loved Keith Moon. There's a video on YouTube of him playing with Zeppelin. it's It's not pro shot. It's it's camera audience. Fan shot. I think it was Bonham's birthday, or maybe it was Keith Moon's birthday, one or the other. But you could find it on YouTube. It's pretty entertaining. It, yeah, listen, they had relationships and they got along well. They were from the same area in England, and they got along as people. But Pete Townsend was he's always been very funny and animated with his hatred towards Zeppelin, and and he always grins and grimaces when he talks about it and he finally came out and said it. He goes, it drove him crazy that they were more successful than his band, and he just couldn't stand it. And I kind of get that. I understand where he's coming from.
When dinosaurs ruled the world,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not coming back. Is it coming back ever? Do you think?
No.
Do you think? No. Okay, that's
Nope.
into that. It's never going to happen again because people don't understand. Like, I think everybody in the chat, I read the comments, and there's a lot of musically switched on people here. Maybe it's our generation and X and the Boomers. We really love this stuff, but yeah, it gets back to that thing when you've got these amps or that, but a stack, two of them with three heads or something. When you've got that level of sound on stage, and you get that sound, and you're standing in the middle of that sound, and the drummer is that good, it's a cloud, and it is something completely different to, when you've got a in-ear monitors and there's no stage sound. These days, all these guys, they're playing with no amps. They're playing direct input stuff into Kempers and these sort of rigs. They have great in-ear monitors. I've never used them because, I'm too old school, and it just didn't. I'm just not working music at the moment. But if I was working music, I'd probably have to use in-ear monitors, and it's just you're not standing in the sound. The sound envelops you, and that is what inspires. And so, if some of these are most amazing rock gigs that have ever been recorded and filmed or whatnot, often the case is that the sound on that night, the best stuff was just the sound on that night. The band just went, oh my God, it's all there. And you can see these bands in the classic era on the night at the right venue with the sound quality that's there, and they just are unbelievable. They go to another 3 levels up. And this is what Hendrix had the problem with it. He'd roll up to a show, and it'd be an outdoor show. I think it happened in New York, actually, where no one's. I'm making shit up, but because it's not like these things are said by these biographers. But from what you can glean, if these guys like Jimmy would walk out and the sound wasn't there, and they were trying to find the feel, find the cloud, if it wasn't there, and whoever's doing the mix hasn't got an idea what they're doing, or they've got issues, then they just walk off stage. And and I think that's fair enough. I mean, in that classic era, that was how it's supposed to be. It's like someone mentioned Grateful Dead, that wall of sound that was built by the guy that Owsley, wasn't it? Owsley built the wall of sound, and he was making LSD at the same time. Pretty good guy to have around, I guess. Yeah, Mitch Mitchell, so underrated. Really sad that he's so underrated. Yeah, jazzy, flexible. Him and Jimmy were just another.
I know what you're referring to with the Grateful Dead and the Wall of Sound, but when I hear that term being used, I think of Phil Spector.
Maybe is it the wall? Maybe I'm confusing.
No, you're right. No, you're right. But when I hear the term,
yeah.
I think of Phil Spector when I hear that term. I mean,
Loneliness.
You're right. It is associated with the dead.
Well, it was a different wall, wasn't it? It was that the vocal thing that Spectre did, you know. With the mass vocals, you know. Yeah, he's beautiful. But he screwed up Long and Winding Road, didn't he, apparently? I like the strings. Hey, kill me. Who else we got? What else we got in the chat here? We've got some drummers, maybe. Oh, this is interesting. Messaging matters. There are two guitarist controversies going on now. Mick Mars versus Motley Crue. Ace Frehley versus Paul Stanley. I'm not sure about the Mick Mars one, because I don't follow Motley Crue, but I do know about.
He's suing them.
One.
He's suing them. I don't know why. I did briefly catch, story on Google, but I didn't read it because I don't have any interest in either one of these people. And and the Ace Frehley and Paul Stanley thing is pretty funny, actually. I can tell you what goes on here. Paul Stanley said that he was asked why Ace Frehley and Peter Criss do not play with a reunion show, and he said, well, if they did, Paul Stanley stated, they'd be called Piss because they're not very good. And Ace Frehley took offense to this, and he said that he went on the radio show, a guy in America named Eddie Trunk, who's like a heavy metal radio host for many years. And he went on the radio show, and Ace Frehley threatened Paul Stanley. And he said, look, if you don't take that back and publicly apologize, I'm going to spill the dirt on you and on Gene, you horrific human beings that the two of you are. And he aired this out on Eddie Trunk's show, and then he got off the air, and about 3 minutes later, the phone rings, and it's Paul Stanley. And Ace Frehley says hello, and Paul Stanley says, fuck you, and he hangs up. So I guess he got his answer, and he did promise that he would, come back on the show and proclaim what the two of those horrible people did that was so terrible. And he came on and he said that basically he's a recovering addict for many years, and he spoke to some people who help him out, and that he decided to take the high road and not come out and say the horrible things that they did. But I give Ace Frehley credit because he did say that Paul Stanley called him and told him to go fuck himself, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, I can add a tidbit to that. Ace had the screenshot. Ace's is a wife or girlfriend took the screenshots of the Paul Stanley phone call. So but he was saying that he's got stuff in his solicitor. What do you call it? Solicitor in his safe. His lawyer. Yeah. His lawyer's safe. He's got stuff. God knows what he's got. And he says that he licenses the Ace Frehley makeup, but I thought he sold it. I thought he sold it to get to Paul. I thought Paul owns the licenses for Ace's makeup, so I don't think Ace can wear it unless Paul says so, because he sold it when he was broke and drunk in the 80s. I thought that he sold it. I'm not sure exactly, but I'm pretty sure he sold the makeup, the licensing rights to Paul, so I don't think he can wear it, which is sad,
Well, these are conversations that you're better off having with the evil empire. And you know who I'm talking about, who's a big fan of the band. I'd like to refer to him as the evil empire right now. And I can tell you that I have no interest whatsoever in a horrific comic book band that couldn't play their way out of a paper bag. And I know some guys who played with them when they were not Piss or Kiss or whatever they were, and they played in small clubs, and they were terrible. And until they got that makeup thing going, and they're Army fans, it was pretty bad. And I just don't doesn't do it for me. So, wrong guy to talk about piss.
I'm just going with the comments in this in the chat here. I don't mind. Look, I liked Ace because I think he's an interesting guitarist.
Yep.
I think I love the way he plays long notes, he uses vibrato and those sorts of things. And he's a simple guitarist, but very tasteful for what they were doing. And Ace, he has his place in my heart. Anyway, but we'll move on from Kiss.
I'm with you. I agree. I don't. And I think Paul Stanley. I think he's actually a very nice guy from interviews that I've seen him do, and he's very respectful. So obviously he has a bone to pick with Ace Frehley, and for him to just tell him to go fuck himself right straight away was pretty evident that he's not worried about anything that Ace Frehley has on him.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's worried either. No. So whatever Ace is talking about, it's a load of shit, probably. What else we got here? Let's have a look. Messaging Matters says Mick suffers from spine disease, says he can't play live anymore, so the band announced he retired, which isn't what he said. He offered to record. Fair enough. Okay, I see. Yeah, it can get pretty... It can get pretty.
Who are you referring to here, Mick?
The Motley Crue thing.
Mick Mars. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. What else we got? Al 29. I like the song Beth. It was their hit.
Yeah, pretty song.
And you know what? Peter Criss, he just sits back and goes, "I had the hit."
Yeah.
Fuck you guys and your crappy rock. I had the hit. And, which is pretty funny. Peter Criss, underrated drummer in his own way. Yeah, it's pretty busy. But I've got to get off Kiss. We've got to move on from Kiss because Pavel, I'm distrustful of Kiss fans, of all Kiss fans. Yeah.
I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna maybe you started this off and got me to jump on with taking the piss at Page and and rightfully so. And now I'm going to do the same thing and turn the tide against you and talk about Roger Waters.
Oh, dear, you can't do this to me.
Roger, I know. Well, you did it to me, pal. So Roger Waters, did he not just release a new version of The Wall or Dark Side of... What did he do?
New mix of Animals?
No. Did he do that? Didn't he? Not a new mix. I know he just went for a cash grab recently, and that's all it was a cash grab where he recreated the work that he claims that he did all on his own. And I think was it the Dark Side of the Moon? It was the Dark Side of the Moon, and he did it without Pink Floyd.
What did he do? Oh, he released.
He did everything according to him. According to him, he's everything. Meanwhile, he didn't even sing on probably 3/4 of Pink Floyd's music. A guy named Roy Harper did a lot of vocal working on Pink Floyd that nobody ever talks about.
I wish you were here.
Yeah, I mean, so anyway, he went.
Roger's gone insane. There's no question. It's just that band. No Sid, no Floyd. Fuck Pink Floyd. I love Pink Floyd.
There you go.
But fuck Pink Floyd.
I won't say that, but I will say that he's horrible.
I will. I'll fucking say it. I mean,
I'm glad for you to say it.
Look, Sid was fucking unique. Sid was a genius. I mean, he came up with all of it. It was all about Sid, everything. And then when he couldn't do it anymore for whatever reasons, and we're not going into why, because we don't know, because there's differing accounts of Sid's mental state and what he was actually doing. I mean, why he wanted out, but they just traded on Sid for years and years. Can you imagine leaving the band and going to live at home again, and then the band's just making songs about you? It's like, I'll fucking do something else. It's and I hate that story. Oh, we were in there recording Wish You Were Here, and Sid came out, and they've got this photo of Sid with his gut hanging out side on. You know that classic photo, and he's bald. Sid, he was winding him up. He was still winding him up with, you know, like, get fucked. He didn't care. Sid did not give a fuck. And they played him Wish You Were Here, the song. And they said, oh, what do you think, Sid? What do you think of this? And Sid goes, sounds a bit old. You know, what's the fucking G chord, you know? You know, it's like, you know, how I wish you were here. It does sound fucking old. Sid's music never sounded old. That's for sure. Even with he was off his tree doing all that off time crazy stuff, you know, on the solo records. It never sounded old ever. And no, okay, Wish You Were Here. It doesn't sound old, of course, but in a sense, it was old because it's G and C and D, and there's none of these interesting progressions that Sid came up with and interesting guitar playing. He's so underrated. The whole psychedelic guitar thing, he really invented it. He did it all the best. No Sid, no Floyd. Yeah. He did the remix of Animals, which was shit. I had to listen to it. I actually did a video about it. It was fucking shit. You know, why remix it? I have no idea. You know,
For money.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know.
That's why. I mean, listen, Zeppelin's completely guilty of this as well. They're you know, Page is constantly, over the last 25 years, 30 years, he must have reworked the catalog and reproduced it and re-released it, and that's just money. That's all that is.
Yeah, I can see why. You know, it's like John Lennon famously wanted to re-record the whole early Beatles catalog because when he listened back to it, I mean, when he listened back to I Saw Her Standing There and he compared it to Eleanor Rigby, he was like, oh, fuck. This stuff sounds like stuff made in the 19th century. And there was, because of the recording, the way recording went, and it did sound like, you know, because the technology went so high so quickly. And he wanted to redo the whole lot, and George had to tell him, look, no, you can't do it. You'll be there forever. You know.
Yeah.
But I can see why they would remix it. But it's one thing remixing it; it's another thing fucking up the remix.
Yeah, I don't agree. I think, you know, there is a huge difference between I Saw Her Standing There and Eleanor Rigby. They have their own places, and they both stand on their own and quite nicely, in my opinion.
Of course they do.
And they shouldn't sound anything like one another because they are completely different. You know, you're getting completely different vibes.
John was on heroin when he was saying this shit. You know,
yeah,
he was in that mate.
Well, they were a different band at that point. I mean, you know, they weren't the same, and I love both of those songs, and you know, I Saw Her Standing There is my favorite Beatles song. I love it. I love it. Ringo would never played better. I mean, they were tight. I really love that song. So, you know, and you know, obviously, many other, you know, wonderful songs that they did. But let's face it, you know, they all have their own place, and I think trying to redo them and do them up and reproduce them and overproduce them, and it's just a big mistake, and you should just stop.
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't do it. I mean, didn't they remix? They did a remix of some stuff. I don't think they really fucked anything up. George Martin's son did some remixing recently on something. What was it? It was it Abbey Road got a remix? Yeah, well, that's a good question from Crappy. What do you reckon the worst Beatles song is?
There's a lot of bad Beatles songs. There's a lot of bad Beatles songs. I mean, they did covers. Probably Besame Muccio. The cover of Besame Muccio is pretty bad. Yeah, they had no. There's no reason for the Beatles to do a cover of Besame Muccio. I mean, come on. So they did a lot of shit. You know, it's funny how they talk about plagiarism and they talk about, you know, Zeppelin and they did. They stole, but they outright stole. But they took it to another level. For many, many years, every single artist.
I love Mr. Moonlight. What the fuck? Mr. Moonlight. Mr. Moonlight. I love that fucking song. A friend of mine had a
There you
mixtape.
go.
Yeah, a friend of mine had a mixtape of all the early Beatles stuff. And you just put it on in the car and just drive. It was unbelievable. Hello, we got another guest. We got another friend.
Awesome.
Hello there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. I'm just in my truck, so if it's too noisy, I'm driving home from the airport.
Da-dong, da-dong. Da-dong, da-dong.
Oh, that would be the easy part. Oh, I got a couple videos for you to at least maybe listen to, Angelic. Because, you know, I don't think you probably had a lot of exposure. Like, being a Canadian band and not even getting a lot of airplay in the U.S. I mean, I grew up on the Canadian border, so I was very exposed to them. Like, and I saw them 5 times in high school.
Wow. Fucking hell.
You know, they would, yeah, it was fantastic. But
Patrick,
anyway,
they were huge in the U.S. Don't say that. Rush was, they were huge in the U.S. Come on.
He's right about Australia.
I'm telling you, Zoe, they're not. They didn't get the play. They had a tough time, but they were strong. But you know, look where you're coming from. Look where you lived. I mean, you were still in the same state as me, but they really struggled getting airplay because of a lot of reasons. Oh shit! I'm driving up onto the highway into a parking lot.
Be careful.
Anyway.
Yeah, be careful.
Oh, no biggie. It's what can I do sitting in a traffic jam? So, question for you. I just have one question. As you know, I've been a drummer for 40 years. I'm at best average. After all this, I got a lot better in the last 10 years, and I don't really know why, but maybe just a different kind of focus. But question for you. Jason Bonham, what are your thoughts?
All right. Go ahead. You lead off.
Me?
Yep.
Jason, the son.
Jason's okay, but he ain't his dad. Okay, that's enough.
Well, who the hell is?
That's one way of saying it, but
yeah.
Go ahead, Zoe.
He can pretty much play anything, and he's virtually a session musician with a heritage from his last name.
Wow, that's really well put.
He doesn't have the swing of his father. He
does not have any swing. I'm shocked that he can't play a lot of the stuff I can play, the Bonham stuff I can play. You know, just from studying it, I'm just shocked that he can't play it right. And I don't know if he's putting his own little, you know, influence on it, but I'm shocked at a lot of the songs he just does. A lot of the beats he just doesn't get right.
He's a student of his father's work. So when he plays Zeppelin live, he's doing an interpretation.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing an interpretation of different eras from his father live. He never tries to reproduce anything that he did from the studio. That's relatively impossible for any drummer. And so he tries his best to do an interpretation of his father's work, which he is a student of. And let's face it, even the best drummers in the world, you know, Dave Grohl worships John Bonham. He worships John Bonham.
Dave Grohl.
He's not John Bonham. Nobody is. And you know, Buddy Guy. I'm sorry, Buddy Rich.
Just before you go from that thought, do you think he was Grohl is the next step further on from Bonham? I mean,
he's a superior drummer. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about he's not superior, but
he is.
I mean, his chops are like he's like Ringo. That you know that Nirvana album that did it for him. Never mind, the chops that he plays are so musical with the guitar playing and everything. The guitar playing is quite simple, but the chops, they're always right at the right spot. He's very sophisticated, very young. He was very young and very sophisticated Grohl.
But you know what's interesting about these guys is with Grohl, and he thinks he doesn't think he's that good. And he's not just playing. He is a single stroke guy. He can't even play a 4-stroke roll that I've ever seen. He's a single stroke, but he can put a lot into it, and he gets a lot of feel out of that. It just
He's
shows
got
you.
a big heart. Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't have to. You don't have to have all the rudiments, and he doesn't. He does not have half the rudiments, but. You know, and that's efficiency in drumming when you're trying to play it all night. But you know, they're pounders, and that single, you know, how fast can you go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, and that's what he does. There's just no, but that, you know, and there's people that would say that that's not a great thing, but I'm not one of those people. I think that, you know, look at what you can do. There's a lot of great single stroke guys that are just play. You wouldn't know it, you know. And then ever since the double bass came out. Double bass pedals, and really, like, where you just, you know, there's a lot of bass going on. Whereas, like you said, if a Buddy Rich, you know, he barely played the bass drum.
You know, there's a rumor that Buddy Rich was asked about John Bonham, and he said, "Oh, I can play anything Bonham can play," and he ripped off a version of Kashmir or something like of to this nature, and you know, played it to a T, and it was perfect. The only problem with that story is it's a story. It's not the truth. Okay?
Yeah, I never heard it, right?
Yeah, I never heard it. I've never
Nobody's
heard it.
ever heard it. There's no recording of it. There's no video of it. It's an absolute myth. And Buddy Rich talked a lot of shit. He was a shit
did.
talker, very much
He was
like
well-known
Ginger
prick.
Baker. So
Yeah.
much like Ginger Baker. So two talented guys, very good drummers, and two very talented guys who were jealous of somebody who was just as talented as they were. And they just, you know, it was a big problem. They had huge egos, and that was the difference between, you know, and Bonham did too. I mean, you know, God forbid somebody mentions Karen Carpenter in his presence, he'd lose his fucking mind.
She was amazing, Karen Carpenter. I mean, what happened? What happened with her? That they just found she was drumming away, and then she just started singing, and she just had the tone. It was that simple. They just said, just come out in the front and sing. Stop playing
So
the
many
drums.
different, just so many different kinds of musicians in the world, and all types of music. It's amazing. It's amazing the special talent that's in people in so many different ways.
And yet there's so Pork Chop just posted Groove Over Technique. There's technical. It's like there's technical drummers, and then there's the groove drummers. The groove drummers are where I guess we live. The technical drummers, not so much. What about what's his name from Metallica?
Yeah, there's another single stroke guy. Yep.
Yeah, Lars.
Lars.
I've never seen I've never seen a duo that could compare to Page and Bonham together. You're virtually looking, the two of these guys, one feeding off the other, back and forth all night long.
Yeah.
All night long. So for 3.5 hours, you got two guys going at it and flexing the whole night and still being able to be in sync with one another. Even when everything turned to a mess, they always pulled out of it together. And that just doesn't exist.
Well, that's true. The offbeat stuff that just you feel it getting offbeat, and then it comes right back, and it was all by design. That's real. That's all feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Immigrant Song famously, those live Immigrant Song recordings.
It almost loses it, and then boom! It's really an awkward. I mean, not everybody's into the beat, but it's an awkward feeling when it starts going off. Like for me, if I go out to a club or but nobody plays live anymore. But in Texas, a lot of places play. There's a lot of live music, and if I notice the drummer, he's no good. Like you don't want to notice him. He's there for a reason. You know, a lot of the music, you just keep the beat first. Do fun stuff after. But if I notice the drummer, he's no good.
You know, I went and saw a live show a couple of weeks ago, and the name of the group was A Blast from the Past, and they do 60s, 70s, and 80s music, and They
How
opened
many
up
piece
with the
band was
Beatles.
it? How many people? Oh, okay.
They're 4, I believe. They may be at 5 at some point, but I saw them. They were a foursome. And one of the guys is from Beatlemania, who's in this band. He looks like John Lennon. He plays the role of Lennon. And they opened up with a Beatles song, and I was, the sound was horrible. They were in a movie theater, and it was absolutely, it was terrible. So whoever they had mixing them, their music was terrible. But anyway, they opened up with the Beatles, and I saw her standing there. And when the drummer couldn't hit the notes, I just got so angry. I'm like, why are you guys doing this?
So wrong, right?
Yeah, I mean, why are you guys doing this? Because you suck. You suck.
Yeah.
And I could not enjoy the show after that. That was it for me.
You got angry.
We've learned your lesson there. Don't
Well,
go see cover bands.
It was a gift, and I tried. I did my best to
don't do it to yourself, Zozo. Just
to
don't do
placate.
it to yourself.
But it was just horrible. I was like, you're right, Patrick. I was angry.
Yeah. Well, it is annoying, and I tried. My wife says, "Why can't you just?" I go, "Because it's fucking cutting right through me. It's ripping my gut out."
Yep.
Why can't you just not pay attention? I go, "Because it's out there." So we saw Paul McCartney this past spring, right? So it was 2 weeks before his 80th birthday. So it was April, May. I forgot of this year in Dallas. Great venue. And you were talking about his drummer. I don't remember his name either, but that whole band's been together 20 years. And for Paul McCartney, that was a real emotional time. I'm thinking to myself, imagine me being born in 1967, and Paul McCartney, the most loved, I guess, between him and John, and you're in 2023. Fast forward to 2023, I'm gonna get to see this guy for the first time, and I think I've said this on the shows before, but when he starts playing "Let It Be" on the piano, like no voice, just the piano, it was totally different. I mean, anybody can play that. Everybody can play that. But when he played it, just the touch, the feel, the way it sounded before he said a word, I just couldn't believe I just kept saying to myself, I can't believe this is real.
That happened to me as well, Patrick.
Abe Laboriel is the drummer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He's a great drummer.
I saw Macca in Melbourne when he came to Australia, and I saw Neil about a year before, and I didn't have particularly good seat, but I saw Macca, and I felt the same way. I was visible. I was in a different world. Like the ease that he approaches the songs, the way they come out, it's so natural, and so they're his songs, obviously, and he's sung them a million times, but I don't know. He's so at ease with himself, Paul. You don't ever feel like it's hard listening to Paul.
Have you seen the documentary that they did, that 10-hour thing on? I think it was on Apple TV. I couldn't stop watching it. I was enthralled by the two of those guys in a room together, and the music just pouring out of them in a matter of hours. It was unbelievable.
Rick Rubin and Paul. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. I mean, that's just, I might actually.
I'm talking about Lennon and McCartney.
John, yeah, Paul. But that's when you realize Paul's influence too, because you remember that one day when they all got there and Paul wasn't there yet, and they're just dicking around, and Paul shows up and they got busy, man. They needed him to. They all did something different. I love watching the Ringo. His eyes were all red. He's wasted, but he just had the patience to sit there and wait and jump in when necessary, just to provide.
He was perfect for every moment that they needed him. He was right there. He's not the greatest drummer of all time, but he was perfect for them.
I know a lot of people know he's left-handed, but plays a right-hand kit, which is the reason for that slight delay, which gives him his sound. But a lefty plays one way, and I'm a left-handed drummer, and I play a left-handed set. If I had to play righty or a right-handed set, it would be weird because you're always a stroke behind. And that was what he always said, is it was just a little off, and he would be delayed. He'd go the opposite way, or he'd start on the floor tom and come the other way in reverse. But
well, yeah,
getting back
slightly behind the beat, which is the way you got to play.
It was just a little offset, right?
Yeah. It fattens out the sound. It's like having it's like when you get two guitars and you just delay them slightly and you get that big wide stereo sound. The same with the drummer. When he's slightly behind the beat and the rest of the band is on the beat, it just fattens out the sound and it creates this beautiful sound. It's a lost art. It's a lost art.
You never drive too fast. It doesn't push them. You don't want to push the guys either.
Yeah.
They'll lead you. My bass player always pull me faster if necessary. He'll give me a look if I. But the other thing about seeing McCartney live this past year is every guy in that band can sing exactly like John, and every guy in that band can sing exactly like Paul. And when necessary, when Paul can't hit the notes, and I know that they know every note, they know every single note in every single song, and it's fluid, it's seamless. When they feel like he'll start singing, he just drops out for one note of the one lyric.
I was lucky enough to see him about 20 years ago when he could still hit those notes, but just barely. But make everybody happy, and he was just it was amazing. It was a beautiful show, and touching, and you'll never forget it. Those types of moments, and God bless him. I mean, he's 80 years old and he's still making an effort.
And what does he wear every day on the wrist?
He's got his Aquanaut, right?
Yeah, that's all he wears for 20 years. Maybe
Yeah.
he's had new ones, but it's always real loose. It's probably all beat up. Every time I feel like a watch collector asshole, I always think of how that billionaire wears one watch all day. Why can't I wear a shit watch?
Because we're retards, that's why.
I've got another guest. I'll just bring him in. Hello.
It's the Crapmeister.
Well, good evening.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to the conversation. I thought
You're a
I thought I'd just come on and cheer everybody up.
Thanks, Crap.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, question for you. I've got a question for you because I take a lot of heat for this. I really love the band Tesla. I love them. I love their songs. I love their music. I went and saw them in Oklahoma last year. I've seen them a bunch of times, but anybody like them at all? Does anyone know who they are?
Isn't that a cover band? Don't they pretty much do covers?
Christian rock?
No, they're an 80s band. They're Tesla.
Yeah.
Christian
they
rock.
do like Signs and
well, that's the only cover. That's probably the only one you ever heard, and that's the only cover. But they have tremendous songs. What You Give is a great song. Man, they're good. I just love them. I love playing them too.
There's a similar.
Anyone like Tesla in the chat?
They're from the early 90s.
Yeah, late 80s. They survived grunge. They went through late 80s, and they survived all the way, and they flourished.
Yeah, I never heard them, but I know the name.
They're so good. Well, obviously everyone knows Tesla. Now they have to go by Tesla the band.
Oh wow!
Because of obviously, and they're named after Nikolai Tesla. That's
inventor of the radio.
Incredible guitarist in that band.
There's a guy who lives in New York in his parents' house who was the guitar player for Great White, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's an interesting story because I guess he kind of like lost his way, but apparently Eddie Van Halen's favorite modern guitar player. And I can't remember his name, but he was really good, and he just dropped off the face of the earth. And every once in a while, he does an interview, and he threatens to maybe play something every now and then, but he hasn't picked up a guitar in like 30 or 40 years.
Well, it worked out for him because the replacement for him filling in is the one who died, is the one band member who died in the fire.
Oh, wow. That's terrible.
Playing in the Rhode Island station fire, which I lived 4 miles from at the time.
Oh, wow.
That's very sad.
It was really terrible. I had a friend who was a firefighter, and he just showed me pictures of them stacked at the door.
Oh my god.
Just shocking.
Uh,
Yep,
So,
it was tough.
how many times did you see Zeppelin in concert?
Never.
Never, really.
No,
Oh, I thought you saw him once, maybe.
I did. I
That's
saw.
right. You
Well,
just missed, didn't you? Didn't you miss him by like a year?
I didn't. I never saw the real Led Zeppelin live.
Hmm.
Never.
Oh, that's right.
What was the first concert you went to? Don't say the Mamas and the Papas.
What was
No.
yours, Crappy?
You're outdating me.
My first,
Okay.
Roy Buchanan.
My first
no,
concert.
wow. Fuck,
Roy
he's a
Buchanan.
killer.
Yeah.
Killer guitar player, man. Oh, fucking Roy Buchanan.
I saw him before he became big name. 73, I saw him.
Wow.
You know who my first concert was? Bobby Vinton.
Well, let me qualify this. I did see Victor Borga once, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, that's a show.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I saw Sean on Bobby Vinton.
Yeah.
The
as a
first
kid.
live performance I ever went to see was Ray Charles.
Ooh.
That was in the Catskills.
He
He
was
was.
in the Alps.
He was incredible. I saw quite a lot of shows there of some famous older musicians who would play there
Well,
in
they had
the
all the good
twilight.
shows out there in the Jewish Alps. They were
Yeah,
amazing. Great.
the
Great
twilight
place.
of their lives. Yep.
My first live experience was, it's not a live concert, I guess it's a live experience, was Jesus Christ Superstar
Oh
with
wow.
John English.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, in 1975. I was only a little, five. I was five, but I remember it. I remember the excitement. But my first like rock thing was we had a place on Phillip Island in Victoria. Here we had 10-acre property on the hill, and they had a music festival there one Christmas, and behind us, and all these people were coming up. It was like a mini Woodstock type thing, and they had on backing onto our property there was a sandwich van making all the lunches or whatever. And I was a little kid, and I said to my father, I said, "Can I go to the concert? Can I go to the concert?" He said, "No, if you get a job, you can go." So I went and asked to work in the van so I could get to experience it, and I was just in there chopping up tomatoes. But I got to experience that was the night I met my first hippie girl. I was about 6. I was 5 or 6, yeah, 6. And this girl, she came up our property the wrong way, and she got stuck in the barbed wire fence. And I remember running down, and there's this beautiful hippie girl with long blonde hair with cheesecloth, and cheesecloth, don't you? Cheesecloth and just flowing, and she was trying to get to the festival and stoned, and I helped her through the fence, and that was it. I was a sucker for it. I wasn't coming back from that.
I had in the 80s, I don't know if it was either 85 or 88, I went to go see at the same venue, which at the time was the Brendan Byrne Arena in New Jersey, which I think now is the Continental or some bullshit. They changed the name like 5 times since then. But at the time in the 80s, it was the Brendan Byrne Arena, and I saw Robert Plant. He was on his Now and Zen tour, I think, and then Jimmy Page was also touring at the same time with his Outrider tour. I think it was 88. I don't. It was in the mid to late 80s, and I saw them about maybe 2 weeks apart. And I saw Robert Plant first, and this is when he just started to play Zeppelin live again. He played like 3 or 4 songs in a set, and it was packed. The arena was packed, and he was he was doing well with his album because he sampled some Zeppelin songs and put it on an album, and he was doing well. And he sucked. His band sucked. He sucked. And every time they got up to do a Zeppelin, every time that he did a Zeppelin song, the whole crowd got up on their feet. But that was the only time that the crowd got up on their feet in the entire concert. So fast Fast forward 3 weeks later or a month later, I go to see Jimmy Page at the same venue, and almost the entire top row of the venue is open. So he had much less of an audience. He didn't have as big of an audience as Robert Plant did. But my God, what a different experience that was. Because as soon as the house lights came on, everybody in that arena rushed up to the stage. They lost their shit. And as soon as he rolled down his sleeves and started to play, it was nonstop go the entire night. A completely different vibe. You were at a rock show and you knew it. People were trampling themselves to get close up. So I can tell you firsthand, no comparison. Even though there were more people at Plant Show, they didn't move out of their seats until he did a Zeppelin song. And it didn't matter what Jimmy Page was playing. People were standing on top of their seats. No one in that arena was sitting down, and he put on a fantastic concert. It was a great experience.
Master class, I bet, right? I mean, incredible.
It was a great experience. He played fantastic. He was great, and Bonham was actually playing drums. He was touring with him.
I saw. I remember I had a friend, and his father was a professional jazz trumpeter, who also had a printing company, and he had harmonicas lined up on the dashboard of his car. He'd get in the car, it was just full of shit, McDonald's and shit. He'd have all these harmonicas, and he'd be playing harmonica. And he said to me, and he got me tickets to see Sting with the Dream of the Blue Turtles tour.
Wynton Marsalis?
Omar Hakim on drums, and it was unbelievable. It was so fucking good. And then he got me he took me along to see Albert Collins, and oh my God, I'd never seen anything like it. He had that stage chord. He'd walk out. He just walked out. It was at Festival Hall in Melbourne, which was actually a boxing, famous for boxing. It was all wooden floors, all suspended wooden floors, and the whole floor was just like bouncing, as Albert Collins is walking out, just playing this solo on that Telecaster with a 100-meter long stage chord. Incredible. It was really blew my mind. Walked out the front, walked all the way through the crowd, all the way out the front doors, out onto the street, up the street a bit, then turned around and came back up and walked back up onto
Nobody ever stepped on his wire. No, never got on.
No one stepped on his cord. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I saw Buddy Guy and Steve Miller, who sucks. I saw Buddy Guy do that at a small place in North Hollywood, and first time I ever saw that or knew about it, he walked totally into the audience, all around the small club, with the cord, attached, and it's hysterical. And he played the entire time while he was walking around.
Actually, I forgot to mention Stevie Ray Vaughan opened for Robert Plant, and he was horrible. He was horrible.
Really?
You couldn't. He was. He played. No, he was so loud. You couldn't enjoy. It was so distracting, and he just burnt through everything like he wanted to get out of there. Maybe it was an off night for him or whatever. But I got to be honest, he sucked, straight out. And then a guy named Mason Ruffner opened for Jimmy Page, and this guy was fucking phenomenal. I never even heard of him, and he was fantastic.
Wow. Well, now that Crappy's on, I wanted to. Oh, go ahead. Worst what?
Worst concert, Crappy asked. Worst concert for me was The Wall by Pink Floyd.
Wow, you actually went to the 1980 Wall show?
Either it was 80 or I can't remember if it was 80 or 82. But yes, I went to that show. It was at Shea Stadium, I think. I think it was Shea Stadium.
I'm sure.
And no, that wasn't the reason. The reason was because they built the goddamn wall on the stage, and after a short amount of time, you couldn't see the band. It was they could have walked off and played a recording.
I saw that on video. I saw that on video on YouTube, and I thought, are they? You can't see them.
Yeah, there you go.
Fuck.
That's Dave in the blue shirt, isn't it? No, the white shirt. Yeah, he's just short hair. What, you know the solo album cover where he's wearing the leather jacket? He moved it.
Worst show I've ever seen in my life.
Worst show I ever saw was Dr. John, and this was 73 or 74. It was so bad, people were walking out. And I remember when people were walking out, you would hear people say, "Man, this guy sucks moose cock." And I don't know what that expression means, but it was just awful. So by like the fourth or fifth song, people were just walking out.
Messaging Matter says original wall shows are at Nassau Coliseum. I was there 2 nights. It's amazing.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. I don't remember, to be honest with you, but all I remember is it sucked.
Can I tell you my worst one? My worst concert, yeah. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet Tour, 1986.
Now we're talking garbage.
My friend got tickets. He said, "Look, come on." I was like, "I fucking hate wow." And I said, I don't know. I'm really not into this. And yeah. And I went, and it was so fucking loud. It was distorting my ears. Immediately, my ears were bleeding. I just said, I can't handle this, and I left. Terrible.
On the wall concert that I saw on YouTube, I mean, I just didn't care for it at all. But the only good thing about it was Snowy White was a guitar player, and he's one of my favorites, and he was tremendous. Outside of that, I thought it was a stupid show. I mean, the theatrical
probably a little drug-induced hardcore as well.
What do you think of Animals, Crappy? Do you like Animals as a record, or do you not like it?
I don't think I ever bought that, so I don't know the songs on it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I only have maybe 2 Floyd albums, Dark Side and one other one. I forgot.
Yeah,
There's
sure.
a picture on the cover of a guy. There's a picture on the cover of a guy in flames.
Wish You Were Here.
Okay, so I have only those 2.
Yeah, great record. Wish You Were Here. Shine On You Crazy Diamond. It's nice.
Yeah. No, it's a great album. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
I saw Journey Escape in '81. I saw that. I saw Police Synchronicity. I heard you earlier when I was just getting off the plane talking about Stuart Copeland. Oh my God, that guy's great.
He's a great drummer.
Like a friggin' nutcase.
He's still good, isn't he?
Yep.
Yes, he's wired so differently, and he's got such a. I didn't realize his influence as a kid growing up traveling with his father, but he had such an amazing influence of sound. So good, fast. What
went wrong for them guys? You know, they were enormous. The Police, weren't they? They were enormous.
Nothing went wrong with them. Sting's ego.
Yeah, Sting moved on. Yeah, Sting was Sting.
Dream of the Blue Turtles. You wanted to get jazzier, or you wanted brass, or
well, it was funny that Stuart Copeland used to get under Sting's skin so badly, and he loved it. Sting would get so pissed. He's a fucking ADHD guy freaking out, and Sting would be all Mr. Cool and smooth. And he just couldn't shake him, man. And then, they were a good trio. They were good. But that's how those things happen.
Can I ask you? I've got a request from our suspect friend, Mr. TW. No, I don't mean that, Mr. TW. I just know you're over on the Evil channel sometimes. I know that you're over at the Evil channel, and it's great you're here, actually. Aussie bands, what rates do you guys over in the States? What rates? Looking back
the obvious AC/DC and your Men Down Under. Listen, they're fantastic bands. They're fantastic bands. I mean, if
AC/DC drummer, what's his name? Phil Rudd, yes.
Dude, that's not easy shit to play. It's simple, but it's not easy. All because of what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Chris Slade did a very good job of filling in, and he's a very good drummer. they're just a great band. I mean, listen, they're very simple. You got two fantastic lead singers, which is almost impossible to accomplish in any world.
Especially for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just fantastic dynamic. They're a great band.
First band, I think, from Australia that ever got radio play here was called the Easy Beats.
Yes.
They had a top 40 AM radio kind of hit way back, probably 60s. And
Friday on my mind.
Yeah, and that's right. And the worst ever import talent from Australia to become successful in the U.S. was Helen Reddy. What a
I thought she was Canadian.
Ozzy. What
No,
an
you're thinking
obnoxious.
Helen Reddy's
personality.
Australian. You're thinking of who's the Canadian woman that sings that type of music? Oh, she's a dear. Anne Murray.
Anne Murray. Yes.
You mixed them up.
Yeah.
They're similar.
You're right.
Same haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah, Helen Reddy was a nauseating personality.
She was just a slimy slit. Anne Murray was classy.
No, Anne Murray. Yeah. No beef with either one of them from me.
Yeah, and then I've told people, Olivia Newton-John, and they said, no, she was English. I said, you mean she's not Australian? They go, no. And then I said, well, how about the Bee Gees? They're Australia's famous band. He goes, well, they're really English. So these people, we think they're Australian, but it's full of English people who we think are Australian. It's kind of strange.
Barry Gibb is probably one of the most underrated musicians. He wrote some incredible arrangements and music for many artists. He's a very talented guy.
There was a lot of these 10-pound poms, they were called. There was an immigration policy. You could get to Australia and emigrate for 10 pounds or something. Someone will know it better, but a lot of those, the Easy Beats, all those guys, Vander and Young, I think they're all 10-pound poms.
So, AC/DC, they're real Australians?
Yeah, well, no.
Not English?
No, a lot of English in there, yeah.
I mean, Malcolm and Malcolm, Angus and Malcolm, they're Australian, not English.
I think I can't remember. TW will know. They're 10-pound poms, aren't they? TW.
Really?
Well, it was. Yeah, I think they all were. I think. Look, Stevie Wright is you mentioned Easy Beats, and for me, and the singer was Stevie Wright, and he was incredible. Scottish, of course, Scottish. Yeah, Stevie Wright, mate. Do you know Evie? Evie, the song Evie. Do you guys know that? Look, if you don't, there's a wonderful.
By David Carradine.
Hey, David Carradine.
God, I cannot.
That's cool.
If there's a list of the 10 people I can't stand the most in show business, he's on it.
Carradine, yeah, all right. Yeah, that's cool.
We're talking about the Kung Fu guy?
Oh, yeah, I know. He had a song called I'm Easy. That's it.
Speaking of David Carradine, how he died, what about an XS?
No. It wasn't David Carradine. It was his brother. It was Keith. I'm sorry, Keith Carradine.
Oh, Keith. Okay.
Yeah.
David Carradine was Kung Fu, right?
Right.
He was in Kill Bill.
He considered himself an actor and a singer and a songwriter. And
I liked it.
Pretending to be Bruce Lee. It was a tough job.
Jesus.
Yeah, sorry, Scotty. Yeah, AC/DC, Scottish, Barnesy, Jimmy Barnes.
Born in Glasgow. Amazing.
Did you guys never got to listen to much at Cold Chisel, did you? Because Barnes cracked the shits after that tour when they tried to crack the States, and he wrote, "You got nothing I want, you got nothing I need." They were a great band.
Well, if Bee Gees, Angus and Malcolm Young, and Olivia Newton-John are all English, who we think are Aussies, who are a real Aussie band? Who's the most famous?
In Excess?
I think In Excess is all.
Wow.
Oh, my road's closed.
Oh, there was another band in the 70s that got a lot of radio play here from Australia.
What about Men at Work? Weren't they a real Aussie band?
But anyone that lands in Australia and is here for about 6 minutes is an Aussie.
Yeah, there was a band in the 70s got a lot of radio play called Little River Band. And I think they were real Australians.
There's a thorn in the side, LRB. They don't even they're touring without any original members, I think.
Oh really? Yeah.
I think there's one.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any anymore. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That's another one. DW will know.
Yeah, Little River Band. Oh, I love those guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
they were
wrote
a
some nice
non-offensive.
songs.
They were a non-offensive pop band.
Yeah, Ambrosia, Little River Band.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Kind of sound,
Same era.
that sound.
Yeah. That's right. That's all like 77, 79.
We're
Anybody
old.
who can work night and day into the into their song and nobody even know what the hell they're talking about is pretty successful in my opinion.
Want to hear a great number here? A good stat. The Filipino replacement for Steve Perry. What's his
Yeah,
name? He's been in the band longer than Steve Perry was.
they found him on YouTube.
Yeah. What's his
Well,
name?
I don't know.
Arnell.
Yeah,
He's been in the band longer than Steve Perry was. Imagine that.
yeah. I mean, he's a cover
I can't
singer.
stand. He
Yeah,
holds the notes too long, and he doesn't have soul in his voice.
right.
But
Yeah,
he's good enough for touring.
yeah. I don't understand that. I don't like what Foreigner did, and I don't like what Journey
That's
did.
nasty.
I have no respect for those guys. I don't like what they did.
Neil
He's
Sean
cold as ice.
Yeah. Rochester,
That
New York.
poor guy, the lead singer. What a great voice, Lou Graham, right?
Lou Graham, yeah.
What a talent! What a great voice! And he had some kind of brain aneurysm, and he had to have surgery, and he was on steroids, and he blew up, and he gained a ton of weight because of the steroids, and he still had his voice. And he went out,
But it's
and
hard
he
to
needed. I mean, he needed to make a living, so he went out with his brothers and he toured. And all that time, he could have toured with Foreigner. But that jerk off who runs the band, who had the rights to it, Mick, I can't remember his name now. What a terrible thing! And he cried on stage because he knew what he did to that guy, and it was just terrible. I have no respect for those guys. They're both those bands. As far as I'm concerned, they suck for what they did.
Fuck them.
They don't suck as much as Guns N' Roses.
Just fuck them. Yeah. What was I going to say?
Speaking of blowing up, have you seen Loverboy? He exploded. It's hilarious. He looks like he's wearing a piece of bubble.
Oh, I know. Yeah. The worst song from Foreigner was called Urgent. And when I heard that on the radio, I thought they kept saying Urchin. So I go, what in the fuck is this song? Urchin? Yeah, but it was Urgent. But that's one of the worst.
I like pigs. They roll in poo. They make bacon. Yeah, baby.
Urgent annoys the hell out of me. Like that song by AC/DC called.
He left already.
Thunder.
Who was it that said that when Poway was on? Kept trying to talk to him. Poway. Poway.
That was me. I think it was me. I did that one night, I think. Poway.
It was nice to see Poway. It's even better to see you, Angelic, and obviously Patrick and Crappy. Nice to see you as well. I got a jet. It's late, and I got to get to work, but it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. D.
Thanks,
See you,
pals.
man.
Have a good night.
Yeah, AC/DC, the song I can't stand is Thunderstruck. I hate it.
Yeah, that's a big.
Oh God, I can't stand that song. And for years I didn't know what band it was. And but Urgent by Foreigner is on that list of I just can't stand it when it comes on.
Okay.
Luckily, I haven't.
But you like Cold as Ice?
That was okay. Yeah, I bought Foreigner albums. They were good.
Jukebox Hero.
Yeah, Jukebox Hero.
Yeah. So,
Put his head to the wall.
Thunderstruck, Urgent, Tom Sawyer on the top 10 worst.
Oh,
I know.
I like Tom Sawyer. Okay. I reckon it's cool. It's the only thing I know. I do like it.
Isn't Limelight?
You don't know YYZ?
Isn't Limelight a better song than Tom Sawyer?
It's sweet, but it's not better. Do you like? You never heard YYZ? You never heard YYZ?
I don't know what that is.
No, never heard it.
I'm gonna. My God, it's incredible. YYZ is the. So that the every city has a what's Sydney SYD, right? Airport. Sydney, the airport code.
Airport code.
YYZ is the airport code for Toronto, where they're from.
Ah,
And they made this song, and it's basically bass and drums, backbeat. I'm going into a dead zone, so I'm going to be out for a second. Did I lose you?
No, we
no,
hear
no,
you.
we're good.
Oh,
He's out.
and I will. I think I will. Give me a minute. It's about, yeah. Let me know when I come back.
Urgent. Dun, 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 dun,
That's
dun.
it.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh fuck! I hate it too. Yeah, I'm with you there. Terrible.
Yeah, it's a shitty beat, right?
Yeah, it's
Am I back yet?
it's a click track, isn't it? It's all so slick at that. What is it? We're talking 84 or something like that.
Around,
are
urgent around there, yeah.
we? Yeah, it's
Early 80s, yeah.
very everything. The production on everything is so slick. They were very well produced. Yeah.
No, I liked Foreigner, but that song ended it for me, I think.
Am I back
Yeah, I
yet?
like Calder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, I saw. Those Van Halen. It was Foreigner. It was at a big outdoor concert. There was a ton of bands. I mean, really, those were some great touring times back then. But anyway, this YYZ, you gotta check it
all for
out.
$6.
Yeah, I think it was $12, and you just
right.
go there all day. And it's amazing. But I'll send you a video. Angelic, how do I talk to you? Do I do it? Did we talked before? Did we?
I'll just put
WhatsApp
do you know? I hate WhatsApp because it bings too much, so I switched it off. But I can give you my email. I'll just put it in the private chat if you want to send me anything, you guys.
Yeah, I have something to send you.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I need all the help I can get right now with music.
Speaking of which, could somebody send a super chat, because I'm driving and I can't, but I will when I get home. But could someone send a super chat on my behalf for this annoying
I didn't see it.
content?
I didn't see it.
Oh, could somebody?
Oh.
There he's out. He's gone out.
Yeah, super chat.
Yeah, super chat would be amazing because I'll get the sack otherwise, or I'll sack myself. I sack myself.
Right.
Yeah. Mr. TW, no, you're not a plant. Mr. TW and I actually had a really ace chat one night. He's a good guy. I don't know. Yeah. You don't troll Archie. Yeah, there's no. Archie's Aussie. Why are you over on the enemy, Mr. TW? Come on. You're an Aussie.
Yeah, don't be a puppet for the enemy. Don't let the puppet master run you, TW.
Straw man, as Curly would say. Straw man.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about Yes? Where do you feel about Yes? You're a prog guy, obviously.
Tremendous. Love him. I mean, come on. Anybody ever
King
played bass in their
Crimson.
life?
Which is your what era of Yes do you love? What's that? What's the album you'd call out? Oh, I think we've lost Patrick for a minute there. What do you think of the progressive stuff? Crappy?
Yes was really, really big early mid-70s. Roundabout and what was that song? It was a song that was by Steve Howe, and I used to play that song. What the hell's it was just an instrumental on guitar.
I don't know.
I'm gonna look it up because I used to play it.
I like yeah.
But I was never a Yes fan, really.
Look, it's weird, it's like prog went away as because I'm just that little bit younger than Patrick and probably a little bit younger than you, and prog wasn't very big in Australia around about 76, 7, 8, 78. It was really I just didn't know anyone that was listening to Yes or Genesis or those sorts of things.
Yeah, Mood for a Day, that was it.
Mood for a Day.
Yeah.
I just got that. They had that hit when they broke up, and they had that big hit, and that sort of gave them all a boost. I like a bit of Genesis, but I like what's his name, the original singer's name? Do you remember? Oh shit.
Yeah, you mentioned that last night, I think. I don't know.
Oh, I'll look it up. Genesis. He had all those hits in the 80s.
Oh yeah, the guy, the guy.
Yeah, the guy. What's his name? Peter
Sledgehammer.
Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel. Yeah, he was an interesting cat. They were interesting songs. Don't give up and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Hey, Narky. Super chat. We have a super chat from Nark. The Narc $5 Aussie, which is fantastic. Doing a great job, Angelic. Can't jump on as I'm out at the moment. Yeah, that's all good. It's great. Thanks so much, Narc. It's great to have your support, man. You're a legend. Yeah, Peter Gabriel, he's an interesting guy. He had some big hits. Yeah, they were huge. And the other guy from Genesis, Mark Rutherford, is that it? Mike Rutherford? Yeah, Mike Rutherford. He had that big hit too. He had
one hit here. I don't know the name of it. I don't remember.
Yeah, he had a massive hit. I can't remember the name of it. But of course, Phil Collins is the one that developed that solo career. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about prog. It's Genesis. Yeah, just kind of missed it. I don't know. I do like it. I had a friend that he switched me on. He just couldn't believe. He's like, Patrick, why haven't you been down this road, like this rabbit hole of prog? And yeah, that's exactly it. Mike and the Mechanics. Say it loud. Say it loud. Say it clear. Remember that thing?
Maybe.
What's it called? The Living Years. Is something
Yeah.
like
Okay.
that. Oh,
yeah.
In Australia, that was everywhere. He had a massive hit. Yeah. He had a massive hit with that. Yeah, but I had a friend that, he was like, Patrick, why haven't you been down this road? And I was like, I don't know. I kind of, because I love Pink Floyd, but it's different. Pink Floyd's stupid music, isn't it? It's simpler, isn't it? Is it?
Which music?
Pink Floyd's music, their 70s output. It's not as complicated. There's a lot more air in the music. Maybe there's something like that. I like the air. I like one guitar and and just a smaller band. I don't know. I like the air they had in all their music. Except I never really loved The Wall as much as other things either. I wasn't a Wall guy. I was like into Echoes and all that sort of dreamier stuff. From the earlier period they had such a long career, so many styles, they really very interesting. That's why that Animals record's quite interesting. It might be abrasive too. It's very what they call angular, crappy.
I'll look up the album, see if I recognize any songs.
Yeah, you won't like it, and if you're not into, you might like it, but I don't think you will. I think it's odd. It's an odd record.
Wasn't there an album called Pigs, or is that the same one?
That's Animals, yeah. Pigs
That's
on the
Animals,
Wing is the first, yeah. Pigs and sheep and
I remember that. That was 1977. Okay.
Yeah. They gave that a remix and a re-release recently, and didn't do it for me. I didn't need it. I mean, it just didn't need the remix. When you hear remixes and you're listening to things and it's changed and there's maybe a different harmony here.
A lot of remixes are terrible. They ruin the song.
Well, we get used to them the way they are, don't we? We get used to the foibles in the recording, or we don't mind it because we just get used to it. We love it, Yeah.
Pigs has 3 songs: Pigs on the Wing, Dogs, Pigs, Sheep, Pigs again.
Sheep, yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting record. It's I love it. But I don't know how I don't know a lot of people don't like it. Yeah, that's all I have to say on that. Easy Lover. Phil Collins.
Yeah. Garbage. Like Susu Studio, just garbage.
Oh fuck. That's a shocker. There was one Phil Collins song that I liked from the 80s. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, I can't play him. I'll just type Phil Collins hits, and I'll tell you which one I actually liked from the 80s. Okay, so he did In the Air Tonight. Yeah, we know. Another Day in
everybody loves
Paradise.
that song. I don't like it.
Against All Odds. I'm a sucker, aren't I? So take a look at me now.
Oh.
I'm just an empty, whatever it is. I like that. Yeah.
Really?
Don't, please. I didn't really like it.
You know what that music is like? It's like, who was that guy? Lionel Richie dancing on the ceiling. Just
Oh, yes. Dancing on the ceiling. Dun, dun. Oh, man, that's bad. Yeah. Animals is awesome. Use headphones at dusk. Look, it is
I'll check it out. Yeah.
It is. It's angry. That's the one where he got the idea to record to make The Wall because he was singing Pigs on the Wing at a stadium and they're up the back lighting firecrackers off. You know, like they were just bored. No one knew the material. You know, it was just like, can you imagine going to see a band and like you just don't know the material? There's just a new songs. Yeah, you're expecting hits and you get none. They were doing that. They were just playing the Animals material and letting firecrackers off. And Roger got so angry he spat on a fan, and he really, really regretted it. And that's what gave him the idea for the fucked up rock star Pink that is represented by The Wall. So that's when he came up with that concept. Yeah,
I don't know all the Pink Floyd material. I really only know 2 albums worth, and an occasional song I heard maybe on MTV or somewhere. But I don't know all the discography like I do other artists. So.
Their discography is really good. Like it's very 60s, the early stuff in that psychedelic 60s.
Yeah, the very early stuff from. There's one song that was a hit in England, and I heard that recently on some YouTube channel, Arnold something.
Yeah, Arnold Lane.
Oh, stupid! I didn't get it, but apparently it was a big hit, or a noticeable kind of.
Yeah, it was. It was.
That's like 67, maybe.
Yeah, it was the first single. It was. They did Arnold Lane first, and See Emily Play was the second single. Arnold Lane was about someone stealing ladies' underwear off washing line. You know, it was, what do they call people that steal underwear off a washing line? Can the chat tell me? Yeah, fucked up. But it was.
Arnold Lane is definitely not like Penny Lane.
No, it's definitely not.
Yeah.
But that's its genius. It was that was for 1966, 7, because he would have written it 66 or 7. You know, he wrote it early. It's kind of, it's a bit twisted, as I would say, or bent.
Yeah, that never got any. I never heard that in growing up here. Never. So it was only in England or maybe Europe.
Yeah, no. I don't think they did. It didn't do much in England. I mean, in America, I think they went to America with Sid went to America, but he didn't. He wasn't happy. He didn't want to go. He even then in the early days, he just found the whole thing a bit, the rock star thing, because obviously in those days, that wasn't indie rock as such. People get signed to, and they'd be turned in, molded. The clothes, and you'd have to get the clothes. And all that. And I think Sid, I don't think he liked that stuff. He was more, he just loved being creative. Yeah, Candy and the Currant Bun, the B side. Yeah.
Who, if you made a list of, let's say, 5 or 10, the biggest douchebag assholes in rock music from the beginning. From the very start of it, what names would you put on the list? Because I can think of 1 or 2 right away that I would immediately put on the list of the top 10 worst, biggest assholes, douchebags.
I don't want to be rude, but
you don't want to be negative. Okay.
I think a lot of them are. I think Elvis Presley
that really stand out right away. Yeah,
Elvis, he's an asshole.
Wow. Okay. And I'm going to put in with that. They also have nothing talent-wise as well. They're just nobody.
Oh, I know no talents in rock.
No
I don't
talent,
know.
asshole douchebags. I'll tell
Is
you.
there
Two
it?
of them. I'll tell you two. John Cougar Mellencamp.
Yes. All right.
I've seen this guy in interviews way back. What an absolute fuckhead. Total douche. Okay.
Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow.
I mean, and that
This
song,
land fed a nation. This land made me proud.
and that first hit of his, Jack and Jill, or whatever it was called. I mean,
Sorry, Jack and Diane.
Yeah, a child in kindergarten music class could have written that song. Okay, and I'll tell you another guy. Now I don't even know this guy's name. He's the guitarist and singer for Green Day. Billy Joe something maybe.
Yeah, I sort of avoided Green Day.
Yeah, I never heard their music, but
look. Can I qualify the Elvis thing? Look, he's not that he's an asshole, but I have
Billy Joe Armstrong. What a
Billy Joe Armstrong.
douchebag.
I find Elvis troublesome. I can't get my head around Elvis. I can in a lot of ways, but then there's certain aspects of Elvis that I can't.
I would never call him that.
I'm not calling him an asshole. I'm not. No, there's a lot of. I don't know. Look,
He was a very sad figure.
Very sad.
Yeah.
Amazing talent. But I tried watching the film. I got about 20 minutes into that stupid film.
Oh, the movie?
Yeah.
The one that I had mentioned.
Yeah,
that's
that one.
considered probably his best movie. What?
No. The biopic just released recently.
Yeah.
Did you watch that with Tom Hanks?
No. Tom Hanks? Are you kidding? I don't watch anything with him.
Yeah, it's really bad. I didn't. Yeah, okay. It's a victim of circumstances. Yeah, all right.
Elvis movies. What was that movie that was considered? Let me look it up real fast.
Blue Hawaii's a nice film. Look, I loved Elvis, but I don't know. I just have trouble. I love the latter stuff as well. Look, there's just some aspects. It's just some aspects.
Yeah. It was a movie. The story took place in New Orleans. It was starred Walter Matthau, Vic Morrow, and Elvis. And what the hell was it called? King Creole. That's it.
Yeah, that's good film. He's a boxer.
Elvis fans think that's his best work, his best movie.
Is that the boxing one?
No. He Walter Matthau is the local gang leader in town in New Orleans.
It's black and white.
He wants Elvis he heard Elvis sing at some small club, so he wants him to perform at his club only, but he's loyal to the guy who owns the other club. So he gets in trouble with Walter Matthau, and Vic Morrow is the henchman who goes after him, and he becomes his friend, and then he screws him over. And it's okay. Yeah. But he's not an actor, he's Elvis.
I still like watching the Elvis films. I watched them all as a kid, The one
I only
with
saw 2 or 3 Elvis movies, I think.
Viva Las Vegas and Margaret. She's beautiful in that.
One of them was he played a doctor, and there were 3 nurses in the movie.
I think that's where, that's what I'm trying to get at. It's very difficult for me to deal with this chauvinistic fucking shit from the old days. How old was she? 13 or 14? Priscilla. It's all difficult for me to deal with. I don't know.
It's like Jerry Lee Lewis marrying.
His
13-year-old cousin.
Yeah, it's difficult.
But Jimmy Page, Zozo will freak with this, but he was fornicating with a 17-year-old. That's well known. Ted Nugent also, but that was in the 70s, and of course it's horribly wrong, but nobody gave a shit back then. And now, if you did that, you'd be run out of town, ruined,
put in jail.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They were put in jail, weren't they? I mean, wasn't Chuck Berry put in jail? Yeah, different times. It's hard to sometimes to make sense of. Well, it was a very different world wasn't it back then? Very different world. I don't know. There's a good one in the chat here. Electric Blue Ice House. Do you ever heard of Ice House?
No.
Ivor Davies. Yeah, look at New Zealander or Kiwi, I think he is. Yeah, look, interesting guy. Made some good music, and he did it pretty much on his own, like really, and very, very high quality recordings, big hits. Interesting guy. I'm just looking at the chat here. Mr. TW, Chuck got framed. Yeah. Clambake. That's apparently the worst Elvis film. Clambake. Yeah. Yeah. Ice House. Yeah. Look, they're all assholes. I think you got to be an asshole in rock to make it that big. You know.
Well,
They chewed through people like they were eating hot dogs. You know, they just move from person to person up the ladder, burning whoever is in the way. You got to be ruthless as hell. And you know, even my career, which was garbage and small fry. You know, there was just times I just didn't want to do certain things, and it limited what I could do. I just pulled back time and time again. There was options to do this or move forward, but I didn't like what was involved, and so I just backed out. I'd back out the back door, and lose my momentum, and so my career stalled just because you have to be very ruthless, you have to be very cold-hearted at times, and so I think that most of these people that manage to get right to the top, there's a lot of pain inflicted in doing it. I think a lot of people cop it, and I'm not fond of that aspect of the rock and roll. Of course, it's a generalization, and I'm not saying every musician, every band was like that, but there's a fair bit of fucking assholedom. Yeah, Aussie Crawl, great band. Aussie Crawl, have you done Aussie Crawl? No, they were checking out. Great band from the late 70s into the 80s. James Rain.
Yeah, I'm going to post a picture here. I bet you've never seen this, and let me see if I can get this here.
Is that wrong of me to think like that? Do you think that's
no, not at all.
Totally off base?
No,
fair enough. Thank you. I don't like saying things like that because,
StreamYard. Okay,
can you share it? You can.
Yeah, can you go ahead and show that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, this is a picture. You're talking about jail. This is Eric Clapton under arrest in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in jail.
Wow.
And he was drunk and disorderly. This is in his drinking years, probably late 70s. And he just caused a fucking scene, and the police had enough. So they put him under arrest and put him in the Tulsa City jail, whatever it's called. And he looks very good, but he's blasted drunk in the picture. And the
heroin as well, heroin.
Yeah, and the police officer was probably impressed or whatever, but they put him in jail. Maybe for the night, and then he got out, or I don't know how. The story is, if you search it, the story is in the newspaper, the Tulsa newspaper. But
wow,
yeah,
it looks like late 70s, 78.
Yeah, right.
It looks like that.
And he was there for a concert, and he was just out of control, and they just threw him in jail.
Really?
So, anyway, you can just look it up, and you'll find the story. So anyway, there you go.
What do you think of the Doors?
Oh, one of the great bands.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Awesome. I know they can be, you mentioned the Doors, you get mixed responses, For me, I think they're my favorite band ever.
Yeah, no, even if when I listen to them now, it's as good as it was at the time. It's music.
I mean, and their records are just so, the first album's killer, and then the second album, and Waiting for the Sun is a great record. They're all beautiful records. And then you got Morrison Hotel, and they were bluesied it up a bit, and an LA Woman, obviously. But I just love the Doors. Because there's so much, like they got the hits, obviously, but the catalog is just it's strong. There's so many great songs, isn't there? You can just listen to a whole Doors album, just just get into it. I haven't listened to the Doors for many years now, like I did. But I was trying to get my daughter into the Doors, but I was trying to get her into gym, but she just didn't bite yet. Maybe she's just missing. Maybe she's too nice. But I loved Jim's voice. I loved the way he could perform. And
Who was the guy last night on the show who said there was no good music from 64 to 70? It all sucked. Who?
That's Patrick. It's
Oh,
Patrick.
Patrick. That was right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's unbelievable. I mean, how could you say? I mean, he's just being. He's just.
I know. Yeah.
It's just not on. I mean, 65, the world changed forever.
Well, the Beatles here hit it in January '64.
Yeah,
and that was the beginning of everything here. So
yeah, that's right. And then you got the Birds coming up. It's what,
Birds,
65?
one of my 10 most favorite groups.
Yeah, I love the Birds. I mean, amazing. And I love the guitarist Clarence White.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he played later on with the Birds.
That's right.
He played the B-Bender.
That's right.
I actually was in email convert. What's the name of the drummer from the Birds?
Michael Clark.
Yeah, I was emailing him because he does a B-Bender conversion.
Well, I think he's passed away, so I don't know.
Right.
Maybe it was a drummer after him. So
what's his? I could tell you his name. I'll look him up.
Yeah.
But he does a. You can send the Birds. Not Crosby, obviously. The
Crosby
Birds,
is my least favorite. One of my least favorite musicians.
It must have been Michael Clark. Yeah. When did he die, Crappy?
I don't know, but
I'll have a look. Roger
apparently his
McGuinn.
band members didn't think he was that hot of a drummer, but they just let him stay there anyway for the whole time.
Well, he couldn't track the first lot of stuff, could he?
Yeah, some stuff they had to call in the studio guy. Yeah.
No, it can't be Michael Clark. Who was I talking to? Fucking hell. Wasn't McGuinn, that's for sure. Hang on, look, he's
Roger McGuinn's one of the great talents. He's tremendous.
He is.
And he's still around. He has a YouTube channel, and if you check it out, he has some really incredible content there.
Gene Parsons. Gene Parsons. Best known for his work with the Birds from '68. So he wasn't the original drummer. Yeah, he came in when Clarence White came in on the guitar. Mm-hmm. So they do the instrumental version of 8 Miles High, and there's a video of that where they just McGuinn, and it's just an instrumental. It's amazing. It's a jam. But I was actually talking to him in email because he does the B-Bender conversion. You can send your telly to him or the body of your Telecaster or whatever,
really?
And he'll do the B-Bender, the full conversion. Yeah.
Page used the B-Bender on some stuff, if I'm right.
Yeah, a few guys
did, but I can't recall exactly.
A few guys have used it. I think Clarence White really, he really had nailed it down. I think.
Oh, I know. It's some country guy has Clarence White's B-Bender telly. Marty Stewart.
Yes.
Who I have zero interest in, but I've seen him on some videos, and he's one hell of a player. But he's a country guy with crazy hairstyle and clothing, and he wears a scarf, a muffler, and a leather coat. It's just very strange country act, but definitely solid guitar player. Absolutely.
Yeah. What do they call it? Is it not psychedelic country? What do they call it? Cosmic country? Cosmic?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that. Together with frequent collaborator Gene Parsons, Clarence White invented the B-Bender, a guitar accessory that enables a player to mechanically bend the B string up a whole tone to emulate the sound of a pedal steel. So they invented it. There you go. Yeah, it's cool. But he died, I think, he died in 73, Clarence White. I think maybe a motorcycle.
I don't know.
He was hit by a drunk driver. That's right. They were packing up gear. Very sad.
You have any opinion on Steve Miller? Thomas Broadbent says he's fantastic.
Steve Miller Band. Yeah, Steve Miller. What's the big hit?
Space Cowboy. Yeah, in the 70s, he had tons of hits on the radio all the time. And I just never liked him. I never liked his music, just stupid songs. But he had one hit after another. I can't think of them offhand, but I'd have to look it up.
Canned heat. Yeah, we were talking about canned heat yesterday. Briefly mentioned canned heat. We touched on them. Live at Woodstock's. That's yeah. We're talking about Al. Yeah, great guitar player.
The Joker, Steve Miller.
Oh, the Joker.
Abracadabra. Really stupid song.
Oh, Abracadabra. Oh, yes. Abracadabra. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out and grab you. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, fuck. I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
alright.
it's not offensively stupid, but it's just kind of dopey.
It's kind of stupid, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know, whatever. So
yeah, I don't know about yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure either about that stuff.
So who's the best looking pop star, a female pop star from Australia? Is it Kylie Minogue? Is it Olivia Newton-John, Christine Amphlett, or is it somebody else we don't know?
Boy, you've got the big questions there.
Or is it, there's this guitarist who's pretty, does a lot of stuff here from Australia. She's got a Greek sounding name. And she's been hanging out with Richie Sambora. What the hell's her name?
Orianthi?
Orianthi.
Yeah. She's a blonde guitarist. I think Chrissy Amphlett.
Yeah, she was very sexy. Yeah,
pure sex.
This Orianthi, if she were a guy, nobody would even pay her any attention.
Yeah, that's right.
She's decent. That's all.
Yeah, she's okay. But she ain't Chrissy. It's just oozing sex.
Yeah, right.
It's pouring out of her. It's like,
exactly.
let me step into that sex shadow. Right. Please, can I just get in your sex shadow? She was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! I don't think Australia ever got past her because we're a sort of backward country here, and she stepped up. And woof.
Mm-hmm.
We're a bit slow. We're always. We're not as slow as we used to be. We were 10 years behind.
I've talked to some of the Australians on YouTube, and I can see why you say that. So
yeah,
one or two in particular, right?
We suffer from cultural cringe here. We really did for a long time, and we still do. I think we always will. We're only a small country.
Yeah. What's the big deal about Kylie Minogue? She had two hits here, and they were both kind of stupid. But I was reading about her, and she's like one of the biggest stars in Australian culture.
Kylie Minogue, where do
she
we
had
start?
2 hits. One was "Do the Locomotion" remake, and the other was some stupid bullshit from the '80s, I think.
Well, she was a soap star. She was on Neighbours, and she's manufactured.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what to say about Kylie. I mean, not my sort of thing, obviously, but she did a good job. She can't sing her way out of a paper bag, so she did pretty good.
Right.
It's like Madonna.
It's all looks and packaging to me.
Yeah. She had those little gold shorts that made her famous.
It's like Sharon Stone. I mean, she's nothing. Her only claim to fame is when she spread her legs in that movie, and her whole career is based on that. But she's nothing. But
Sharon Stone. I never really.
It's just me.
No, I'm with you. I didn't fall for her looks at all. Chrissy, still, and someone like Blondie. What's her name?
Debbie Harry.
Deborah Harry. Yeah.
I
saw the Deborah Harry was a Playboy bunny. There's a
really.
There's a. I'm gonna find it. Bring it up. She there's a famous photo of her that does the rounds. I see it every now and again. Deborah Harry, Playboy bunny. Yeah, in the 60s, she was a Playboy bunny or something. Unless it's bullshit. I don't think it is. There it is. There's the famous photo straight away. I'll bring her up. Bring her up. Bring her up. Bring her up.
I met her, but there's no story behind that. So
You met her?
oh yeah, but there's no story there, so nothing to say. Nothing.
Here is. What do you mean? There's nothing exciting.
Well, I met her. Yeah, that was about it. Yeah.
You said hi.
Yeah. I didn't have the big interest to sit down and probe her.
Probe her.
Right. What the hell was that song? Look at Kylie Minogue bullshit songs. Let's see if I can. She had two songs, but she's a huge star in Australia.
We'll just do the super chat from Patrick. Patrick super chat. Hang on, Patrick super chat. AD never calling $9.99 US. Lost my signal. Thanks for letting me hang with you on my drive home. Oh no, look, it's a pleasure, Patrick. I love. Yeah, look, this is what I'm doing this for because I love talking to you guys, and if we can help Archie a bit, that would be great. But I just love talking to you guys. It's so cool. Everybody's so musically, the chat is just they know music. They've been into it. Everyone's been in. Are the children going to be so deep into music as we were? No,
because they have Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and LL Cool J. It's all just garbage.
Yeah, it is.
It's non-music music. It's "Can't Get You Out of My Head." That was their first big hit, I think, and it was on MTV all the time. And then Locomotion. That's all she's ever been famous for here. And those songs they're both stupid.
There's two "Can't Get You Out of My Heads" or "Can't Get It Out." There's "I Can't Get You Out of My Head." That's the Kylie one, and there's. I can't.
Oh, I know what you mean.
I can't get it out of my head. ELO.
That's right. I'm not an
ELO.
ELO.
I love ELO. I love ELO. Look, there's Deborah Harry. There you go.
I knew a guy who was in the LL Cool J. This is 20 years ago. Is that possible? 15, 20 years ago. So I was over his place with some guys, and I said, let's play that. I'd like to hear who this guy is since you like him. And it's just, fuck, suck, fuck, you, bitch, ho, ho. That's the whole thing. And I go, what is this garbage? It's just shit. But so that's all you have to do.
Can you see the screen, Crappy?
Yeah. Who's that?
That's Deborah Harry.
Really?
Yeah.
She doesn't look anything like a few years later.
No. She's still beautiful, though, just in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she changed. Yeah, I'm going to leave her there because it's a great photo. She must have been so young.
Mm.
She could probably 16 or 17.
Oh no, you couldn't do that unless if she was working at a club.
18. Yeah,
she'd have to be 18.
Yeah. She would have. Yeah, 18. Yeah, of course. Yeah, 18.
You could not hire a 16-year-old bunny for the clubs.
Yeah. ELO, they're the Super Beatles, aren't they? The ELO, Jeff Lynne,
I never liked ELO when they were around. I just never cared for the sound. And I also think about the guy from ELO, Jeff Lynne. Why doesn't he get a haircut? What's with the stupid hair? What's with the stupid hair, beard, and sunglasses? Get a fucking haircut.
Cause I can't get it out of my head. Well, no. I love that song. Great. That song. That album, it's got the Ruby Slipper on it. It's not the UFO one, the other one.
I don't know. Yeah, Jeff Lynne is very talented, no question. Great producer, very talented. And all that. But get a haircut, man. Yeah.
Their album, those albums sound really, really fucking great. I mean, if you want to study sound, if you want to try and get the Super Beatles sound, study ELO, and I'm not just talking about the stupid strings. I'm just talking about the overall sound of the record. It's very well made, really well made, incredibly well made. But yeah, a little bit, well, Super Beatles. Deborah Harry. Whew. Mr. TW says he saw Blondie at Bombay Rock. That was a famous gig, TW. Bombay Rock in Australia. That was a famous show.
Okay, yeah, their first hit, Can't Get It Out of My Head, was in '74. Okay.
Was it really? What's it on? You've got the album it's on?
No, I'm looking at. No, I never bought it. I'm looking at Wikipedia. And then Evil Woman was a big hit. I couldn't stand that. That was on the radio.
Evil Woman. I hate that song.
I can't stand it.
It's shit.
Yeah, I'd probably know these songs if I heard them, but Turn to Stone. I hate that.
Turn to Stone. That's the start of that. I think I like the start of that song, but I don't like. Yeah,
I don't like the sound of the band. Don't Bring Me Down. I can't stand that.
Don't Bring Me Down. Yeah, it's kind of crap.
Yeah, I just don't like any of their songs.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Billy Gibbons is mentioned here in the chat by TW. He's actually in. There's a bit of. There was a article where they were talking about him being Hendrix's one of Hendrix. He met Hendrix, hung around with Jimmy.
Who's this?
And Billy Gibbons.
Oh, right.
Yeah, in the very early days, and that he really liked Billy Gibbons playing. Jimmy did, and they're just talking about how Billy Gibbons he was at the gig. I think LA4. We saw a Hendrix show. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, with those sort of bands, who is your? I'll ask you one. You said top 10. Doors is in your top 10. Who's for
my personal top 10, they would be high up there, but not in the top 10. But
right. Your
top
personal
25 for sure. Yeah.
Okay, top. Give me something in your top 10. I won't say your favorite.
The Byrds.
Yeah, Byrds.
Cream, number 1.
Really?
Oh yeah. Beatles, number 2.
Yep.
Well, if you put all the Clapton stuff from 66, 65 to 70, if you want to put that as 1, that could be 1. But because there's 3 different groups there.
Clapton is God.
Cream, Blind Faith, Derek and the Dominoes. But if you can put all that together, but Cream is the greatest of all bands. I know Zozo wants to vomit when he hears me say that, but all right. And the Byrds.
Yeah, well, Zozo would hate. Zozo's going to get angry with me, but I do rate Cream above Led Zeppelin. Way above. Different league.
I mean, if you listen to Live Cream Volume 1, Live Cream Volume 2, Goodbye Cream, and that's not even their best stuff. Some of the bootlegs on YouTube, there's tons of them, which I'd never heard before, officially released, and absolutely amazing. Even some of the stuff's even better. And Page is an extraordinary talent on his own separately. Okay. And they're just completely different. That's all. And so is
Clapton on the Les Paul, Clapton with a 335.
Yeah, Clapton when he left Gibson.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just change it. After 1970, what can you say?
Well, look, he just didn't play the same way again.
No, Derek and the Dominoes album, one of the greatest of all, maybe number 1 for me. And but after 1970, when he came back in '74 with 461 Ocean Boulevard, yeah, it's a fine album, but it's a whole different person,
different guy,
all different playing, and Cocaine and Lay Down Sally was a huge hit, but it's just like, oh, what is this shit, And so he went commercial, and he was very successful. But some of the songs, some of his album tracks are just unlistenable, from that '70s era. But from Yardbirds, well, not Yardbirds, from John Mayall to Derek and the Dominoes, that era, nothing surpassed him. And I know Zosa would disagree, and that's okay.
You know what? AD's in there giving us some shit about Clapton. Look, he's smooth, and his phrasing is fucking immaculate. And you know what? He was the first guy to phrase so beautifully. Those. Oh yeah,
no, it's extraordinary. And
it's extraordinary.
Zeppelin came after Cream. Yeah, Cream disbanded November '68, and Jimmy Page at that time, I think he was in the new Yardbirds. He hadn't even started Led Zeppelin yet. But the influence on Zeppelin, on Page, and had to be extraordinary. And nothing against John Bonham, but Ginger Baker is the greatest of all of them. And that's just my opinion. I think it's fact. But if somebody wants to say Bonham or anybody else, that's fine. But there's no comparison. This is my opinion, but I think it's fact. And Jack Bruce, the greatest bass player of all time. And I know people are going to argue with that, but they don't know the work. If you listen to all the work, and it's just incredible. Yeah, just extraordinary.
It's always live.
Yeah, exactly. So is he better? But what about John Paul Jones and John Entwistle? I mean, nothing. They're in the very, very top echelon. But Jack Bruce was he's just I think Jack Bruce and Steve Winwood are probably the two of the finest or the greatest all-around musicians of the whole era, because they're composers, singers, writers, masters of the instruments, great singers. They have everything.
Yeah, that's Blind Faith. Yeah. Blind Faith.
Underrated. Yeah, of all time. Yeah.
Underrated.
Just extraordinary. Even Eddie Van Halen thought that.
It's one thing to do. It's one thing. It's the way that Eric Clapton played those notes. It's like, that's why him and Hendrix say they saw each other, as kindred spirits. It was, Hendrix has famously said, "I'm not even the greatest guitarist in the room," but and that's the point. It's not being the greatest at anything. It's the way you use what you have. And
that's right. Yeah. Everybody, all those guys thought Hendrix was the be all and end all, but as much as I like him, he was never my main guy. It was always other Clapton and a bunch of other guys. But some of the Hendrix stuff is just, you can't avoid it. It's just right up there.
Look, I'll tell you. Look, the first ever album I bought, which was not just gotten from my parents or came through friends or whatever, was a double CD, a double cassette of Clapton, and it had. What happened was I heard that live Crossroads, that the famous one,
right?
And I just couldn't believe what I was fucking hearing.
Yeah, when that came out, and then when Toad got out, I heard Toad the first time it was played on New York radio. I remember it specifically, and Crossroads, and there was never anything like it, never. And even today, 50 years later, it stands up as great.
And then what happened to me was I was on that, and I'd heard Hendrix before, and I just gone, yeah. I'd heard Purple Haze. I had, that my mother found me that. Oh, no, I borrowed it from the library. That's right, the school library. I borrowed a cassette of Hendrix's greatest hits. That experience one.
Oh, I have that album. Yeah, from way
back. Yeah. You know the one. Yeah. And I listened to it. I was like, yeah, this is all right. But what happened to me was I got a Guitar Player magazine. The Guitar Player magazine. They had the little. They had the little plastic record in the middle.
That's right.
And I got this record, and it was at Red House, 1968, and it's never been released, and you can only get it. It was only licensed on that guitar, player record, and it was Red House, and it was the most incredible piece of guitar work. And still today,
his performance.
Exactly.
So much.
Exactly. And then, you can get it. I'm not sure if it's out on I can't remember, mental blank, but I heard that thing, and it was just so, the way he went from the quiet all the way into the enormous screaming solo and back, it just, my mind was blown away. It was a completely different experience to listening to some Purple Haze or In My Head or Foxy Lady or these things. It was like, oh my God, I just heard this guy really, right, that's what he could do. And then when you went down the rabbit hole and found so many incredible performances of these things that he would do that were part of his repertoire, not just those songs that he made up, just the blues standards that he would do, but the way he played blues just blew me away. It was just so fluid, I can't, there's so many words I could use, but yeah. So I became an immediate convert then, but I still to this day wouldn't sit around listening to Purple Haze or any of
No,
that stuff.
I don't listen to that stuff.
No, I would never listen to it. I just don't care. But when it comes to studying the way he played his licks, his phrases, and the way he got the tones, to me, he's number one by a mile. I think Eric is incredible. But there's something darker about Jimmy. There was a depth there. There's a depth that Eric, because Eric was a middle class boy. Right?
Well, actually,
good boy.
he was, but he grew up not poor, but less than middle class. But
I thought he was pretty middle class, but anyway.
Well, no, I don't know. He said in his where he grew up, he didn't have an indoor toilet, but he lived in a nice little village and all that. But,
oh, I see. Yeah. Well, maybe not middle class, but maybe it's the wrong way to describe those days. He and then when I read Jimmy's journey in the biography, Electric Gypsy, I got it I think I got it around 20. And I remember reading his journey about how he became a guitar player, like how he became what he became.
Mhm.
And it just blew my mind as well. And I fell in love with everything to do with America at that point, because it's just like, you just set out to just play some guitar, and you just want to play guitar. And then he got better and better, and he played here and there, and they called it the Chitlin circuit, and and then he just do this and that, and then eventually got a break or whatever. But just.
So I got a couple of pictures if you want to click add that to the screen.
I'll just remove this.
This is one of my favorite. This is a great picture.
Yeah,
this is from I'm going to say this is 1969. And so it's probably Blind Faith era. And it's just, see, nowadays, back then they would walk off the stage and they'd be right next to the crowd as they exited the stage. These guys never do this stuff now. They just, they get off the stage and it's in the back, get in their car and drive away. But here they had the contact with the audience. And this is just a great picture. And
looks like some dude's wearing an Omega.
Oh, yeah. And like this girl right here, I mean, wow, just great. Anyway, and there's another picture here, which I really like. And this is from 68.
Peter Green. Yeah,
this is early 69 at the, what was that magazine in England? They gave they gave the annual award. And so here's Clapton got an award. Here's Peter Green's Fleetwood Mac. So Peter Green, Jack Bruce, John McVie, Mick Fleetwood.
Yeah, wow.
And but these here you have right here, Clapton, Peter Green, Jack Bruce. Like, jeez, wow.
Is that Melody Maker?
Melody Maker, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, Melody Maker.
So this was their awards. Clapton they all got awards that year. And then on the right of the photo, which is cut off, but I saw on other pictures, there are some other guys. Maybe I don't remember, but I really like those two pictures. So,
yeah, they're great pictures.
I don't know any pictures of Peter Green with Eric back at that time, and so this. Here you have all three of them, the three guys. So just great. Yeah. Anyway,
that Les Paul, that's now owned by Kirk.
Yeah, that's just unbelievable. I mean, there was a tribute concert to Peter Green that John McVie, not that Mick Fleetwood put together a year ago, about a half year after he died. And he had a lot of celebrity musicians like Ian Anderson and a bunch of other guys. And he had Kirk Hammett. The story Mick Fleetwood says is he heard Mick Fleetwood was putting this together. So he called Mick Fleetwood, who he didn't even really know. And he said, I got to be in this show. I got to be. And he had the guitar. And he said, "Well, I don't know." And so anyway, I watched that show. It's on YouTube, and he's terrible. He played the Green Manalishi, and Kirk Hammett sucks.
Yeah, look,
Well, I can tell you, I mean,
he's not as good as what's his name? Not well, I can't
the other
remember.
guy. Yeah,
The main guy.
yeah. I don't listen to that band at all, but he's not. He's
Nor do I.
now he's better than Paul Stanley, but Paul Stanley, you can't consider Kiss musicians anyway. It's just a business enterprise. Kiss is not a band of musicians. It's Gene Simmons has a business venture. That's all it is. Yeah.
Well, these days, yeah. Well, it basically was that from the start, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah,
outdo the New York Dolls was the idea. Yeah.
I mean, it's just nonsense.
It's garbage.
And there's a video. I've only seen a couple of videos of Kiss, and so I think I was talking to one of the YouTubers, and I said, "Okay, I'll take a look." So I looked for some Kiss videos, and I saw a concert video they did, and they played a song called "Black Diamond."
Yes, Black Diamond.
It's the stupidest fucking garbage shit imaginable. And these guys, I mean, literally 1 year of experience on an instrument, and you could play that song. Half a year. It's just garbage.
It's like Kirk when he joined, Metallica. Look, I'll tell you about Metallica, from what I can understand, because in Australia they got quite well known with Master of Puppets, and even my girlfriend at the time, who's my wife, she was into Master of Puppets, and they were all into Master of Puppets, and I think they blended these concepts of metal and folk classical ideas, and I think it was pretty cool what they were doing. But what's his name? I've got a mental blank. The main guy out of Metallica, not Lars.
I can't think of his name. Lars Ulrich is the drummer. And the other guy who sucks. And
James Hetfield. James Hetfield, right? Yeah. James Hetfield. Now, this guy he's a monster riffer. This guy's a monster riffer.
Right. Kirk, that's what everyone says.
Yeah, he is. He really is. He's the human riff, this guy. And him and Lars, I mean, they could do it as a two-piece. You know what I mean? They were they had that bassist who unfortunately passed away, and he was unfucking real. And that was their big period, was that sort of up until they lost the bassist. And like that's when they made that the Justice for All record. And
I don't know.
It was very well done. It was clever. They're very good together, those two. The other guys, Kirk Hammett, I mean, he was just like a solo guy. Look, just hire anyone, and that'll do, We'll just bring him in.
I mean, he's not that good. I mean, look, he's successful. He's got millions and millions, but you could put him against 1,000 other guys, and he's just nothing special.
But it was clever the way that, like, they didn't want someone else, like, because of the way the music was structured, like the riffage and the drums, the vocals, that you didn't really need a pure shredder in that band at that era. A lot of bands would have a shredder just all over everything. Where Kirk, he did have his intelligence. He he might not have been like the greatest player, but he was musical. And he put in the things. He did the harmonies. He created harmonies and things like this. And not my stuff, crappy, not my vibe. But right. I see the intelligence.
Okay, I'll go with this. I'll give him more credit than Paul Stanley. Okay, and I'll even put him ahead of John Cougar Mellencamp.
Paul Stanley's not that bad a guitar player either. He's come
on. It's just the most basic stuff.
Yeah. What about
guitar player. He's a guitar player like Joan Jett is a guitar player.
Joan Jett.
It's 3-4 chords. That's all it is.
It's all you need, though. It's only rock and roll, but I like it. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. But I mean, anybody can play that in 5 minutes. There's nothing to know. In fact, Joan Jett was listed on I think on the Rolling Stones list of 100 greatest guitarists, I think she was on that list, which is beyond belief because literally those songs are 3 or 4 chords, and she's not a guitarist, famous as a guitar player. And then the really great
She was in the Runaways. She was in a. She was a.
yeah,
There's a
but
band.
she's nothing guitar wise. Okay, she's a hit, a performer, but yeah. But really great musicians were never on that list, like Rory Gallagher and Robin Trower, and but they put what's her face, Joan Jett, on that list. It's just unbelievable, you know.
You can't. We can't.
Yeah,
You can't
I
do
don't
it. What about Gary Moore? Gary Moore.
Oh, one of the greatest of all.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Extraordinary, beyond belief. Yeah.
Oh, cool, cool. Yeah,
I
yeah,
wish,
I've got
but his sound to me, it was so thick, and I don't know what effects he used, but it was so loud and thick a sound, and he played so fast. You know, he did a tribute album to Peter Green. What was it called? Greenie or something like
Yeah.
that. And I thought that was some of his best playing ever because he slowed down and yeah. But
Well, that's what he did. He had a whole career, and then he went, "Ah, fuck this! I'll just play blues."
yeah.
And he still got the blues and got world famous, which is really interesting.
He's as good as anybody, and probably is.
Yeah, look, he's a monster Les Paul player, wasn't he? He just and then now it's owned by Kirk Hammett. So like,
it's just incredible. Yeah.
It's not. Yeah.
I mean, now to be considered a guitar player, to be famous, you have to be Lil Wayne or Nick Jonas. You know,
I don't even know who these people are.
I don't know who they are. Well, Lil Wayne is just some jerk who is a mega millionaire. And I'll tell you what, look
Does
up.
he have a grill? Does he have a grill?
Yeah. Just watch some videos. There's really funny videos of Lil Wayne, Nick Jonas, and Steven Seagal playing guitar. And it is the funniest.
Steven Seagal, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's got that massive guitar collection, yeah.
Yeah, now there's a video of Steve Seagal where he's in the backyard of his house, and he has like 20, 30 guitars in the backyard. And he's like maybe the number one biggest full of shit guy in Hollywood, okay? And he says to the interviewer, he says, the question, why do you have this collection of guitars? And he goes, well, I've played guitar since I was a kid, and I'm a real player. And so these are some of the instruments from some of my idols. I have an Albert King guitar, a B.B. King guitar. I have, George Harrison guitar. I mean, but when you watch videos of him playing, it's the worst fucking garbage. You can't imagine how bad it is.
Actually, it's a good question I've got. What's your favorite of the three Kings? Albert King, B.B. King,
Albert King,
and Freddie King.
One of my top 3-4 influences. And
he's fucking amazing. He's
I've studied him from the beginning, and his songs are just his playing on the early albums just way more of an influence on me than Freddie King or B.B. King. And
yes, I agree.
The very first time I heard Stevie Ray Vaughan, I said, "Oh, that's Albert King."
Yeah.
Then I found out that was his biggest, one of his top, maybe 1 or 2 top influences, and he even performed with him later on in some stuff. And but you gotta look up those Steven Seagal playing guitar videos.
Phil Lynot's getting Phil Lynott, like I'll just a little bit of Phil Lynott.
I'll send you those. Because I have them saved.
Send me some stuff. Send me some stuff. Phil Lynott. That's how I got onto. See, I'd never heard Thin Lizzy. I heard Gary Moore and Phil Lynott before I heard Thin Lizzy, which is
Thin Lizzy had in the mid 70s probably some unbelievable, just on the radio all the time, and they had 2 songs here that were just. I don't know how they got so much airplay. I don't want to say that the record companies paid off the radio stations. I don't want to say that, but
payola.
Yeah, I mean, but the song was "Boys Are Back in Town."
Yeah. Well, it's a classic, isn't it?
It was "Boys Are Back in Town" and Steve Miller Band bullshit, non-stop. like around what 75,
Well,
76, around
yeah,
there.
well, that Alive and Dangerous record, which I don't know very well, which I should know better.
Yeah.
There's a
Now-
lot of things,
Yeah, I'm
that's
not a-
regarded as the greatest live album ever made.
Which one?
Alive and Dangerous by Thin Lizzy. Yeah.
Oh, really? I
That's
don't know that.
in a lot of circles that's called the greatest live album ever made. I
Really?
should really
Okay.
do a deep dive on it.
Yeah. Snowy White was in Thin Lizzy for a while.
Was he really?
Oh yeah, there's videos of that
What?
on YouTube. Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, but I was never a Thin Lizzy fan really. But they have a song called Hollywood. Is that the name of the song? Or London, which is a pretty good song. But yeah, the boys are back in town. Just overplayed to death on the radio back then.
Yeah. It's just one of them songs that really, it's just era defining almost, isn't it? Era defining.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, Parisian Walkways with Phil Lynott. I just remember this dude. I remember at school, this dude, he said he was into this guy, Gary Moore. I was at school. It was 80, would have been 85 or 6 or something. And I listened to this guy and I was just like, there's so much heart and soul in this music. I was listening to the solo stuff with Phil Lynott, and they did a bunch of Don't Believe a Word. There's a whole bunch of Phil Lynott stuff with Gary Moore, and it had all this soul and heart in it. And I was like, wow. And then he shredded the shit out of the guitar and just so clean with his playing. Really, really. And it was really weird to get into that because his career, like Gary Moore's career was, he'd been sort of here and there, and he'd done a bunch of solo stuff. Wasn't that big. He'd been, did the Victims of the Future. It's one of his hard rock albums from the mid 80s. He was going down that road and being a hard rocker, and then then he's changed it up to the blues thing and got soulful. But he was always with Phil Lynott. Those two were a real duo. That was amazing. They were amazing. The two of them, just such a unique song to come out with. I think someone said that Gary Moore ripped off the melody from somewhere, but
I don't know that song.
Yeah, you don't know Parisian Walkways?
Oh, that one. Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Apparently it's ripped off, but I think it's a low blow, so I won't go down that road. There's someone in the chat might know more about that, but it's just such soul. Hey, we're dying here. We've got down to 29 watches. Holy shit! The Angelic Shitter Show. I'll turn on my shitter camera for a minute. I'm wearing this Vostok today. It's my Submariner. It's my Submariner crappy because it has a picture of a submarine on it.
There you go. Right.
Yeah. So see?
That's very good.
I've had this for years.
Right.
Yeah. I call it my subby.
Right.
My subby. I love this watch because, the interesting thing about the Vostok is that the design is that the further down you go, the more there's more compression on so it seals up the deeper the watch goes. It's an interesting design. I really love this classic UFO look of the Vostok. This is like an $80, $100 watch. They're not worth anything, but this watch, I love it. So
yeah.
I put it on.
Thin Lizzy in '76, they had their two big songs here, Jailbreak and Boys Are Back in Town. And those were on the radio just beyond belief, just all the time. And Steve Miller, of course, and whoever else.
Don't you love the Submarine?
This
one's an old one. This amphibia is 80s. So this is Cold Warrior. This one. That's what it's got, the red star. Yeah, it's Cold War one. So it's ticking away nicely. It's beautiful. I just love this design of the case. It's very brutalist. It's cool.
Hmm.
And they're cheap, but I'm wearing that today because I thought, yeah, I'm cheap. The Angelic shitter show. I should wear a shitter. Yeah, I feel stupid wearing a Rolex these days. I've tried to hand off my 1601, my date just to my second son. He doesn't want it.
Mhm.
He just doesn't like it. Doesn't
Right.
care. Yeah,
Well,
he'd rather have a
maybe he's not
Seiko.
a douchebag wannabe asshole, so he doesn't care about it.
That's
Doesn't
a
need to
good.
wear it.
Yeah,
this
you know.
this is a song by Thin Lizzy that's pretty good. It's called Chinatown, and that's a good song. I like that the best of all their stuff. I think that one.
Which one?
It's called Chinatown, and it's from. That's the name of the album too, from 1980.
Hey! We got a couple of super chats. Scrappy, one for you. Here we go.
Go ahead.
Ron the Shrink, $4.99 US. Crappy, will you crack open a Bud Light and enjoy a Lil Wayne album?
Bud Light. Oh Jesus, that company is dead. They've self-destructed. Unbelievable.
I've got a Pabst Blue Ribbon belt buckle. A fan sent me from America.
Yeah. Do you in Australia know the story? What's happened to Bud Light?
No. Tell
Oh
us.
my God. Their vice president of marketing, who's a woman they hired, they promoted to vice president of marketing for Bud Light. So she's the top person there. She decided that she made a video. It's on YouTube. It's the biggest story in the U.S. right now. And the other song is Hollywood. That's it. That's the one I like the best. Hollywood and then Chinatown. Those are really good. Okay. So she decided the brand needs revamping because sales are just in the toilet, and she's in charge of revitalizing Bud Light, the brand. So she came up with this imbecilic idea that instead of coordinating advertising for the base, the market, college kids, typical American guys, guys who go to football games, guys who, she thought that the new market for Bud Light would be, I got to delicately phrase this, transsexuals, transgenders, LGBTQ plus audience. So she hired as a spokesperson this guy who's all over the media here. This guy's name is Dylan Mulvaney. He's a thin, skinny, emaciated guy who's now says he's a woman. Okay. And they paid him $150,000 to be the spokesperson. And they put out a special edition of the beer cans with his face on it, or her face, whatever you want to call it. And the entire Bud Light audience has revolted and said, you gotta be shitting us, So people are nobody's buying it. Bars are no longer carrying it. Pub owners have spilled out all their Bud Light on the street, said, fuck this, Kid Rock did a video where
like burning the Beatles albums when John said that Beatles are big.
Yeah. So there's a video on YouTube.
Americans didn't like that, did they?
A lot of them didn't, I guess. Yeah.
They got John killed, didn't it?
It was a problem then, yeah.
No, but that was the reason John was shot by that fucking idiot, right?
Oh no, that's not the reason.
Come on.
You think so?
It started then, yeah. It started then.
No, that was 5 years later. That was 15 years later.
It was, but that's it. Yeah, it started then.
Yeah, so this video of Kid Rock on YouTube, he lines up a case of Bud Light, and he goes, "Fuck this brand," and he takes a shotgun and blasts the hell out of it,
Shit.
And the brand is going to die. It's just going to die completely. And she's
know your audience, I guess.
With her woke. It's hysterical.
Well, we're past woke, aren't we? Woke has moved on to it.
And Jack Daniels has joined up with this guy. Now Jack Daniels is now for the trans LGBTQ audience. That's who they're marketing to, and they're going to self-destruct. And Nike, they're going to self-destruct because these people are crazy who are supporting this in their advertising. It's just amazing.
We've got another super chat. AD never calling $9.99. You ain't no shitter, Angelic. Love hearing your take on things. You have so much to offer. Oh, look, it's everybody else has got so much to offer. If I could be a decent host, I'm working on it. That would be good. You know, it's to be a good host. I need to go back, and I used to watch a lot of Letterman when I was young. I loved Letterman. But I don't know how you guys feel about
Well, I liked
Letterman.
him in the beginning, then he became a major asshole. I stopped watching him. But in the beginning, the show was good.
Yeah, I loved Letterman. We used to watch it every night in Australia. In the very early 90s, I think it was. It would have been 92, 3, 4, yeah.
Well, I remember he was on in 1984. He was on also. I remember that because I specifically remember being in Houston, getting laid by this girl in Houston at a nice hotel, at a 5-star hotel, while David Letterman show was on TV. So that was 84. Okay, so
yeah, he was. I think we didn't get him until later in Australia. You know what I'm saying? You know how we're a decade behind, like a kid. Yeah. It took a while but then he came, and it sort of changed our lives in Australia. There was a few talk. You know, we'd had talk shows. We'd had very famous talk shows. Don Lane show in the 70s. I don't know if you've heard of Don Lane. No, very Graham Kennedy. We had Graham Kennedy. We had we had some good Australian talk shows hosts, but there was a certain point that those guys had moved on or retiring or something. Graham Kennedy had passed on, but David Letterman came on and he sort of set the tone. And then there was a bunch of other guys, Conan and Brian and.
I don't know his name, but I saw some video about Australian TV. This guy was an American, but a really big talk show host in Australia for like a couple decades. Does that ring a bell at all? Or?
Hang on, try that again. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, this guy had a talk show in Australia, very famous. A big talk show. He was actually an American who moved.
Don Lane.
Yeah, we never heard of him here, but I saw him on some video.
Yeah, it was an import. You know how, if you land at the airport and if you land at Melbourne Airport, get off the plane and set foot on Australian territory, you become an Australian. You just get handed a citizenship.
Oh, really? That easy? Okay.
That's how it was back in those days, yeah.
So I could fly into Melbourne, get off the plane, and start working at Hungry Jack's the next day. That's good.
Yeah, you probably could, Yeah.
Sounds
yeah.
good.
Okay. Yeah, look, we just accept talent from all, especially any American talent, especially in the 70s, was rare. I mean, we just didn't. We were very isolated. So these people are Don Lane.
There's a show I've seen clips on YouTube. I don't know the name of the show, on what channel it's on, and it's about the customs officers at the airports in Australia, and as people get off the airplanes and go through customs, they detect people carrying or smuggling drugs, plants, restricted subject material, and it's all about people who they catch at the airport when they're inspecting the luggage and the paperwork and all that.
Look, we don't mind people getting off the airplane and staying. We just don't want, diseases from other countries and shitty. We don't want our crops being decimated by new bugs that come here. They're very very strict on that sort of stuff. Oh, whose dogs? Johnny Depp's dogs. Remember that?
No,
that little dog. He had a little dog. He smuggled it into the country. I think he nearly got charged or something. His girlfriend was like,
"Oh, really?"
Yeah, they had this. They're just over a little dog. These little dogs cause a lot of trouble. In life. Yeah, they're troublesome things. The littler the dog, the more trouble the dog is. Because they're intelligent, like a Jack Russell. Like a Jack Russell Terrier. Or they're intelligent little dogs. I want I love the what's you call the sausage dog? The sausage Dachshund. Yeah. I love Dachshund. Love those little dogs.
There's 6 kinds of dachshund.
Is there really?
Yeah, there's a regular dachshund, whatever you call it, and then a mini dachshund, and then each one comes in 3 varieties: a curly-haired or wire-haired, long hair, and smooth coat. Yeah, And
Wow.
then, but the mini dachshund, one of the guys on YouTube has a mini dachshund. I forgot who it was. Really tiny. I saw one. Somebody was walking their dog. It's like the size of a mouse, maybe, or big mouse.
Yeah.
Just amazing.
So cute, so cute. There's a lot of little dogs around here, and there's little silky terriers, and there's dachshund. I call it doc. You say dachshund? What is it? I say.
Yeah.
What
We
do I
say-
say? Dachshund.
Here
Why
we
am I
say
saying-
dachshund.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure you're right. I wouldn't know.
What Higgins would say would sound different.
Yeah, Higgins would know.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Higgins for a couple of days. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know a dog there called an Australian Terrier?
Yes, a blue.
It's a
Blue Hill.
little looks like a Yorkie, but much tougher.
Yeah, Australian Silky Terrier. I think Australian Silky Terrier.
No, it's called an Australian Terrier. It's got a wiry coat, and it's not a popular dog, but I've seen them on dog websites, and I've never seen one in person. But I did one of those websites, find what dog is the perfect match, and that was always showing up as one of the best matches for me.
What about you? Blue Heeler, Red Heeler?
No, it's not that. It's
Do you know the Red Heeler and the Blue Heeler?
oh yeah. No, those dogs really need activity.
Ron the Shrink's got the avatar with the which one's that? It's the collie, border collie.
Border
Border
collie.
collie.
Yeah.
Border
You can't
collie.
keep that in an apartment.
No way,
That dog
no
needs to
way.
be out
He
running.
wants to run. He wants to run.
Exactly.
There's one up the street, and you just see him. He just takes off. It's like, holy God, this dog. He's been waiting all day to get outside. You know what I mean? The poor guy.
Yeah, Australian Shepherd is really popular in the U.S. I know lots of people. I've seen lots of those. They're really,
Wow.
really great.
What are they? Strange Shepherds. Strange Shepherd. I'll bring it up. Strange Shepherd. Let me have a look.
Okay, well let me bring up this picture here. Give me a second.
You bring up picture of a search. Strange Shepherd. Australian.
Maybe you call it something different there. I don't
We
know.
might call.
Yeah, here's
No,
Australian Terrier. Does this look familiar? Can you bring that up?
Yeah, it's what? Yeah, that's a.
Like the one in the top middle there.
Yeah, it's like a silky terrier type of
but
dog. Yeah.
the one on the left, I think that's a Silky Terrier, but top on the top left, top middle, that's the Australian, or the ones on the top, Australian Terrier. I've never seen one, but have you ever seen those in Australia?
Yeah, I've seen them everywhere.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, those one. Yeah, terriers. Well, whether it's a silky terrier, Australian terrier, I'm not so sure, but I've seen
Yeah,
plenty
here's a
of
good
terriers. The one I haven't seen is an Australian Shepherd. Now I've got it here. I'll bring it up. Just bear with me while I learn how to use this. Oh my God! Present as GMT would say. Present.
So the picture there, right there in the middle, that's a pretty good picture of an Australian Terrier. So
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that exact dog.
okay,
But it must be silky terriers I see a lot of.
and the one on the top right there, that's another picture of an Australian Terrier.
Yeah.
So
Gee,
anyway,
that one.
never saw them here.
Australian silky terrier. See? Australian silky. Maybe I know them as silky terriers.
Yeah,
anyway.
maybe. Okay.
Yeah. The one I haven't seen is this Australian Shepherd.
All right.
I haven't seen this dog.
Oh, those are really popular here. Beautiful dogs.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know why I haven't seen that dog. Must be because they must be. They must be a busy dog. You must be because they're a busy dog. What's it say here? Is an Australian Shepherd a good, very good with children and tend to get along with other pets?
They're out there working the sheep, but they're also a fantastic house pet dog.
Yeah. Interesting. It's funny how I don't really know them. Just looking at the chat here that's gotten going again. Look, I like the good night, Ron. Thank you for coming in the
What is
chat.
Ron saying here? He says China treats humans like interchangeable insects. Have fun with your social credit scores, fuckers. What's he referring to?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
We haven't got to social credit scores quite yet in Australia. We'll just keep digging shit out of the ground and selling it to whoever wants it at a high price. That's all we do here. It's a good system. We just dig up uranium and dig up gold. We just in Australia, you just you stub your toe on gold nuggets. If you you just walk up to Ballarat, go out in the Golden Triangle, because you know what's happened since the gold rush in Australia. No one's done any prospecting in the Golden Triangle except a few prospectors, leftover dudes for 100 years, and all the gold's risen. So they're literally bumping into gold out there. They're just walking around and just.
So what are you doing at home?
I don't know. I've no Ballarat's a shithole. It's cold. Oh,
right.
Fuck, it's cold.
Yeah, I saw a video about people who go looking for opal in Australia.
Yeah, opal's a big deal here.
Really interesting. Very, very difficult looking for it, digging it up.
Cooper Pedy, and biggest opal deposits in the world. We have a lot of stuff. We just dig up anything. We got it. It's all here.
You got a lot of dinosaurs buried there too. All over.
Yeah, we got a lot of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
We just don't do anything in Australia except dig shit up. We used to build cars and stuff. We don't do that anymore. We don't have to.
There was a car 20 or 25 years ago. There was a car sold here that was made in Australia. It was a Mitsubishi car called Diamante.
That would have been
what they called it in Australia, but it was made in Australia.
Wow. It must have been a factory, yeah. Yeah, we did have a Mitsubishi factory here, I think.
Yeah, and it was a big sedan kind of car. But
Toyota, we had Toyota, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know what else. There's a Holden, but I don't know what the hell a Holden is or was.
Holden was GMH, General Motors, which is which was an offshoot of your General Motors. It's just a parent company, smaller offshoot. Yeah, the Welcome Stranger. Yeah, the Welcome Stranger Nugget. Yeah, abalone. Abalone divers make a fortune here.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, abalone. You've got to get a license. It's very hard to get a license. It costs us a fortune. Get a license to go abalone diving, but big money. Yeah, GMH. We had Holden and Ford. We had GM versus Ford, and that's what the game was for about 40 years or whatever. And we had we have our famous race Bathurst. Have you ever heard of that? It's a race between, and it used to be a race between Holden and Ford. Basically, it started out as a endurance event to test cars around the mountain, and they test all these cars that were going on sale. So they were driving around in these cars that were just made for sale the next day. They weren't even racing cars; they're just normal cars. But it developed into a real, a sort of tribal thing here, where you'd have people that love Holden and people that love Ford. And unfortunately, we don't have any of that anymore now. We just got Mercedes-Benz and BMW, and we don't have these car manufacturers, which is kind of sad. We're proud.
Yeah, here's a picture. This is from Wikipedia. This picture here. Let me show this. And it says this was built by Mitsubishi in Adelaide.
Yeah, that sounds like
the
something.
90s
Yeah.
To 2005, around then. Let me see if you ever saw this picture. But it was never a big selling car here at all. But I remember it was peculiar because it was from Australia.
Let's have a look. We call that a Magna, Mitsubishi Magna. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's what
called Diamante. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They were very. They put Mitsubishi on the map, kind of. They were. Mitsubishi really was a small car company. Pretty much small cars that we would associate Mitsubishi with until this car came along.
Yeah, I never saw one ever on the road. I only saw it in the showroom. I never saw anyone driving one of these. But
probably only sold 4.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Man, it looks like a nice car, but.
Yeah, they were very popular. They were around for years. Look, LA Meth, he's just made a comment here. Good cars, he says. Cold AC and good power, 3.5 V6 auto. There you go. You know, in Australia, this is the problem with Australia. It's so big. It really is. It's you drive an hour out of town and you could, okay, maybe not now. It's Victoria's, it has a lot of towns now with a lot of people in them. A lot of people have moved into the towns, but when you want to traverse between states, it's a long way. And we've always needed, that's why the V8 was big here. And we like the V8 thing because you could cruise along the roads, you know, and they could do the kilometers, low RPM, chugging along in the V8 for years and years. And I don't know how electric guitars, I don't know about them either, but I don't know how electric cars are ever going to do that in Australia. I mean, you know, if you're driving up, you know, out in the bush, mate, and the thing runs out of charge, you know, you have to strap some solar panels onto the roof.
Yeah. Australia's population is 26 million, and Texas is 30 million, and Florida 22, California 40 million. So Texas by itself is 5 million more people than the entire continent of Australia.
Yeah, there's no one here still.
Pretty amazing.
Last of the V8 Interceptors.
Do you have, or did you ever have a Ute?
Yes.
Because I was talking to one of the other Australian guys, maybe Sirocco. It was plastic. I talked to him a month or two and I said, what exactly is a Ute? And he described it. It was so funny. He says, very high, very powerful engine. And people just they drive them into light poles and off the road because they can't control them. And it's usually a bogan of some sort that's driving a Ute. And they're so powerful, they just smash them into another car, or, you know. Does that make any sense at all? Or?
Yeah, look. It stands for utility.
Yeah.
So it was designed for farmers.
Mm-hmm.
They could chuck some hay bales in the back and they could, you know, feed the cattle or whatever.
But the engine very powerful.
Oh well, I'll get Australian engines are interesting. We started out with small sixes in the 50s and 60s, and then the big V8s came in. Now, the thing is with the Ute, because there's no weight in the back of it. There's just the front. Yeah, there's no weight in the back. So well, it's you know, and you had the cabin with the, you know, but it was essentially just a sedan with the front section, and then the rear sections turned into a tray back. And yes, they had big V8s in them. And yes, there was a time in Australia where they were very, very popular to have big V8s in and wrap around trees. Yes, because, you know, you go around the corner and there's no weight, and the car just, you know, you lose the rear end and wipe out. Yeah, you know. They were very, very popular, very, very popular. In fact, I had a Holden HT Ute when I was young, very, very young, with 3 on the tree. Do you know the tree? You know, 3 on the tree.
Don't know what that means.
It means that you get the gearbox. It's a manual gearbox, but you change with the stick on the actual the steering column. Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah.
So so you push it up for first gear, down into second. I don't know, how was it? It was, I can't even remember. I think it was down and whatever. I can't remember. I used to drive one around anyway. Look, here we go. So okay, so some Utes here. Look, we've got.
So let me. Here's a Holden something.
Now these are what plastic would mean as a bogan Ute, right? These are bogan. Yeah. Okay. These were the last iteration of an Australian Ute. Now that one there, that's a classic 75 HJ, which is updated HQ model. That's a classic Ute. Now that's what not so see in the word.
Well, that
bogan,
looks like actually like something you could use to pick up stuff and throw it in the back, and
yeah,
looks like a useful design. But some of these other ones are really bizarre looking.
Yeah, well, that one you're showing there, like if you go back to that one you were showing, that HJ, that's like the fancy version with, it's got the fancy wheels on it and a bit of color and all that stripe. But that was the basic Ute, and it would just be white usually, right? It'd just be any old white color with standard steel wheels on it, and That was a yes, and they had V8s and 6s in them, and you'd get around and some people did them up in the 70s, but it wasn't. Panel vans were more popular to do up into that bogan thing. But the word bogan in Australia didn't come into real circulation until the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Until then, we didn't have that word. It was really those ones are. See that. That's a Valiant there. That one there, that HR is a 60s Ute. That's an earlier one there.
Now, how
and
about
these
this,
ones,
the screen? Can you see the
yes,
screen
this
one?
that's a bogan car, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Look, I mean, look at it. It's the style to be sort of a racing car, and look at where the wheels and the wheel arches are. You can't load that up with a ton.
So the average, so the customer for that kind of vehicle is what, a 23-year-old drunk bogan?
Younger, probably 19. Yeah.
Oh, there you
The
go.
trade, we call them tradie, might chuck some tools in. But the thing with a Ute was you could chuck we had a thing called a 1-tonner. And a 1-tonner was, you could chuck a ton of stuff in the back. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, yeah, I could bring it up. Sorry. That's bogan. See, you can't put a ton of stuff in that. I mean, you'll be just scraping the tires away.
So
You'll be
plastic
would run flats.
So an 18-year-old plastic would be driving that.
Yeah, that's plastic. Yeah, even in that color, that is the perfect plastic car. That's how I picture plastic, and he just have his arm hanging out the window with that bluesy, going "fuck off, mate, you're a fucking loser, Archie." You bullying Archie.
Well, I don't picture Archie or Suckerhorn driving this kind of car.
Not Suckerhorn. No, he's not a bogan. Suckerhorn.
No. I don't even see Archie driving that, but Plastic or some of those other guys down there, I could see.
Plastic and Sirocco. Fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's Bogan City. Not so much Sirocco. Sirocco is a little bit more classier than Plastic, but Plastic. Fucking. This is why Archie has a problem with Plastic, because Plastic's a fucking bogan. And they're not. And bogans are fucking hard on anybody that's a little gentle or a little soft or a little this or a little that. Bogans are fucking. Yeah, mate. Give me another beer, mate. You fucking looked at me the wrong way. Oh, fucking kick your fucking ass. That's the bogan.
Well, that's what we think of Australians. That's what we think they're mostly like, except for Olivia Newton-John or somebody. That's that's the image we have.
TW says, love plastic. No, TW. See, TW, right? Then this is an interesting one. See, TW isn't a bogan. Now, what makes TW not a bogan? Although you'd swear TW's a bogan, and TW would represent himself as a bogan. He just sits there doing his TW shtick. But TW has a little bit. Pub rock was intellectual, and TW is a little bit more. See, Plastic would never know of the pub rock stuff as much because the pub rock bands in the 70s and 80s in Australia were kind of intellectual. There was an intellectual quality, especially like Radio Birdman, and there's these bands that were around that TW and whatnot. These guys worship now. It's pub rock, and it's manly man music, and it's sort of tough, and like fucking Angry Anderson. If you know Angry Anderson,
no.
Rose Tattoo.
No,
it's not a tough, but it's also like tough, but sort of a little bit of sensitivity there, right? There's a sensitivity in the toughness. It's I'm an Aussie, mate, but then I'll be singing Choir Girl, looking like a choir girl, crying like a refugee. Like there's a sensitivity there with pub rock, but Plastic probably just go, fuck that shit, mate.
Yeah. Can you bring up?
Give me some fucking silver chair.
Yeah. Can you bring up the next picture?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Oh, that's Plastic. Yeah.
Yeah. And green seems to be a popular color for those Utes.
Yeah, they were back in the day. That's these cars. That's got to be what 20. I don't know. Look, the brighter the color, the more the bogan is seen. This is. You see, it's like why do you think of Australians as bogans? Because they're loud.
Because that's what we see on TV here. These Australians screaming and yelling and drinking and fighting, and
Yeah,
and they
fighting.
wear mullets and drive these cars.
Road rage,
Road rage,
raging.
yeah, with a lot of road rage videos.
Yeah.
on
Doing
YouTube.
burnouts, mate. Doing
That's right.
burnouts.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
was a
it's
show
like-
on some channel here. It was called something like
Bogan.
Searching for Australia's #1 bogans. It was something like that. And it was on YouTube. And I watched it. And they finally went through the finalists. And they picked the winners. They were a couple. There was a guy and a girl from Adelaide. And from Tasmania, Hobart. And they brought that truck over to Australia, and they went to the competition in Sydney or wherever, and they were the winners, I think. And they were just drinking beer and vomiting on the whole trip, you know.
Yeah, that's plastic, pretty much. You see, no, well, plastic's not here. He can't defend himself by bullying me and beating the shit out of me in the change rooms, but that's what he would have done. If I had said things like that about plastic back in school, you know, it would have just kicked the shit out of me. I'd be lying on the ground, you know. Oh shit, you know. But see, plastic's an intelligent bogan. Now that's another distinction. We've got the fucking moron bogan, which is pretty much every bogan,
right?
But then you've got the bogan that transitions, the transitioning bogan, and that's that's plastic.
What is a tranny bogan?
Well, a transitioning bogan means that this bogan, he's been a tradie perhaps, and then oh, you mean I start a building company? Oh, right. Oh, and then I can build houses and have a margin of 40% on anything I do. Oh shit, I got rich, and oh, look at my green fucking ute. And then see, after they've had the green ute, where do you go from there? Where do you go?
You go down. I don't know.
No, you got to go up. You got to go up. So they found out the bogan, the intelligent transitioning bogan, found out about Mercedes-Benz through Archie or BMW or something, or Audi, for fuck's sake. I mean, fuck. Audi is now the bogan car for the transitioning bogan. I'm an intelligent bogan.
Really?
I made a lot of money building shit.
So what is the watch for a bogan guy? You know, totally drunk, driving a ute, smashing into light balls, vomiting all over the street. What's the right watch?
Bluesy.
A bluesy, right. Listening to AC/DC Hell's Bells at maximum volume.
See, Arch doesn't even realize he's wearing the bogan watch. He loves it. He loves it. It's the bluesy because it's blue. Oh, fuck, man, it's blue. Look at the blue. It's fucking blue. Mate, look at me blue watch, mate. No, that's not G-Shocks. That's just for fucking any kid. We're talking about the transitioning bogan, the bogan that made it. What's the bogan going to do? If he had a bright green ute, he's going to need a bright watch. So it's going to be a bluesy or a Hulk or something like that. Any sub in the storm.
What is I know a lot of Australian slang, but I don't really know. What is a derro?
A derro is it's an old word from the it's from around World War II, actually. It's someone that's drunk. In the streets.
Okay. What is a yobbo?
A yobbo is a drunk that's being not necessarily violent, but being stupid. Say running around.
So you have fine definitions of the levels of drunks.
Yeah.
Yobbo and a derro. They're different than a drunk. They're all different.
Well, you know, look, I'll tell you something, right? Drinking in Australia, you are a man up until probably the 19, or probably up until, probably today still. It depends how much you can drink in Australia. The more you can drink, the more manly you are. Yeah, right. So I'll just bring up something here. So the idea being that the more you can drink, the tougher, cooler. You can handle it. You know, you can handle it. You can handle anything. And Australian pubs outside are covered in tiles. You know, like tiles, like from a bathroom.
Yeah, right.
Now, all the Melbourne pubs are, because the idea was that you got to get as much beer down you before closing time.
Wow.
So you drink, and it'll be like barkeeper call. All right, we're closing time, guys. 6 o'clock closing, whatever the law was. Right. Everyone had sculled down as much beer as they could, and some obviously would go out and then just throw it straight up. And that's why there's tiles on the front of all the pubs in Melbourne, so they could just wash off the chuck and the spew and the vomit. They could wash it away. Wow. So there's a lot. The drinking culture in Australia is enormous.
Let me ask you some of these words. Tell me if this is really Australian slang.
Yeah, sure.
Drongo.
Yeah, drongo.
So what is a drongo?
A bit of dullard, you know. I mean, I love Mike the Snake, you know. A bit of a drongo. It's not Mike. Mike's too smart for that. But if Mike if Mike was stupid, yeah, man, a bit of a drongo, you know.
Okay. How about mozzie?
A mozzie, mosquito.
Mosquito. So people they really call. Why do people call in Australia? They have nicknames for these words, like an ambulance is an ambo, mosquitoes a mozzie, utility vehicles a ute. And
it's too hard to speak. It's too hot to say long words.
And guys who are named Gary, they're called Gaza.
Gaza, man. Yeah, man. Gazzy. Garrett Gaza. Yeah.
How about skull?
Skull.
What does that mean?
That means drink quickly. Drink
a beer
skull
quickly.
Yeah, drink it as quick as you can drink it. Skull. Yeah.
Snag.
Sausage,
right. Wow, amazing.
Also, you can snag your fishing line in the trees.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Stuffed.
When you're tired.
Right, yeah. Struth.
Struth. Oh, that's a vaguer one. Struth is just, I don't know.
It's like being surprised or something.
Yes, surprise. It's an exclamation. It's more of an exclamation, isn't it?
Here's another one of those words. Smoko.
Yeah, mate. Smoko. I need smoko now, actually.
Well, yeah, mate.
To have a cigarette break.
A cigarette break. Gonna have a smoko.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Do you like these words?
Yeah, these are amazing because it has nothing to do with American English at all.
No. Or English. No.
Yeah.
But we have our own language.
Yeah. How about a tinny?
Tinny, yeah. Beer cans came in tin back in the day.
Sunnies.
Yeah, sunglasses. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Okay, I'll do one more. Let's see here. I'm looking on this list now that
Macca's, mate. Macca's.
Macca's. Let me see what it says here.
Durry,
McDonald's.
Durry.
That's McDonald's.
Yeah.
Okay, how about piece of piss?
Piece of piss, mate.
So what does that mean?
Should be apples.
So what's a piece of piss mean?
Piece of piss, easy.
Easy. Amazing.
Should be.
So would a kid say that test was a piece of piss? Or how would you use that in a sentence?
A kid wouldn't say it. No, we didn't. No, a kid wouldn't say it. It's more to do with hard labor. It's more to do with hard labor, like lifting. Can
you bring those lumber pieces to over here? Yeah, piece of piss, man. No problem.
Yeah. Exactly. It's to do with. See, while I decry our drinking culture and take the piss out of it, see, there's another one. Taking the piss. We do pride ourselves on being able to, because it's a nation. We've had to build a nation, so there's been a lot of builders, there's been a lot of work to be done to build the country, and it's been a piece of piss, mate. not really, but yeah,
Right now,
yeah,
Mr. TW says, "Skull, drink your pot in one go."
yep.
That's what. All right. Well, amazing.
Or schooner if you're up north, but down
Schooner.
south, we don't have schooners in. Oh, do we have a schooner? I see. I don't drink beer anymore.
And what does this mean? Bogans don't use whippersnippers, says Methwich. I have no
Bogans
idea what
don't.
that means. Bogans don't use whippersnippers.
Um.
I have no idea.
Well, maybe I'm not sure of that.
Yeah.
Do you know what a whippersnipper is? Obviously.
No idea.
Oh, it's a line trimmer. You know, like the.
Oh,
You know what
okay.
a line?
Yeah.
We call them because the original was called the first one sold in Australia was called a whippersnipper. That was
Okay.
marketed. That
Got
was
it.
its marketing.
All right.
Yeah.
So Thomas says, if you knock something out of the park, it's a piece of piss, mate.
So that's knocking something out of the park. That's American, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So he's very clever, isn't
Oh,
he?
I got
Thomas?
it. I see. Yeah, yeah.
Ah, he's very clever. Yes, very clever, Thomas.
All right. So
I'll
at what
do that.
age do Australian kids start calling each other mate?
Shit.
Like as young as first grade in school, or hey, mate, or is it?
You know what? Well, I really don't know. I don't think my kids don't use that word much.
Mm.
No, not at all. In fact, so they never did. But, yeah, it's a strange one, mate. A lot of women use mate now, in Australia, which is kind of cool. Yeah, TW would say kindergarten. Yeah, I suppose they probably did. Yeah.
What do Aussie guys call prostitutes or streetwalkers?
I don't know. Hooker?
Is there a name for that? Or?
No, not really. I'd say a
No?
hooker or
Right.
something like that. Hooker
Yeah.
or
But
prostitute.
Archie and his Nana Plaza adventures would always refer to it as street meat.
Oh, that's harsh. It's ugly.
But that's
isn't
pretty
it?
vicious.
That's vicious.
Yeah.
It's very vinyl. That's very vinyl.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's vicious and vinyl.
Do you remember? Do you know where the word vinyl, where Archie do you remember the video where Archie invented the word vinyl?
He didn't invent it. He didn't invent it.
Oh, he didn't.
Nah. A lot of the Archieisms come from Rodney Rood.
I have no idea who that is. Okay.
Well,
okay. In terms of Americans watching the word, where he got a watch. He went to Audemars Piguet or Patek Service Center, and he bought something, and they gave him as a nice gift a watch pouch, like a traveling little pouch for a watch.
And it was vinyl, yeah.
Yeah, and so he opened it up on the show. This is like 10 years ago or something. And he goes, "Oh, look at this, an Audemars Piguet." And I don't remember the brand. He goes, "Oh, an Audemars Piguet pocket watch traveling thing. Oh, this is terrific." And then he's looking at it, and then he sniffs it, of course, And he goes, "Wait a minute, what is this shit?" He goes, "This isn't leather. This is fucking vinyl." So he goes off on. You have a $40,000 AP watch, and they give you a vinyl travel case. So ever since then, he introduced vinyl into his vocabulary on the videos. I didn't know it was used before that, but
yeah, well, it comes from the days those cars you were looking at before, those earlier Utes and those earlier Holdens.
Yeah.
They all had vinyl seats, not leather.
Yeah, right.
So us kids would get in the back in the summer, and we'd stick to the
that's right.
And it was like, oh shit, and leather interiors really didn't come into play much in Australia. Look, BMW did them, European cars, Mercedes did a bit of leather, but it was vinyl in the 70s, with a bench seat, mate, bench seat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where the phrase "vicious and vinyl" came from that video. Lux Report might even remember that. He might even have that video, possibly.
Cool.
I don't know.
It's a good one because it is obscure. It is obscure.
Nasty
I might be
vinyl
wrong.
Vicious, that was it.
Yeah, vinyl. I'm not sure if it was Rodney Rood, but it's been in the lexicon.
Mm-hmm.
Vinyl. Yeah,
Yeah, we
because
never use that here. We just vinyl means vinyl seats. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, it just meant because it's so hot here, we equated vinyl with absolute garbage. Because get in the car, kids, and you'd have to try and get in this car,
Right.
and it was literally burning you.
That's right.
And the parents be going, "Hurry up, you fucking get in the fucking car!" But it's Dad, and you know, and they were all drunk. The parents in the 70s, and there was no seatbelts, of course, and you'd fit as many people in the car as you could.
Right.
And the driver would be off his face, drunk.
So say back in the 70s, 80s, the Bogans get into their ute. It's on vinyl seats, and they're all drunk as hell, and they smash into the first light pole that they find.
Well, you see the Bogans. See, I might decry the Bogan, but what the Bogan did is he got the ute, he took out the bench seat, and he put in bucket seats. Bucket seats.
Right, it's an upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah. Mate, look what I got some bucket seats from the wrecker.
So in high school there, in your typical high school, like Oxley State High or whatever, are kids at that age, are they already full-blown drinking beer drinkers, or does it take a little later than high school?
High school's where the drinking starts, usually around 14, 15, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is Foster's beer considered just shit to Australians?
It is now, yeah, it is now. Back in the 80s, it was enormous, obviously. Because
that was marketed here very heavily back, I guess, the 80s or 90s.
Yeah, the 80s, it was... see, Foster's Brewing, they make Carlton Draft, which is the standard pub on tap beer, right? And there's Carlton Draft, they had Victoria Bitter, Melbourne Bitter, and they had Carlton Draft, Victoria Bitter. Oh, Foster's. Foster's.
Foster's an Australian guy I knew in Japan told me, who was Australian, he said that his regular beer was Cooper's Ale. You ever hear of that?
Yeah, Cooper Sparkling Ale is a great beer. It was it got it's an Adelaide beer. It got popular. See, we have different beers in different states. Up in Archie's town, it used to be 4X up in Brisbane, and Adelaide was Cooper's, and Melbourne we had the Foster's Brewing Company. Actually Melbourne Bitter is really good. If you ever get a Melbourne Bitter, it's a great beer.
The only beer I think that's here from Australia, I don't even know if Foster's is marketed here, but that's the only Australian beer that I'm aware of that's ever been sold here.
The blue one, Foster's Lager.
Foster's, yeah. It came in a big can also, bigger than usual.
Yeah, Foster's Lager. Look, it's piss. We call that piss.
Piss, there you go.
Yeah, it's because it's light. It's light in taste. It's light in taste. See, you got the lager, the Foster's Lager was lighter. Then you had in the taste and the color and the feel and weight of it, the drink. You got Carlton Draft, which is a draft, which is a all round beer. Then you've got sort of a Melbourne Bitter, which is a little bit more of a bitter. And Melbourne's the best one.
Yeah, in fact, I think Paul Hogan did the TV commercials for Foster.
He did.
And that's how he first became popular here, from the commercials. Yeah, that's
before
probably
Crocodile.
80s. Yeah.
Before the Crocodile thing.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. We call it.
We didn't know if it was a good beer or just shit, but there was this funny Australian guy selling it, so everybody bought it.
Look, a lot of people drink Foster's Lager back in the day. I don't know. These days, everybody's into craft beers and all these micro brands and all this sort of stuff. Carlton Draft is still a stock beer that you can get at any pub. And I'd be happy with a Carlton Draft if I went to have a drink. I haven't had a beer for years, but if I went to have a drink, the one that Sirocco drinks became popular in the 90s. I remember myself drinking that one. What was it called? What's the one he drinks? It's an import. Yeah, we had our own beers, and then the imports came in and sort of changed the culture a little bit.
Methwich says Carlton Draft is his favorite.
Yeah, it's a good beer. It's fine. It's fine. There's nothing wrong
Yeah.
with it at all. It's great. You can't. That's the one on tap. So you go to a pub and you ask for a beer.
Right.
It'll be a draft. Maybe I'm wrong now, but if you just say, "Can I have a beer, mate?" I think the publican will pull you away.
When guys go out to a pub on a Saturday night just to get drunk and shit, are there lots of girls there who are just waiting to be picked up? That hang around.
I really don't know because I haven't been out to do that since I was. I can't even remember,
Right.
But yeah. Look, you mean a pub or a club? I mean, I don't know if the girls are.
I mean, everyone's drinking and just waiting to pick somebody up and
Oh,
go in the
yeah.
parking lot,
Well, that's how drinking culture worked. Yeah,
right.
the girls used to drink Tropicana, and these things came into the culture. These drinks, the wine cooler, the wine, these, the light, with mixed with the fruity stuff, and those coolers became very popular in the night. Stella. Is Stella boutique? Did you hear Mr. TW's? Stella Artois, give me a Stella. It's a bogan beer.
Stella Artois. Yeah. That's sold here.
Yeah. Look, it started out as, what's this, Stella? Oh, but now I think it's pretty much associated. It's just a bogan beer.
So, what's the cheapest shit beer you could buy in your hometown there? I mean,
I don't know. Probably something from
worst fucking crap.
Probably something from Aldi.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Probably some weird beer you can go buy. Cheapest Australian beer, or the most bait would probably be just a Foster's still, wouldn't it? Yeah.
That's really shit. Yeah.
We don't change. It's not shit. It's just piss. It's piss, mate.
It's just piss. Okay. Yeah. It's like Bud Light, probably.
Yeah. It's like, our most famous prime minister held the drinking record from Australia to England.
Say that again? What was that? Say that again.
Bob Hawke, one of our most famous prime ministers, was famous for his drinking, complete alcoholic. He held the record for the amount of beer drunk on the flight from England from Australia to England.
And when he was found to be drunk as hell, did he apologize or he just said, fuck it?
No, he didn't fuck up. He was, see, the thing about this is the thing is we go deeper. We don't have the bogans that today drink and fuck up. That wasn't how it was in those days. No. These guys could drink and they didn't fuck up. They were drunk and they were just, you wouldn't know it. Right. Hawke was amazing drinker and fucking so intelligent. The guy's a Rhodes Scholar, a Rhodes Scholar. Very, very fucking intelligent guy, union guy, came up through the ranks, took over the union, was educated very highly educated, and could drink. But you would never have thought he was drunk, and you would never have known when he was drunk. And that's how it was. These guys.
So that's when men were real men.
When dinosaurs ruled the earth.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, these guys was. They were fucking machines.
Right.
I mean, I think TW is probably a machine like that. I reckon TW could have slammed.
Like Archie is a buffet eating machine. He was he was a beer drinking machine.
Look, I reckon if I took TW back to 1986 and TW was in a pub, he could drink all day and night and just walk home completely. I don't know how. He got sober before he became PM. I guess he did. Sort of. I don't know. TW drank a few beers in your time, I'm sure. Yeah.
There's some videos I saw. I got to send this to you. There's just drunk guys being filmed, and there's a guy. These guys are driving by in their car, and they see some Aussie guy just standing on the sidewalk, bent all the way over, and he's just standing there frozen. He can't move, and so they start talking to him, and then he starts wavering back and forth and back and forth, and then he collapses. Oh, it's hysterical. It doesn't sound right, but you'll see it. It's funny as hell.
Yeah, look, there's because it's so hot. That's why people could drink. You know, that's why men could drink. You know, you sweat it out. You
Yeah.
sweat it out as fast as you can put it down. You know, even now, and I was never a big drinker, but if someone handed me a beer now, I'd just bang it down. Because beer's a good drink when you're hot. You know,
Sure.
It's fantastic. Almost better. It's better than water, really.
Well, there's a difference though between 1 or 2 beers and 10 or 20 beers in the same night.
Oh, yeah. Well, 30 or 40. I think
30.
20 is like, yeah.
Amazing.
20 is like pretty light night, mate.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, they could drink. I mean, they could really drink. I'll give you, and my parents were drinkers, and I used to, Remy Martin.
Sure.
They have like bags of the caps. They drink a bottle a night plus a cask of wine.
That's like 2 gallons of beer. If you put it in a gallon jug, that's unbelievable. How do you drink that?
They just be drinking that cask and then just polishing off a bottle of Remy.
Right. Amazing.
No problems. And then my father, he found out about Stollies, mate. Stollies. Right. And he could drink. He used to say to me, I love Stollies. You can't tell. I could drink it all day. And my mother always said he was a fucking lunatic when he drank vodka. He was a fucking lunatic when he drank vodka. But, he'd drive home in the car.
Unbelievable.
And he'd drive home and park the car and pretty much fall out of the car. Just open the door and fall out. And he'd go, how the fuck did you just manage to get home? How did you do that? Look, those guys they were a wild generation. G'day, mate.
Now, how far you're near what big city?
I'm in Melbourne.
Oh, you're in Melbourne. Okay. How far would you have to drive to see to go to actual or Aboriginal area where they live, the Aboriginal lifestyle? How many hours away would that be?
What you talking about?
I mean, not Aboriginals living in the suburbs of Melbourne, but completely on their own out.
Yeah. Out into the Northern Territory.
So that's very, very far. Yeah.
A long way away. Yeah.
Yeah. Are they known for having alcohol problems?
Yeah, it's very sad in the communities. Look, it's probably better to ask GMT about that because he was talking about that the other night because it's very sad.
Mm-hmm.
We have such issues here with the Indigenous people, with the First Nations people.
Mm-hmm.
It's very sad. And we have issues with paint sniffing with kids.
Paint sniffing? Holy shit.
Paint sniffing. The aerosol.
Sure.
Paint. Yeah.
Wow.
We have issues with the drug culture. It's bad. It's bad.
Wow.
Drugs, alcohol. Alcohol isn't ever regarded as bad in Australia because it's just part of the culture. But the drugs, the new drugs, combined with alcohol, it's a little wild. It can be a little crazy.
Wow.
It can be,
It's like glue sniffing from the 60s.
Yeah, petrol sniffing.
Or before then. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Are there petrol sniffers?
Yeah. Yes.
You mean they go to a gas station and just sniff the gasoline?
I think in a bag. You put it a little bit in a bag. I'm not sure. Someone might know better. In a plastic bag. Yeah.
That causes brain damage.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. It's a sad part of our culture. Yeah. Damn.
Wow. Are you going to the beach kind of guy?
Yes, I am.
When you go to the beach, how often? Let's say you go 100 times. What percent of the times would you see blue bottles all over the beach, or stonefish, or have have a warning? Don't go swimming. There's what are those giant jellyfish things? Portuguese man of wars out there. Don't go swimming. There's a shark alert. Don't go swimming. How often would you
Oh,
have to
okay.
encounter?
Well, in Victoria, we don't have any of that blue ring octopuses and all that sort of jellyfish
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
We don't have any of that. But what we do have is great white sharks. Yeah, we have
Uh-huh.
them. They like the cold water, and they're big and they're always out there. So every time you go in the water, you're pretty guaranteed there's maybe not a great white cruising by, but there'll be some sort of hammerhead or some sort of other shark. We have a lot of
Yes.
sharks.
So do
In
people go
Victoria.
swimming there? Or?
You go swimming, you
Even
go
though there might be
swimming.
shark alerts.
Even there might be, well, most of the beaches are unpatrolled. So
Uh-huh.
you're not going to get an alert. You just,
Ah.
oh, yeah, I'll just go swimming, mate. Yeah, mate. And that's in Western Australia, it's particularly bad because they have very isolated beaches,
Right.
surf beaches that are incredible beaches that aren't patrolled. And people get taken. Yeah, they do, from sharks. Up north, Sydney, up in Sydney and particularly in Queensland, they have all the jellyfish and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah,
they can't.
Archie did a video way back. He went to Queensland Beach, or whatever it's called.
Surfers paradise, mate. Surfers.
Yeah, and there were blue bottles all over the sand there. And
Yeah.
it was very funny because I'd never heard of what the fuck is a blue bottle, and he was talking all about them and stuff, and he was calling them little fuckers, and you got to be careful of these guys. But I don't know how you go to the beach there. It's just so dangerous. It's unbelievable.
Oh, what was?
Did you ever see a stonefish?
No, I haven't. No, that's another fish that's not really down here in Victoria.
Okay. Yeah, because they bury themselves under the sand right by the water, and if you step on it, you're dead, basically.
Yeah.
It's got a thing that sticks up, which you can't remove because it's, what do you call it, ridged or forgot. So you can't really yank it out, but the poison goes into you right away, and within 20 minutes you're basically passed out.
Yeah, they have. Look, there's a lot of hurty things in Australia. There's truth in that. But the beach in Victoria, look, I'm not really knowledgeable about beaches up north, but in Victoria, they're pretty good. Look, there's always. I mean, I'm sure if you go Newport Rhode Island Newport Rhode Island and jump in the water, there's a shark out there.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, there's sharks in the water because that's where they live.
Right.
Yeah, they don't live on land. They're in the water, so they're going to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going anywhere.
Well, Australia is just when you think of sharks, you think of Australia. At least we do.
I guess we have big sharks. I guess we have these big.
Also, because you call them sharks, not sharks. So
sharks.
Yeah, so it sounds good. Yeah.
What was it? Where was it? Where was Jaws filmed? Where was that filmed? Cape Cod? No.
That was filmed. Well, besides at the studio, it was filmed. I don't remember, Massachusetts or off of Long Island, New York, or somewhere around there. I can't remember.
Yeah. So there's sharks. We have the big ones. It's a big ocean. You can get it. The bigger the ocean, the bigger the shark. Really. I mean, there's a lot of room to grow. You can just keep eating and eating and eating. Sure. Sharks can't stop moving or else they die.
That's right.
Yeah, like Archie, you just got to keep going. You got to go.
That's why Archie can't stop at the buffet. He just keeps.
That's
going.
right. You just got to keep eating.
If he stops eating at the buffet, then he just collapses.
That's right.
The only way he can keep moving is keep eating.
That's right. If you don't eat, you don't shit, you die.
Right.
Wow. Oh dear. We have crocodiles, of course, and
Right.
yeah, but you don't
What's the
see. We don't
largest?
hear.
What's the largest lizard walking around in Australia? Is that a goanna or is there something bigger? Because I saw a video once and the thing was absolutely huge, but I don't know if that was a goanna or something even bigger than that.
I don't know. The largest lizard. I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Yeah.
I only know little lizards,
Yeah, I mean, it
skinks.
looked like a dinosaur kind of thing.
We've got blue tongue lizard. Do you know the blue tongue?
No.
Blue tongue lizard's cool because he's got a blue tongue. He's also cool because he don't like snakes. He don't like snakes. So if you see a blue tongue lizard, you know there's no snake around.
Mm-hmm.
So where there's blue tongue lizards, there's no snakes. Because they steer away from me from snakes.
I've seen videos of a frilled lizard, and frilled lizards are really cute, and they're like that animal in Jurassic Park, the one that attacks.
The frilly one, frill neck.
Yeah,
frill neck lizard. Yeah, that's a classic lizard. We don't have them in Victoria. TW says he surfed the southwest coast of Victoria for 10 years, never saw a shark. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can never see them. I mean, I've been down the beach since I was a little kid, going down there every summer, and I've never seen a shark. I might have seen one once, but I can't be so sure. But it's not what's going to kill you when you get in the water in Australia. It's the rip. It's the rip or the undertow or something. Yeah, so many people drown every year because they just don't understand they just jump in the water, because what we have is, anywhere in the world, you have a bay beach and then you have an ocean beach. The bay is protected. You don't get the currents and but the ocean beach has undertows and it has the rip. And a lot of people just don't think they need to know what they're doing. They just can jump in the water and then they find themselves in trouble. Well, it's a strange one, isn't it?
Yeah, I just looked up. It's a monitor lizard, a goanna. That's
the monitor lizard.
Yeah. So I'm going to send you a video. It's hysterical.
Cool. Yeah, what's this? LA Meth says we get crocodiles at beaches in far north Queensland. That's the thing. Australia's so big. Like where I live, it's like England. It's like it's green. There's a lot of English influence from the 19th century, whatever. But it's green and you've got your gum trees, but you've also got the English trees and all that. It's Victoria. But the further north you go, the more it turns into tropical, and it's a big country. It's very different from where I am here in Melbourne to Queensland. Like I said to Arch yesterday, I said something stupid. I said, "Oh, do you ever wear a sports jacket?" And he just sort of laughed. And no, it's too hot. That's why he's always in the shorts and the the shorts. It's just too hot, and it's also the humidity. The humidity. The further you go north, you have that humidity. In Victoria, the weather's it's cold. It's like England.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. In summer, you get a few hot days. You might get a few scorches even, but overall, it's cold. It's a cooler climate. Yeah.
Sounds good. Methwitch. Yeah, box jellyfish. That's the word the name I was thinking of. Yeah.
Dingoes. Yeah, dingoes. We have foxes around here. Dingoes do eat babies. Yeah. There was one taken, I think, a few years ago, actually.
What does Methwitch mean? He says here, eat true kanju.
Don't know. I know what he means, underwear only. I know what that means. That we just sit around in our undies in the heat.
Really?
Yeah. In our jocks.
Suffer
in your jocks, mate. It's another one. Suffering your jocks.
Yeah, he says box jellyfish took out some people yesterday. That's what he just wrote there.
Oh, really?
Amazing.
34. See, 34's a nice temperature. It'd be quite warm, but it's the humidity that changes things, I think, up there.
Oh, irukandji is a jellyfish. Okay.
Irukandji. Irukandji's a jellyfish. Yeah. Like, yeah. There's.
Do you have tasty cheese in your kitchen right now?
Oh yeah.
Sirocco told me all about tasty cheese.
Oh yeah.
And plastic. When I was talking to him, he had tasty cheese in his fridge. And evidently everyone has tasty cheese in Australia.
Yep, we do. We are addicted to it. We all grow up eating cheese on toast, toasties. We all you can eat cheese on toast, and you can put a little bit of onion on it or a little bit of bacon or whatever, and make your cheese on toast a little special. But we grow up eating mountains of tasty cheese. It's what we eat.
Right.
It's so much that when I started my serious dieting, like starvation diet, I was craving tasty cheese on toast. Yeah, so it's a big deal here.
Do you add Vegemite or no?
Personally, I don't eat Vegemite or any of those things anymore. I never really did, but when I was young, it was around. I mean, it was always some Vegemite in the cupboard, but I wasn't that big a fan of it. I found it too salty.
Yeah. Do you drink Milo?
Yes, I haven't for 40 years, or 30 years or 40 years or whatever. But I grew up every morning having a Milo.
Wow. Yeah. When I was in Australia, one of the Australian, this couple, guy and woman who were working at the same company as me, I went over to their apartment, and in the corner of their living room, they had these giant green cans all stacked up. So I said, what the hell are those? Paint cans? And he goes, no, man, it's Milo. I said, what the hell is it? He goes, oh, it's a chocolate drink kind of thing. And it was so important. They had like 10 cans, large, like paint size cans all stacked up.
Now, I've got to say, that sounds odd. Come on.
Well, they had like 5 or 6, really. I mean, they were.
That we do drink Milo. My daughter's addicted to Milo, but we have a few. We have Nestle Quick.
Yeah, Nestle's Quick. Yeah.
Yeah, we have Milo. We had one in the 70s and 80s called Activite, and that was a weird one. It had a weird taste to it, but it was meant to be healthy. Activite. Anyone remember Activite out there?
Nestle's Quick is just chocolate flavored sugar powder.
Look, that's so sugary. That's just like,
it's just chocolate powder with sugar mixed in with milk. That's all it is.
Yeah, we have drinking chocolate. We have Cadbury drinking chocolate, which is good. Have you had that one?
I know what it is, but I've never had that.
Yeah, that's worth having. It's can be nice. Drinking chocolate, which is a powdered chocolate in a little box. I haven't drunk that for years either. We used to drink. You just put the Milo in. There's a few ways to make a Milo. Usually, the quick way is you put your Milo in, you just put the hot water, boiling water in, you stir it, add a little bit of milk, right? Then there's the one where, when we were kids, you'd put the milk in a pan on the stove. You'd heat the milk until there was the film came on, and then you'd just drink. And then you'd put that in. You'd have a full blown hot milk Milo. Yeah, that is good. Yeah, they were really good. I haven't had that for a very long time. Yeah. Dang.
A lot of Australians in the comments section, but nobody's hopping on the show.
Yeah, they hate me. Come on.
I don't know why that is. I mean,
I'm boring. Everybody, most people have left.
Well, they're all active in the comments, but they don't hop on, even though they're all Aussies.
Aussies hate other Aussies. We're bored of each other. Yeah. We're always looking out. We always want to make it, we want to make it after all. We're not happy. We have cultural cringe. We're not successful until we've made it in America, mate, or made it in England, or, we sort of hate each other. Fuck, I'm getting out of here. The amount of people I grew up with, like, oh yeah, you know, they'd say, oh, you know, as soon as I can, I'm going to Europe, you know, or oh, I've got my other citizenship. Yeah, Archie's actually got two citizens. Yeah, Archie's got a
Yeah, right.
British.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he doesn't even. Yeah, tall poppy syndrome. We have.
Yeah.
But
when I
Archie.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, go on.
When I was about 15, I don't know, around 15, we got hold of I don't remember details at all, but one of the guys had a Playboy magazine. Okay, so we were looking at it, and the featured story in that issue was the girls of Australia. Okay, this is a true story. So we're flipping through the pages, looking, you know, for the girls of Australia photo section, and they had photos of some incredible, beautiful women on the beaches in bikinis, and some of them were like Eurasian, so like they were, you know, mixed of Japanese or Chinese with Caucasian, but they're Australians. Okay,
Yeah.
and I saw that and I go, holy shit, it's unbelievable. You know,
Yeah.
that was my impression of Australia. These incredible Eurasian, beautiful women on the beaches in bikinis, and
yeah, well, that wouldn't be wrong.
yeah.
I mean, that's. I mean, I remember when I was young, Rachel. Oh my God, we were living in a share house. I had a band. I was living with my wife to be.
Hmm.
And we're living in a share house with these other dudes who had the band going. And one of the girls that was living there, her sister came, Rachel. Oh, fuck. And she was Thai, an Australian mix. And you just sound like Australian, you know, you wouldn't.
Right.
And she was just incredible, beautiful girl.
Oh, yeah,
and,
yeah.
Blew away like I remember my mate Ben, he just, oh my God. He came back from England and met Rachel and just went fucking crazy. I mean, he lost his mind over her. We all lost our minds over Rachel. Yeah. Oh, look, we have some beautiful girls in Australia. I mean,
I had a friend in Japan. Then she moved to another city, but she was Australian. She had a real Australian accent, but she was half I guess Korean or Japanese, I don't remember, and just stunning, just phenomenal.
Yeah, well, like we we have a lot of immigration. We're a lot of immigration. So after the war, I'm a mix. I'm a mix of I'm a mix. I've been called a lot of things, even by my mother, like bastard, whatever. But where there's a lot of mixed race people here. There was.
What are you a mix of?
I'm half Ukrainian and half Scottish English descent. So much
mixed with, when we say that, it means that would be like, well, that's just Ukrainian.
That's nothing now.
Scottish parents. That's all. Yeah.
My mother was an immigrant. She came. She was an immigrant.
So you have Ukrainian and Scottish parents. That's all. Mix here would mean you have a different race, multiracial parents. So like your mom is a Japanese and your dad Canadian, Caucasian.
Oh, I see what
that kind
saying.
of thing. Yeah. And then the baby is mixed race.
In Australia, it was more racist than that. Is anything that's a mix that's not Caucasian or white, and then you're a wog.
Right. Well, Scottish people are white, and so are Ukrainians. So.
But because people can be very good at poking out the differences and what makes you slightly different to the average Scottish person, you get called
a
name. Yeah, the racism.
Well, that doesn't happen here.
The racism.
Nobody would call Scottish person any kind of name. It's just.
Well, if you had a little bit of something else in you, you'd get called all sorts of names.
Really?
Yeah. Back in the day. Now, I'm not saying.
I don't know.
Now, not.
Yeah.
Not now. Now it's but back in the 70s,
I can't imagine anybody here ever from Scotland ever being called a insulting name. If anything, they would just be imitated like Mr. Scott from Star Trek. That would be about it.
Well, it's another one of these things. It's all about we a lot of English, a lot of Scottish people immigrated, a lot of Irish, and so
Yeah, early America, Irish were
like early Australia. That's right. Same thing.
absolutely considered fourth class
Exactly.
and given terribly hard time.
Yeah.
150 years ago or so, around that. Yeah,
We still live under that system of we've got a fucking king, we've got a king here. King Charles, mate.
Yeah.
We're still a kingdom, technically.
Yeah. Well, now, if Australians voted to tell the king to get lost and have your own government, would the people vote to keep it as is or to just become an independent country?
Oh, we are independent. We do have our own government.
I mean, tell King Charles to get lost, kind of thing.
Oh, we had that chance in 1999, and they voted. We voted no as a whole.
Yeah, because Scotland put that up for the ballot 10, 20 years ago, and they decided to stay in the UK and not go separately.
Yeah, I think
which I was surprised about. Not that I know anything about the details, but
it's interesting. It's an interesting one where we have a lot of sentiment for England in Australia. There's a lot of sentiment. We're still very influenced by England, the history of our.
Oh yeah,
because that's where our own history is. We never had a revolution.
Right.
We did actually have a revolution. We had the Eureka Rebellion. But it was very small on the goldfields. But it is regarded as
on the golf fields.
Sorry, the gold fields.
On the gold.
Right. Yeah, Ballarat. It was over mining licenses. The government were ripping off prospectors this is in the gold rush, 1850s. Or whatever it was, I can't remember the day, 1850s, 1860s or something. There was a rebellion, and what happened was, in such Australian way, really is so quintessentially Australian. They had a rebellion. They had the Eureka Stockade. They fortified the stockade. The troopers came up, which was the police, and they fought them off. And there was a big scuffle over a couple of days. I think there was deaths in injuries, and they were all hauled off before the courts by the government, and they were let off. And that was what we amounted to our revolution. That was it. And I think they changed the law about the permit system up on the goldfield. So we really had no real any sort of revolution or any of that, but that's what the nearest thing is we had. Yeah.
Hey, did you see Chuck Schumer's comment there?
Let me see.
Go back to his first comment, not the last one, the one before.
This one, no?
Yeah.
This is better than those lunatics on that Nicholas Kids stream. Hey, thanks, Chuck.
You know who Chuck Schumer is?
Yeah, I've no idea. I don't know what that's all about.
Chuck Schumer is the U.S. senator from the state of New York. And he's one of the most liberal fanatics in the country. He's one of the guys destroying the country, along with Joe. But anyway, I don't think this is the real Chuck, but it could be.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Thomas is saying Eureka lasted mere hours. It sort of it went over a few days. It's sort of the actual conflict, probably. I think it went the next morning, didn't it? Come on, I can't. It went on. It built up over a few days. It went to a peak, but the actual conflict, perhaps the battle, what would be called the battle, didn't last that long.
Does the king, or previously Queen Elizabeth, when they go to Australia for a visit, do they have a special place that they stay at, like an official home already there? Like a palace or
no. It's not like England. Maybe they. No. We don't have any of that here. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. We.
Because eventually King Charles will go back to Australia for a visit, and just wondering where he would stay. Maybe he'll stay at the Pod 51 motel. Yeah.
King Charles, Charles loves Australia because he came out here as a kid,
Uh-huh.
and he went to Geelong Grammar, which is a little town outside of Melbourne, and he they have a school a part of their campus is a place called Timbertop or something, which is like a bush sort of camping and all that. And he loved Australia's culture and all that kind of thing. He loves Australia. I think that's why we have a bit of a soft spot for Charles, because he has a genuine affection for Australia. And when he came out with his new wife Diana in the 80s, when they got married, they had a great time. And Australia seemed to be a place that they liked. Yeah. So I think that I'm not sure if it'll forever go on, as I think eventually we might move to a republic. But really, nobody really cares.
Yeah, really. Okay. Phoenician says they probably stay with the Governor General.
Yeah, they might stay with the Governor General or up. Yeah, maybe. But I think they just get hotels and stuff, don't they?
Really?
Don't they just,
maybe. Yeah.
I don't think they. Yeah, I think it's pretty.
Well, then they
relaxed.
would just reserve a whole floor of a top luxury hotel, and
Yeah, I
security
think
would
so.
be all over the
Yeah.
place. And they could do that. Yeah.
Charles and Diana stayed in hotels. I remember watching Doco. They were just getting around hotels, Hyatt
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah. They're happy enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's secure, they would just reserve the whole floor and have full security, and that would be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, whether it's funny, just nobody cares. It's nobody really cares about whether we have a king or we don't. I think we just don't. I think we feel. I don't know. Really, it's too hard. I think that Australians like being a part of the greater world. We love our isolation, but we also love to be a part of the Western world. We pride ourselves on anybody that does well in the Western worlds. In the Western world. So we pride ourselves on people that are expats that can get out and make a waves in the wider world. We really do.
Methwich says no one knows anything here.
Yeah, we have a issue with brain drain, they call it, where we lose a lot of our most intelligent people overseas. They leave.
You mean
a bit like what's his name? Aussie expat. Aussie expat.
Like the best of the best students can't find totally phenomenal careers in Sydney or Melbourne working for the great companies there, or
it's just a cultural cringe. It's this idea that if I can make it there, I can make it anywhere. This idea that I'll be bigger. I'll have, it's like having the best Rolex. If I make it in overseas, then I've done it all. We have this kind of idea. I think that, but I mean, increasingly we have a lot of big companies here now because it's cheaper to do business in Australia. So, but we still have a lot of people leave. Like Aussie expat, there's a guy that who left and went over to America and got married or whatever, and we lost him, and we lose these people that are highly educated and skilled, and because I guess it's just a matter of, it's like in music. I mean, you can be the biggest band in the world, like Chrissy Amphlett, the Divinals are huge in Australia, but one hit in America. But still, to actually have that recognition that your contribution is world class, that's what we look for. Yeah. We're only a small country. There's nobody here. 26 million people. Yeah. Wow. As you said earlier, it's hardly anyone here. Yeah.
It's like that guy from England who tried during the British invasion era to become, like Tom Jones became a giant star and all the British bands. And he's a huge star in England, but what's the guy's name? He played with Hank Marvin, Shadows. He was the singer.
I got myself a walking, talking.
He's really famous in England.
Yeah, he's living doll.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cliff Richard.
Cliff Richards, yeah. He came over to the U.S. and did some TV shows. I remember that. And nothing. Zero interest in him, And all the other guys, all the other bands came over, and they just were fantastically successful. And even though he's a huge star in England, he never caught on here.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody would even know who he is by name.
He wasn't progressive though, was he? He wasn't.
No, he was singing 1950s kinds of rock.
Yeah. He wasn't progressive. He wasn't bringing anything new. So yeah, the Shadows. Hank Marvin, of course. I mean, marvelous guitar player. Absolutely beautiful tone. Oh my god. Yeah, I love his tone. And it must be, it took me a long time to appreciate his playing, but damn, that guy is a great player. Oh fuck!
Really, all the guys in England say that, and his playing seems so simple.
Simple, I know, but it's the way he hits the notes, and each note is beautifully handled. He's very, 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 simple, but so.
Well, that's
gentle on the guitar, with the whammy bar. He's and he's very, very, very soft hands, as we say in sport. Soft hands on the guitar. Beautiful player, and great notes and original. It was brand new, and those sounds were never heard.
That's right,
especially with the tape delay. I mean, my God, I didn't understand how he did it until I was about 25 or something.
Well, he wraps his pinky around the whammy bar while he's playing, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. And
Jeff Beck had a similar thing where he'd had one or two fingers always on the whammy bar. I don't remember, but
that's how I played a Strat too for years. Just put your fingers over it. That's the great thing about a Strat. You can get your hand down to the volume control and do the volume effects as well. It's all at hand. You can use the two fingers to get the whammy under your hand and the volume to do the volume swells. Really beautiful. Such an amazing design. Like Fender got it right so quickly. Like he had the telly where he put the controls out of reach, and then bang, the Strat. And he was a genius because he asked everybody, "What do I do? How do I make this guitar great?" And he listened, and then we have the Strat.
And the amazing thing was, he never was a player at all.
Never played it.
Just a designer.
It's amazing. The Fender is. I love Gibson guitars. I love the Les Paul. I love it, but Fender is better. I love Gibson guitars. I love them because I love Gibson. But they were, the Strat was like it was like out of space. We know all that. We know all that. We know that. It's a great guitar. Yeah. I love Hank's playing. Yeah, I love his playing. I should listen to a bit more of him. I think it's another thing, like the records from the day, they don't really. If you listen to Hank live when he gets his tones up, I think you might see what I'm saying, because those records, the recording process when they were doing those Shadows records, the recording process and all that wasn't so great. But nowadays when he plays, or when he played live, if you listen to him on a live concert, you get a better sense of a modern recording.
I've watched some recent, or within the last 10 years, concert videos. One of them might have been in Australia, in fact. One of the
but the tone's there. It's beautiful sound. It's that's Strat. It's as clean as. It's just that's what a Strat sounds like. Yeah, Hank Marvin sounds like that. I mean, you got to add something to the Strat to change it from how it sounds, don't you? It sounds like that.
Yeah.
Sounds like that. You put a distortion pedal to change it.
Well,
But,
that's right. Yeah.
yeah. But when you pull it out of the box and plug it into the amp and just turn it up into a Fender amp, and as you know, Leo wanted the cleanest amps in the world. He didn't want any distortion at all. Yeah, that came about as errors. They were mistakes in his circuits that created that did that. He wanted to make the loudest, cleanest amps in the world. And when you plug into a twin, I don't know if you've owned a twin, but
No, I know about it, but I never owned one.
Fender Twin Reverb, it's just godlike. It just go, the bottom end just goes straight through your belly, and the top end is magical, like angels singing. It's just absolutely I use the word I can't even think of the word to use. It's the superlatives are many, but the Fender Twin is just the most beautiful sounding thing. And you plug it straight in, and it's just like that is the sound of the guitar, electric guitar. Beautiful. Probably the most beautiful thing I've ever heard is that sound. Fender, Leo was amazing. They all were. Everybody associated with Fender originally was amazing. Even the people that shaped the necks, they were also, they were always thinking about what they're doing. They're all famous now. All the girls that worked at the factory, they're all famous. Everybody looks for their names in the pickups and in the body cavities and the routes. All famous now. And they were just doing a job, but they were making a beautiful instrument. What a beautiful product.
Did you ever have a Squire?
Yes. I've had a few.
Some of them are really good. I mean,
you
can't believe that. You can compare them to the Mexican ones or the U.S. ones if you get a good one. It's maybe I mean, you can change the pickups if you want, but they're excellent.
Well, that's the thing about this changing the pickups. I never change the pickups in anything because the low output pickups, the lower the output, the more glassy, the more stratty it gets. So the higher the output, the more you lose the glassiness. So a Squire's like low output, cheapy pickups sounds more Strat than a Strat.
That's absolutely correct. The Squire, the classic vibe, the 50s.
Yeah.
You hear so many people on YouTube playing it. You can't believe it's such a low-priced Chinese-made or now Indonesian-made guitar.
Yeah, made anywhere,
China,
under all over the world.
Under license.
Yeah. That's the genius of the design, and it's modular. It was so forward thinking. He knew, every element of his designs were just. He knew. Obviously, he'd done a bit of thinking about things in regard to mass production and Henry Ford, and it was. It must have been an incredible time in America in the 50s. It just the things that were coming out.
Greatest eras, except for some problems. That was one of the greatest eras of America.
Yeah, just I mean but definitely I've had Squires. I had a red one once, and I just loved it. It was just fantastic. The only thing wrong with it was it said Squire on the neck.
Yeah, I watched last week. I was looking at videos, and I watched some videos of Jeff Healey. Is that his name, Jeff Healey? The Canadian? Yeah, and he played Squires even when he was a star. He kept playing Squires. I couldn't believe it.
Yep, I mean,
he could have bought anything, and he just stayed with the Squire guitars.
It's very hard to explain to people the genius of these instruments, the Fender guitar. I mean, they all work. They all sound good. There's very rarely that you're going to pick up a Squire or Mex Strat or any Fender branded instrument and plug it in. It's very rare it's going to sound shit. They just don't. They just where you can plug in a humbucker is a little bit more tricky, I guess, because you've got the hum cancelling, which you lose a bit of top end. You lose, you lose certain frequencies. So a humbucking pickup can be a little bit more tricky to have nice ones. But the single coil pickups in Strats, they're all good. You just pick which one you want to have, which one you like.
Do you have, or did you ever have an HSS Strat? Because I never wanted one of those, but now I think it would be pretty good.
I have had I had a Kramer, which I bought out a junk shop from one of my kids. It was a good Kramer, an 80s one actually. I had that for a while.
Because some of the models have a
coil tap,
a coil tap, yeah. So even though you have a humbucker at the bridge, you just flick the switch or lift up the knob or whatever, and you just get the single coil. And I think that's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but you know what? The prices of Strats or Squires, just get another one. Just have another one. I mean,
yeah. But I can see why, as long as you have a tone control on the bridge as well, I think that'd be pretty good. Instead of buying a pedal that you might want for that sound, So
just why bother changing pickups? You can't get it. I don't think you can get it back. Look, if it's noisy, if it's too much hum, or you've got to make sure it's shielded or whatever. If they're really cheap pickups, yada yada yada. But no single coil pickups sound bad. I mean, they just sound different.
Did you know that the Richie Blackmore Fender Strat? He plays. I couldn't believe it. It's a 7.25 radius. The original old radius shapes. That's what he plays all through the Deep Purple era. And I played one of those once, and in fact, Robin Trower in the 70s era, he played those.
He did,
which was just amazing how to bend with that radius. But it's just amazing that he would play that. That would be his chosen signature model.
Well, you know what? That's the radius I want to play. I don't want a 9. I don't want a compound radius. I don't want any of that. I want an original.
Really?
You set them up. They are made to be played a certain way, and if the masters can play them,
well, that's the thing. Yeah, but they're masters. That's the thing.
They're all masters.
Sometimes Fender has a 12-inch radius, and I would prefer that. And,
well, the modern ways. I mean, it's more Gibson-y when the 12-inch.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They're getting more Gibson-y. It was all to do with low action, getting a low action speed, all these things that I don't care about. I don't care about speed. I know you probably don't care about speed. But
no. 50s guitar players, it wasn't speed kind of stuff. So the 7.25-inch radius for that music in the 50s was fine, absolutely fine. But I would have a hard time playing that. Whatever.
You probably get used to it,
Yeah. But if somebody out there wants to send me $1,000 gift certificate to buy one, I'll take it.
Or you can get, I don't know, you can probably get a. Yeah, I suppose there's all sorts of radiuses now, isn't there? They tend to, you can find on weird like models like Roadhouse, and it'll have a 7.25, or
Well, the Roadhouse had a 12.
I did it.
And I was going to buy one of those, and but now they're discontinued. I was going to get the Roadhouse model.
The Roadhouse, it's a mix with some American parts, something like that.
No, it's Roadhouse was Mexican guitar.
Oh, Mexican, yeah.
And it was good. It had an interesting control knob on it, and a 6-position switch, which I don't know about that, but it was just a basic Strat with a 12-inch radius and the large headstock, which I like, and so it would have been a good choice. But I waited too long before it became discontinued.
I like the Vintera. I was going to get one of them. They're pretty cool.
Yeah,
seen them in the shops. back in the 90s, it was like, oh, how do I get a vintage correct spec Strat? How do I get one? I can't get one. I can't get one. And now you've got the Vintera, and I think looks pretty good.
I look very good. Yeah.
I've got a Mex. I gave it to my daughter. I bought a cheap Mex, a gold Mex, and it's killer. I fucking love that guitar. It's like,
what is it? Did you say?
It's a Mex Strat. It's gold. It's got a maple neck.
Is it a standard or?
Yeah, standard.
Just the basic one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it was a 60th anniversary one or something like that. It's all gold. Yeah. It's got gold parts, all gold hardware.
I might have seen that one. Does it have a modified V neck?
Yeah, it's very V-necky. Yeah.
I saw that. It was beautiful. And I played that in the store, but it was gold, and the pick guard was a different color too. It was like a solid gold pick guard.
Anodized
That's
gold.
Right. That was it.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a beautiful model.
Yeah, well, I got that. Like, I know this guy up the road, a mate of mine, is a wheeler and dealer. Like, these guys that deal flip watches and all that sort of thing. He does that with Gibsons. He's a Gibson guy. He's always advertising these great guitars he gets through. And I think he got this guitar in a trade deal. It was just like he didn't want it. It was like, and he just put it up for like $800. So, and it was a little bit. It's money. It's not worth any more than $800.
I think that had a tinted neck also.
Yeah, it's got a tint on it. It's nice.
Yeah, which I really like the look of the tinted neck. And wow, that's a great one.
Yeah, I grabbed it, and it came with the gig bag, and I got a real case for it and gave it to my daughter. But I just pinch it off her every time I want to use a Strat because it's so good. I was like, wow, do I go get another Strat for myself? No, I want to play that one. Yeah. And this is I had a 61 Jazzmaster. Like at the same, this is last year. I only sold my 61 Jazzmaster about a year ago, and that guitar was unfucking believable. It's the best guitar I've ever had. It was absolutely unbelievable. I cannot tell you how good that guitar was.
15 years ago, when I was in Seattle, I went to a music store and just looking around, and I took off the rack. I took they had a what's the color? It's a butterscotch colored Jazzmaster, Squire. So, and I'm not a Jazzmaster guitar player at all. I never tried one. And so I took it off, and as soon as I, held it, I thought, my God, this neck is incredible. And it was unbelievable. The quality of it was just, for a Squire, it was just absolutely amazing. But I don't like the butterscotch color, and I never thought I would have a Jazzmaster. So it was certainly affordable, but the neck was just remarkable. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, they are. I had a white one, a white Squire Jazzmaster. Yeah, just the standard Olympic white one with the tortoiseshell pickguard. And I think it was made in Indonesia.
Right.
And it was like, that was a real cheapie I got for $300.
Yeah.
I gave to my son. And I used that for ages too. That was a great guitar.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that.
No.
It was worth nothing. So that's what I was saying the other day. There's a lot more guitars in the world than there was in year 2000.
If you go back to 1970s, the choices you can get now are just unbelievable. Because back then it was just the basic Tele, Gibson, Fender. And maybe one or two other brands, and that was it.
Yeah, weird brands from the weird. You get this K's and weird things like Ecos, and all these great guitars, but they weren't as well built. They weren't. They weren't like a Fender. But that's the thing. You can go buy a Les Paul now on Gumtree for $2,000. Or Craigslist.
You like a standard. Les Paul standard, do you think?
Yeah, you can get a standard. You can get a standard for literally $2,200.
Really, those are $3,000
second hand.
If you buy
$2,000. That's about what's that? $2,200 would be what? $1,500 American.
Around that. Well, that's amazing.
Yeah, that you can get that.
Because those are $3,000 in the store.
Yeah, you can get that. And you could never get a Les Paul for under $3,000, or you get one for $2,500 20 years ago, you know. But you can get a beautiful standard, you know, and you can get like, and then if you can't afford a standard, you can go get a beautiful studio.
Well,
you know.
studio's good. I had a tribute model. The only difference between that and the studio, or even a standard, for me, the only differences were no binding. Pickups were different, but still great pickups. And I mean, it was completely a Les Paul without the binding. I think that was the main.
That's it.
I think that was it. And it's still the current model, the tribute model. It's like $1,200, which is not cheap, and it's fantastic. You know, it doesn't have maybe some. They were satin finished. They weren't glossy. It's a perfect Les Paul. Well, for me, you know.
Well, that's right. I mean, I don't know what
I don't know what I would get on the standard. Maybe some switching differences or features.
You just get the binding.
Might have a push-pull pot, a pull pot. I mean, a pot might have a phasing switch or something, but the tribute model is just great.
You might get a little bit better top, maybe like
right.
A bit of flame somewhere or something like that. Yeah, but like I had in the 90s, I remember walking into there's a guitar shop that was famous here in Melbourne. I walked in there, and on the wall there was this blue Gibson Les Paul studio. It was a Gem series. Do you remember the Gem series?
It sounds familiar, but I can't remember.
Yeah, they did them in sapphire, blue, ruby, and they had a sticker Gem on the back of them. Anyway, I saw that guitar, and I couldn't afford it in those days, but I got one later on a few years back, and I loved it. It was a studio, and it had P90s in it. And fuck, that thing! P90s are amazing. I'd play P90s now, except for the noise thing, you know. But gee whiz,
do you get the same buzzing as you do from a single coil?
Well, this one was pretty noisy. Yeah, no, they are a single coil. They're just a big one.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So they are.
I just looked on one of the big music stores in America. This one's called Sweetwater, which is where I usually shop.
Yes.
And on the main page there, they have a new Gibson model. I can't believe this. The Gibson Kirk Hammett Greenie Les Paul.
Bring it up. Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, go and bring it up. It looks like
I'll bring it
up.
Putting Kirk Hammett's name on that is just sickening. Okay.
It's not fair, is it?
Yeah.
Gary Moore chowed down on that guitar for how many years?
Exactly.
I mean, it's not fair.
Pictures down. Hold on.
It should be the
Should be the Peter Green, Gary Moore guitar.
Yeah, just Peter Green to do. You know what I found.
I think there was a legal reason why they didn't issue a guitar with his name on it. I don't know the story on that, but let me bring this up here.
And then another one I liked was they did what was it called? I can't remember now. Yeah, but that Greenie guitar, is there a sad story associated with that? I mean, I'll just add this. I mean, was it a little
sad story? I don't know if there was a sad story.
Well, Gary Moore bought it off Peter Green.
Right.
Did Peter Green try and get it back?
No. He said, would you like, well, the story was, Peter said to him, would you like my guitar? He says, I'm tired. I don't want it anymore. And he said, are you kidding? And he goes, I can't afford that. And he said something like, I'll tell you what, give me your Les Paul and $50 and you can have it. So they did a trade. And he said, just take it. Now, this might have been at the beginning of the time when he was not clear.
Not well.
Thinking,
Yeah. And not well.
Yeah, right. Not well. Exactly. And so he might have just, I think he just exchanged it with $100, something like that. And Gary took it. And,
but Gary made great use of it, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he built his career with that guitar.
Yeah. Now he changed some of the knobs and some of the things on it because it was not his that he wanted. Do you see the picture of that?
Yeah. There's no binding. So it's not greeny, is it? It's just
Well, the original was actually a cherry sunburst, but
They got stripped.
the cherry finish had all worn off and became this color.
Is it a 59 or
59,
58?
yeah.
It's 59, yeah.
And but you see, it's not the same guitar because his was unique. And
No, it's not the same guitar.
no,
But you
so-
know what? People are very hard on Gibson, aren't they? You know.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, if you gave this guitar to a great player, it would still sound great. If you gave it to some jerk, it would sound like shit. So
Yep.
that's what it comes down to. But I don't see how this is attractive because it's got the Kirk Hammett connection to it. It's I would spend $2,000 less and get the tribute model.
Yeah.
And look
Yeah,
at that,
that's
same except for the binding.
Oh, there is binding. What am I talking about?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look right, you know. Gibson are a lifestyle brand. The jeans guy runs it now, isn't it?
Oh, really?
the
I
guy-
don't know the current.
Yeah, it's a strange company. But look, I mean, 3,000 that's US, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
$3,200. It's not worth
That's
it.
like, that's 6,000, 5,000.
This might have the reverse phase situation in it. Here, let me see. The Kirk Hammett
yeah.
features
Yeah.
two Greenie Bucker pickups. That's with the neck pickup boasting the flip magnet construction, providing you with a spot-on emulation of the magic out-of-phase bite that Peter Green was known for. Right.
Just can we go? Yeah, the pickup's around the wrong way. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, this is brand new model. Very interesting. I mean,
Then the neck pickup's flipped.
yeah. Right.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I just buy anything. I just buy a traditional for
You can
$2,000.
You can buy one for 2,000 less and change the magnets yourself.
Yeah, you just
Here's
the traditionals are great. The traditionals are great. I love
those
them.
are very heavy. Those are 10 pounds or more. It's way too heavy. That's the problem. Here's the one I had, Les Paul Tribute.
Yeah.
They come in 4 finishes. This was now this is now $12.99. I bought it at $11.99 years ago, and no binding. Otherwise, it's absolutely fantastic. You see, and works perfectly. And every year they change the pickups. What pickups do they have in it this year? The 490. Okay, yeah, I like the classic 57 myself, but this it's great.
That's not a bad looking guitar. It's
$2,000.
right. It's great. I like that one actually. I like the top on that one.
Here's
It's
the iced tea finish, and these are all satin finished.
Yeah.
And,
See the 1,200 US. So what's that? 24,500. But then I wonder what that. Which one's that? I'll look it up in Australia. Hang on. What is it? The Gibson. Gibson.
This is a honeyburst finish.
Iced tea. What is it? Iced tea tribute.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Les Paul tribute. Yeah.
Yeah, $2,500, 2,200.
1,300. This satin honeyburst looks more interesting than the greeny bullshit Kirk Hammett model.
Yeah, that's almost natural. My first Les Paul was a 76 natural.
Mm-hmm. And then they also have satin
cherry.
cherry.
That's very cherry, isn't it? I had a 76 pancake body in the clown burst. We call that clown burst because because of that.
Yeah, I've never liked that color.
Yeah, it's a bit too much color for me.
This looks great because it's just pure.
Yeah, it's a nice guitar. Yeah, makes me want to get one.
Yeah, and you see the weight. These are 7 pounds, 12 ounces, 7 pounds, 8 ounces. A traditional is 10 pounds, 11 pounds, which is just too heavy.
It's great how they got all the weights up there. I've never really looked at Sweetwater because it's not
great.
somewhere.
They have the best pictures and the weights of the guitar, which for me is a deciding factor what to buy, which one to buy.
That's the great thing about a Les Paul, which I can't do with a Strat. I can't buy a Strat without playing it. I have to figure out the neck. I have to like the neck. But a Les Paul, you can just, like I said earlier, I just bought this Les Paul of mine from Japan, sight unseen. I just said, I know it'll be what it is.
Well, there's lots of necks, but the one they have called the medium C neck is really fantastic. And I've had that before. And but they have other ones as well, all kinds of different neck designs.
What, the Strats?
On the Strats, on the Fenders.
Yeah. But I was always looking for the one, You're always looking for the one, but Les Paul, no problem. Any Les Paul in a storm, any Les Paul, just buy one and send it to me, and I'd love it. You know what I mean? A Strat, I might get it and go, I don't know about this neck, I felt like a V-neck this time, Well, I had a nice Clapton one once, with a nice V-neck, The Strats are really finicky like that for me, but yeah, I've never played a Les Paul I didn't like. In fact, some of them, I had a Studio that was much like this, the dark brown one. I think it was a 2008.
That's a tobacco great.
Yeah, that was great. They're all great. They're all great.
What's beautiful about this guitar is when you actually get one and you're looking at it, it's wood. It's really wood. And it looks like it's almost designed like furniture when you look at it at this kind of angle. Hold on.
That's really nice. Yeah, it is really nice, that guitar. I've never really looked at the tributes because I'm always looking at standards or customs, but that's actually really nice.
Well, I mean, a custom is nice, and traditional and the classic and the standard, they're all good. But if you don't want to spend $3,000 or $2,000, this is fantastic.
Yeah, you don't get the binding on the neck,
but that doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's right. And like I said, that Studio I had, I called it the Little Monster because it was like this guitar you got on the screen now, but it was just like it's just mahogany, it's just a mahogany body,
right.
And it was a little monster, it just sounded fantastic.
Yeah, and you see there's no binding on the body, the top and the side, which doesn't add anything, it's just decorative.
I like how they leave the cap though on the side. Yeah, that's nice.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's really nice. I hadn't seen that. I didn't know that.
So I'll put out a super chat for $1,200 to Crappy Luxury. And that would be pretty good.
Don't forget Angelic if you want a super chat.
And $1,200 to Angelic, by the
way. One each. Someone can just send us one each,
One of those deca millionaires in the audience. No problem.
There's a few deca millionaires out there, aren't there? Yeah. They scare me sometimes. I get frightened of them. The money.
If you were going to buy a Strat, what would be your color preference?
I
don't
know. I love them all. But the last Strat I bought for myself was which is it was surf green, whatever. What's
surf
it
green? Yeah, right.
That was a custom shop. That was a great guitar. It was an amazing guitar. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, custom shop Strat. I've only had one custom shop Strat. I don't know if I'd buy another one. I don't care. See, for me, a Strat, a mix, like I was saying, that gold mix of my daughter's is amazing. I just pick it up and just feel like the deck, it's the action. It's obviously someone shimmed it correctly. It's beautifully put together. So it's a great guitar. I like Candy Apple. Yeah, I like Candy Apple.
I never liked it, but now I think it's. Here's a guitar that I've been looking at. This is a Fender Deluxe Strat HSS. Yeah, candy apple red with now they're using pal ferro instead of rosewood
Yeah.
on many of these models because I guess it's cheaper and more available. But and this one has
Not
a,
illegal.
no, right, and this is a 12-inch radius, I think. Yeah, right. This would be terrific.
Yeah.
And you know, I've always played a maple neck, a fingerboard, but now I'm interested in a rosewood or I guess pal ferro fingerboard. So
Yeah, I love both.
yeah,
Yeah. I love rosewood, but I love maple too. I love maple necks.
yeah.
I love 70s, 70s maple necks. I had a couple of 70s strats that were just,
Mhm.
Most people say they're boat anchors and all that kind of thing, and they are. They're pretty heavy, all that. But the necks were great. The necks were great on those 70s strats. Oh, they're really good.
Oh yeah. You know what they have on this website a couple months ago? I saw this, and they weren't shipped yet. Are these made in Japan strats? Is that showing up?
International series reboot,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
I had I remember playing a Maui blue one. Real one.
there it is.
Yeah, there it is. I loved it. I wanted it so much.
So I saw this, and I saw this one, which is Sahara taupe,
Yeah,
and I thought, wow, look at that. And
that's cool, eh? I love it.
You know, Richie Blackmore uses the black pickups on his white guitar.
Yeah.
And the control knob, but this looks so cool when the first time I saw it, and it's $1,200, still on the way, it hasn't arrived yet. And this is 3 vintage style pickups, 5-way. It's got a chunky U neck carve for extra grip. So a U neck, it's okay, and 21 fret, medium jumbo, not 22. And what's the radius on this? Where is it? 9.5. So yeah, this would be terrific. I think this would be a lot of fun.
It's cool. I like 21. I don't
21's fine. Yeah,
it's fine. Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I like the color. It's an
It's
unusual
cool.
color.
It's got the 70s headstock.
Yeah.
Well, it's got the bullet truss rod. It's amazing
That's
that
right.
they brought it back, the bullet truss rod, it
You
got
know,
so much.
the Robin Trower signature model, which is like $4,000. He has a bullet truss rod. That's the way he wanted it.
They spent the whole 90s, all these guitar players, fucking 70s strats, yeah. 3 bolts, no good, mate. Nah, bullet truss.
They go to the famous artist and they go, how do you want it?
Yeah.
And he said, I want this.
Well,
I want to have this.
Blackmore, the famous guitarists that use these guitars, Blackmore, or as you said, Robin Trower, all these guys use these 70s guitars, made all these hits. But somehow they're shit, 70s strat, nah, shit. Hang on.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Because they can't fucking play them. That's why.
70s, Fender was taken over by another company in that time. Is that right? I can't remember.
CBS took over in 65.
Correct. Yeah. And they made a lot of changes. And then they said, oh, those instruments are shit. But look at all the hits and classic recordings that those guys made with those shit CBS guitars. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Dave Gilmour's Black Strat was the CBS.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, there's Hendrix, he had the CBS Strats. The bullet truss rod didn't come in until, what was it, 71? I can't remember. But there's nothing wrong with a bullet truss rod.
No, I don't know. This is only, it says here, $1,200, special financing, only 2 days left, $50 a month for 24 months. I guess that means no interest. Is that what it means?
Fine.
Let me see.
You can HELOC it.
$50 a month times 24 months. $1,200, no interest. 24 months, no interest. $50 a month. I should buy this.
You should.
I should just do a pre-order because they're not.
Yeah, you should just pre-order it.
I'm going to
send it to me. Send it to me. You should just pre-order it.
You can order from You can order from Australia on this website. They'll ship.
Yeah,
They do international.
I've never really thought about it. You're right though. You're right.
The what do you call it? There's also the stores in England that have a lot of YouTube channels. They ship all over the world too.
What's his name? The captain. What's his
That's
name?
the guy. Yeah, Anderson's.
Anderson's.
Yeah, and a lot of Japanese stores ship internationally too, but many of their websites are only in Japanese, so they're very hard to. You got to find one that you can translate, or comes by English.
Yeah,
Japanese.
my daughter's become. She's pretty much she speaks Japanese now. So I want to go over with her. I want to go to the Roland factory. Have you ever seen the Roland factory? Oh my God, where Boss comes from.
What is Roland?
Roland, the parent company of Boss. Boss.
Oh,
pedals.
okay. Yeah, right.
Yeah, the Roland factory in Japan. It's like everything you'd expect from a Japanese factory. It's just beautiful.
Now this is a basswood body. Well, that's different, but that's okay. What's his name? Joe Satriani's custom guitars are basswood.
Yeah.
Ibanez uses, a chunky U-neck sounds fine.
Have you watched that guy? I can't remember his name. I have to check it. Spectre Studios. He does reviews on cheap guitars and gear and all that.
Oh, Trogley guitars.
Oh, Trogley, yeah, him. He does. Yeah, no,
he reviews the really cheap guitars.
He does Gibson. Trogley's a Gibson freak. He wants to, he wants to start a Gibson museum. He's got like,
the ones I've seen, he just reviews the low end guitars, which is good, to have a channel like that.
Yeah, there's a few low end guitar manufacturers that do some good stuff, but it's like lollies. You can just keep buying them and eating them. How many do you need? You stack them up. It's like I always laughed at the guy from Cheap Trick. Have you seen his guitar collection?
Oh yeah, I forgot Rick Nelson.
Yeah.
He's got like a humongous collection. And the thing about him and his band, what's the name of the band?
Cheap Trick.
Cheap Trick. Yeah. They've only had 2 hit songs that I'm aware of. One is called Surrender.
And Dream Police.
And they've sustained an entire 30-year career based on only having 2 hits. Maybe there's a 3rd hit, but really that's amazing.
Mama, I love Surrender. It's a great song, actually. And his guitar collection is just all freak show guitars as well. He's got all these custom guitars, hundreds of them, as well as all your favorites. But that's what I really like about. I'd love to get. I've never had a real V. I've had a King V. I'd love to a flying V.
Oh yeah.
Just
I'd like to say I would like a Firebird because I played one once and the fingerboard was perfect, just perfect for me, and it was very lightweight. It wasn't a heavy guitar, and that would be a special one if I could ever get that.
Yeah, Firebirds are cool.
Yeah.
Those pickups. That's what Neil uses. That pickup, Firebird pickup in his Les Paul. I think it was out of a Firebird, wasn't it?
Who? Neil who?
Neil Young.
Oh, really? Yeah. Clapton used a Firebird during Cream, and along with a couple other guitars, and that's where everybody. And Keith Richards before that used one in the Stones, but.
Did he play
the first time Clapton was on American TV was in '68. There was a TV show here called The Smothers Brothers, and Glenn Campbell was the summertime replacement show, and Cream appeared on that show. The video's on YouTube, and they played "Sunshine of Your Love," but at a low volume because the engineers refused to let them play the way they would normally play, which is full out volume, and it's remarkable. And so he's playing the Firebird in that, and it's just fantastic.
There's a lot of debate about what he played that classic crosswords on. They don't actually know.
That debate goes on forever.
Yeah. What's your? Have you got a pick?
My opinion is it's the SG that he used.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That'd be. I reckon that's pretty much
Because he on the Cream tour he played a Les Paul, a SG, and the Firebird. But now some photos I saw just recently. Somebody found some photos of their farewell concert at the LA Forum, because they did like 6 cities as a farewell tour in November that year, and he's playing a 335 or 355 in black, which no one had ever seen that picture before. But that was definitely Cream at the LA concert, which is extraordinary, because that's never been revealed before at all. But I think it was the SG.
Yeah.
Other people say it was a 335, which no one ever though has ever said that they've seen him play, that they saw him play a 335 ever during that era of that period of Cream on the road. So, but it's unknown,
I reckon it's in there. I reckon you're probably right. I reckon just thinking about it, it'll be the SG.
Because that was his main. That was his main.
Yeah, isn't that the full one? The full.
Yeah.
I reckon you're right. I reckon you're right.
So I'm gonna, after the show, I'm gonna go ahead and place an order for this.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Now, I don't know when they'll come in. What does it say here? Notify me when in stock, on the way. Okay. So it's just a pre-order. I can always cancel it. If I don't like it for some reason, the models they have, I can just refund it and I'll just cancel it. That's fine. So to play it safe, I'm going to order one, and then when they come in, they always show four samples, 4 different models to choose from. And then when one sells, they put another model up there, like let me
they had the serial number like before.
They had the serial numbers and the weight and very good close-up pictures. Let's see about this one here.
It's like guitar heaven, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's
66 deluxe Strat. Yeah, that's cool.
I would get that one too. That's wait. This is $5,000.
Yeah,
custom shop. No.
66, a good year. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like buying one, but I'm not going to because I get in trouble.
Like here, you see on this page.
That's cool.
So you
that's
can choose
so
from these
cool.
4.
Yeah.
And you can have all the different close-up photos and everything. And they have the weight, 8.8 pounds 3, 7 pounds 8 ounces. And
which one would you get out of those 4?
I would like 7 pounds 6 ounces to 7 pounds 12 ounces. That works for me. For a Strat or a Les Paul. I don't want over 8 pounds.
That's so light.
Well, you can buy a thin line telly. Those get like in the 6 pound range.
Yeah.
Which are, terrific because they're so light. And but I don't want to have the heavy guitar, it's just too heavy.
Yeah, this one I've got here is not too heavy. It's probably about 9.
That's heavy, but that's a non-weight relieved Gibson.
Yeah,
so it's going to be 9 pounds, 10 pounds, or whatever. So yeah.
And the custom's cool. I mean, it's just nice to have one.
Oh
yeah. I never really. I don't know why I had standards. I was playing standards, and I just bought a custom. I kind of fell in love with it. I kind of a little bit the ebony neck. I really.
Oh,
I went. Ebony. Oh, that feels nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I mean? It was like I didn't know
ebony
that.
fingerboard. That's a done deal.
Yeah. I'd been playing for 30 years, never played an ebony fingerboard, never done it, and then I played one. I went, oh, that's nice. That's very nice.
Is yours gold tone stuff on the custom?
Gold tone.
Are the pickups covers? Are they gold?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only had like this one. I'll just turn my I can show you. It's just here sitting here, so I'll start my cam. This one, it's only had. See,
Yeah.
there it is. Yeah. So it's had the tuners changed out in its rock and roll life, and someone just stuck on the. I actually need to get a set of gold ones, but that's a beautiful guitar. 1998, this one.
Mhm.
It's been through some stuff. It's had a bit of rock, and it's got the aged binding vibe.
Mhm.
Cool guitar. It's had a few nicks and dings from its rock and roll heritage, but I
Right.
like that. It doesn't bother. See, it's a bit of buckle rash.
Right.
Could just get in the reflection there, but it's it's just a good basic guitar. It's not really anything special. It just does what it advertises on the box, and that's
No,
kind of cool.
it's excellent. Yeah.
That's why I love Gibson Les Pauls, because they don't necessarily promise anything. They just deliver.
The one that you have, the custom Black Beauty, that has lower frets, doesn't it?
The originals did, but this one just has. They changed it in the 90s. They
Oh, I see.
medium,
Okay.
the medium
The
jumbos.
the ones in the 50s had lower frets, which I never played, never tried.
Yeah, Fretless Wonder. And they were still Fretless Wonders like in the 70s, like low and wide. I had a 78 custom that was a wine red one that I loved. That's the picture of my avatar. I'm playing my 78 there. Which I bundled up in a package deal to get my 61 Jazzmaster. Probably a mistake, but I didn't care. I mean, they're all good. You got to experience as many of these guitars as you can in your life, don't you?
Right.
But that 78 was a really good guitar, and it had been played a lot. And up around the 7th, in the B position, it was worn down. It's like moving into an old friend, like like jumping into bed in when you hop into bed and you've got your groove spot, up at the 7th fret there in the B. It was just like some guy just sat there for 10 years just hammering away in B. It was played completely, and it was beautiful. I like this one because it's been played in as well. I like them when they've had a bit of play wear, especially when because then they can be a little bit, especially with the binding, they can be a little bit a little bit hard on the thumb there, but when they're played in, the binding sort of rounds off a little bit. Black Beauty, the term Black Beauty really should be reserved for the triple pickup one.
That's correct. Well, I think it is, actually.
Yeah, it is.
The Black Beauty refers to that, yeah.
It does. They made a few 2 pickup ones. I've read and heard from, over the years, and you read these things, and they made a few twin pickup customs in the day, but it really was a triple pickup one. So I always thought of a Black Beauty as the triple pickup one, but they just call any black one with gold hardware a Black Beauty, because they did actually make a few twin pickup ones in 54 or whatever it was, or 57. But I have a gold top I loved. I love the gold. To me, I love the gold top. I miss that guitar.
Do you ever play a inexpensive Squire like an Affinity or a Bullet?
And
they're just shit. I mean, really bad, unless you're an absolute 10-year-old beginner. But the classic Vibe models are very, very nice.
Yeah, the classic Vibe one's great.
Really good series of guitars. I mean,
I think I've played a Bullet, and I think I've played a Squire, but
they started they're around $150 and to 200. And, I mean, they're just
There's a custom there, isn't it? You just went Gibson Les Paul.
Yeah,
it's a custom.
$5,000.
It's cheap.
Gibson. This is a custom shop, Les Paul custom.
They're all custom. All customs a custom shop, I think.
No. It's called the Les Paul custom, but this one is made in the custom shop.
Yeah, but yeah. I thought they moved.
If you buy a Les Paul custom, it would be like $3,000.
I'm not sure. I thought they moved all custom shop. All customs were made in the custom shop from early 2000s, but I might be wrong.
Let me.
I might be wrong, but
No. I don't think that's right. Let's take a look.
yeah, I'm probably wrong. I mean, I'm wrong
I
most of
spelled
my
Paul
life.
wrong.
Poil, Les Poil.
Okay, here's
Look at that Epiphone, 849.
Jerry Cantrell. I don't think I know who he is.
No, I don't either, but that'd scream.
Yeah, Gibson Custom, $5,000. Okay, Gibson Custom, 6,000. Well, all right. So here it is. Yeah. Oh, that's an Epiphone,
No,
$799.
the one above it. The one above it.
Gibson Custom, 1954.
That's
Paul
awesome.
Custom.
I
Staple.
love the
I
staple
don't know what
pickup.
that
Yeah, the Charlie Christian pickup.
The Epiphone. I've played those. Epiphone has improved tremendously over the last 10 years or so. It's nothing wrong with it at all, really.
Except the headstock, which looks a bit weird.
Well, they've changed the headstock now. It's
Yeah, they did.
They're
They
now
still look
using the
weird.
Gibson style headstock.
They haven't. It's not quite Gibson though, is it? See, it's not. Nah, it's the
There it is.
Epiphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a little bit pronounced, isn't it? It's a bit.
Yeah,
It's a bit.
okay. Yeah,
it's a
but
bit weird.
it's fine.
It's a bit.
It's all right.
Yeah, but for fucking $799,
Yeah, I mean,
it'll do everything this custom will do. It's sitting here. That one, that $800. I mean,
The only difference between this one and the $7,000 one is this one won't get you laid. The custom shop one will get you laid.
yeah, that's right.
Maybe so.
There's a VOS. There's a triple pickup.
Right. $7,000. Jesus. Okay. Here's a
So what's-
custom Epiphone in Koa wood. All right.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
They've got the Black Beauty with the Bixby. Yeah.
Right. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Murphy Lab. Didn't he get in trouble?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. Some drama.
Matt Leafy. Okay. According to this, so far, the only custom is from the custom shop, but except for the Epiphone.
Hang on. I'll have a little search. I'll type into Google. Where is the Les Paul or custom made in the custom shop? Where is Les Paul's made? Yeah, Les Paul Custom is made in a different factory to the standard too. As you might assume, the custom is made at the Gibson Custom Shop factory over in Nashville, where guitars are made more by hands, human hands and machines. Yeah, so they're made in the custom shop. They've been in, yeah.
I could have sworn they had two versions of it, but maybe I was thinking of the Epiphone.
No, there is two versions. There was anyway.
There was, okay, yeah.
Maybe they've changed it. I know that there's the 68 one now. They have the 68 custom and they have the 57 classic. Yeah, the 68 slightly different when they came back.
Okay. Also, the choices now are the Epiphone for $799, or the custom shop for whatever that was, $5,000 or whatever.
Yeah, I'd go with the $7,000 one.
I'll get the Epiphone.
Yeah, it's so I'd rather have a Squire than an Epiphone. Like if I had to get if I couldn't buy a Gibson Les Paul, I'd just get an Epiphone. Yeah, be fine.
Epiphone. I mean, when you look at them now, they're depends on the one you get, but some of them they're just really, really good. I mean,
yeah.
And yeah, they're imported from China, but you know,
what time is it? Well, how long have we been going?
It's
6 hours.
12:45. I guess Thursday morning here in Portland.
It's dinner time for me here. Do you want to continue tomorrow, Crappy?
Yeah, let me just show you one last picture. Because I was looking seriously at this one. It's a Les Paul Special.
Oh, yeah.
which I
TV
like a
yellow.
lot. And here it is, this one. And man, this would be fantastic.
Yeah, it's a little
$17.99.
yeah.
8 pounds 2 ounces. Oh, they got a few of them here. And it's got the two P90s.
Yeah.
And there's no maple top. It's just all mahogany.
And it's just got the wraparound tail bridge.
That's right. Yeah, and this is a classic model.
Man, that's that'll be a little screamer.
Yeah, this has been used by so many people that I like. And yeah, this would be just great.
That'd be cool.
And I've never been into a red guitar, but this is a classic one.
That's much.
An SG comes in red, a 335.
Yeah,
this one.
Yeah.
The what do they call it? What kind of red do they call it? Vintage cherry. Yeah, it's just great.
Yeah, that's not unlike the studio I had, the Les Paul Studio, which is a great little guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Is that got binding? Is it that one?
Yeah,
on the neck.
Yeah,
yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
Great. Yeah. Now, Epiphone probably makes one of these. I'm sure they do, but this is much better than the Epiphone in this case. Yeah.
Yeah,
fantastic.
the P90s. P90s. Oh.
Yeah, some of the best songs were recorded with P90s.
Yeah.
Santana used P90s early with his SG. Leslie West with Mountain was famous for his Les Paul Jr. with a P90. He played that on his great songs back then, and it's just
he's
so
underrated.
many. He's one of my favorites. He was he was one of the 5 most influential players for me as I was learning.
Really?
Undeniable fact. And I had the first Mountain album, and I think I have, well, I guess I have all of them, but in the first 2 or 3 years of the band, this would be like 69, 70, 71, especially in New York, where I was from, they were absolutely gigantic.
Really?
Okay? Gigantic. Now, they only had one major hit, well, 2, Nantucket Sleigh Ride and Mississippi Queen. But the Mountain Climbing, their first album, is just phenomenal. And so he was a very limited player. I mean, to tell the truth, you know, but he with what he was capable of, he was just tremendous and a huge influence at that time. I
was very late to find him. I didn't know about him for a long time.
Yeah, he made a lot of solo after Mountain. His stuff wasn't that good, I hate to say, but if you listen to Mountain Climbing, the album, check it out on YouTube, and Nantucket Sleigh Ride, that album, they're just fantastic. And
yeah, I've heard him since. I've just watched YouTubes of him. He's a monster.
Right.
I don't mean that in the size. I mean that he's playing is just gigantic.
Right.
Who would you say they call the White Hendrix? You know, do you remember that used to go around? Who's the White Hendrix? Is it?
You know what bothers me a hell of a lot, even to this day, is Robin Trower got this moniker thrown on him, like, oh, he just plays Hendrix style. And Robin Trower is such an extraordinary musician on his own. Yeah, he was influenced by Jimi Hendrix, but you know, nobody complains about Eric Clapton playing just like Freddie King. You know, the first time I heard a Freddie King album, immediately I thought, my God, that's Eric Clapton. It's just amazing. And then when you hear Peter Green, it's B.B. King. You know, so why did Robin Trower get this awful albatross thrown around his neck of, oh, he's just a Jimi Hendrix copy? He's not that at all. You listen to the Bridge of Sighs album, which is in the top 10. It's a masterwork. Yeah. And just phenomenal. It has nothing to do with Hendrix. Yeah, he learned from him, but everybody was, you know, so.
Every single person.
No, you listen to Richie Black. Richie Blackmore has ripped off licks from more musicians than maybe anybody more than Zeppelin, and the amount of stuff it's just amazing. And he pretty much acknowledges it as well, which is kind of funny.
He's a grumpy one, Richie Blackmore.
Yeah,
I love him though.
I watch a lot of his videos and interviews, and he's a very, very, very dry wit, funny guy. But a lot of people hate his fucking guts, apparently.
Yeah, it's unfair because he's a monster player,
right?
And a great player.
Oh, undeniable. Yeah,
undeniable. Underrated. Again, another one of these guys just doesn't get the. I think that
apparently for whatever reason he avoids the limelight as much as he can, and he doesn't socialize. You never see him. You've never seen him at Hollywood events or London concert party events. He just doesn't do any of that shit. And so, if that hindered his career fame, it might have. But that's what the kind of personality the guy is. He just doesn't do any of that shit.
I think it was to do with fighting with every singer in the band that
That's
ever
correct.
came up. Yeah.
Ian
Gillan was he was a great singer.
Oh yeah.
Mark II was great. Mark II
is phenomenal.
Yeah, Mark II is unbelievable.
The album they had live in Japan.
Live in Japan.
That's
Oh my God.
I had that album. That's early 70s, I think. And then their other album, which was their first big in rock, is that what it was called?
Yeah, Deep Purple in rock.
Yeah, those two albums just were explosive. They were just tremendous.
Machine Head was the one for me.
That's the one. Yeah.
Dad had Machine Head, and Dad had Machine Head. He had, and I'd listen to Machine Head, and oh my God, Highway Star.
Machine Head,
Space Trucking,
and Made in Japan. Those were the two I listened to most. And then I also liked the first Rainbow album.
Yes,
a lot. I played that a lot. And
so did I, because I got it off the Neighbours when I was a kid. What was that one called?
Well, the first one was just Rainbow.
Down to Earth.
But I had two Rainbow albums. The first two.
Yeah. Different,
Really, really, I like those a lot. Yeah.
He's a great player. I think he got grumpy when he didn't get held up in the same sort of sort of breath as Jimmy.
The thing is, I think he just purposely avoided any of that because I don't think he says he doesn't care about the fame and all that bullshit. And it's hard to believe that he would be like that. Somebody out there is like that, but he doesn't go to any of those parties. He doesn't attend any events, and he never goes to any of the awards shows. He never goes to the Emmy Awards. Just he doesn't do any of that stuff. So.
Yeah, he's a pure guitar player. I mean, he plays a lot of that sort of, he loves playing the old music, the Renaissance stuff, and he loves all that stuff. And a lot of those guys do. I mean, I think Keith Richards even, I think it was Keith Richards that said he played Malagueña, Spanish study. That's how he learned to play guitar. Even Blackmore, I've heard him pull out bits of Bach Bourrée and he just some of these old classical pieces that everybody learned as kids. And I think Blackmore, he just went, oh fuck it, I love this Renaissance shit. I'll just do it with my wife, and fuck this.
Yeah, people. Well, his wife,
live in the castle.
That's right. Yeah.
If you got a castle, you got to play the music.
He's got the castle. He's got the beautiful wife. He's got the money. He's got the guitar collection. He doesn't give a shit about the awards and the parties. Apparently.
Yeah. Well, if you got a castle, you got to play the correct music. It's none of he's playing Child in Time. If you live in a castle, you may as well play some sort of John Dowland, something from the 15th century,
Yeah, there's an interview I saw. It's on YouTube with Dio, and he says the difference between me and Richie. He says after the concert, I would go and fans would be lined up for autographs. I'd sign everybody's pictures, everybody to the last person, and talk to the fans and have a great time meeting them, and you know, and Richie immediately goes to the limo and gets the hell out of there. Goes back to the hotel, and he says, just treating the fans like that just makes me sick, you know.
Well, he's got a cape on, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Hey guys,
Hello.
how you going?
Archie
you guys are-
Luxury. Wow.
You guys are still going strong.
Yeah.
How long have we been on tonight so far?
Phew.
6 hours. Holy
Jesus Christ. That's okay, guys. As long as you guys are having fun, that's the important thing.
got 27 viewers. That's even amazing.
Yeah, when you're
Yeah.
talking guitars at 6, 12, 18 hours, you know.
Look, as long as you're okay, Angelic, I just want to make sure you're okay. Everything's okay?
Oh, yeah, it's all good. We're having a great chat with Crappy about guitars. It's awesome.
Oh man, that's good. That's good. I just don't want you to burn out. That's all. But you guys are, if you're happy, man, that's all that matters. Okay, that's all that matters. And hey,
we were going to wind up. We were going to wind up.
Yeah,
soon.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll jump off. I just want to say thank you, and I want to make sure you're enjoying things. That's all. And
Yeah, it's great.
It's always hard.
Tonight's show has been fantastic.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll jump off, guys. I'll chat to you. See you tomorrow. Okay.
Thanks,
See ya.
Arch.
Thanks.
Yeah, look, we got to talk more guitars.
Yeah,
I
I
love
should
it.
ask Archie to buy me this guitar.
Yeah.
Wonder what he'd say. He'd say, "Fuck you." Fuck.
He might explode. That might
He'd
be the.
explode, right.
Yeah, we might get an explode if we. Yeah. That's great. This is cool. I mean, I've had a ball talking about guitars. I've had a ball. I want to talk about them more. I've just got to get off and have dinner, and sort of the family's just rolling in.
Yeah. Do you know? Have you ever talked to Zoso? What instruments he has?
I know he's got a beautiful, beautiful Les Paul I've seen. That's all I've seen so far. But
next time we can ask.
Yeah, maybe we can get him to show us some more of what he's got. I didn't know he had more than one.
Yeah, you know, T and Tickers has a guitar collection. Yeah, did you ever? I heard he played once on Marcelo's channel like 2 years ago, and I asked Marcelo, "Hey, I heard T and Tickers played on your show. Where's that show? I'd like to watch it." And he goes, "Oh, I deleted all the old shows."
Oh dear.
So he didn't even.
I don't know T and Tickers.
He's up in Yorkshire, England. He's the guy who speaks with an extraordinarily Yorkshire accent, I guess. It's classic listening to him talk.
Does he come on much?
He has his own channel. He doesn't have any. He departed the Archieverse and did his own thing. And he talks only watches. He doesn't get into any bullshit. But sometimes he'll talk about guitar. And but I've never seen him play or heard him talk that much about his collection or what he has.
Yeah, be interesting to hear. Be interesting to get Zozo telling us a bit more about his collection.
Yeah.
I mean, what was the guitar he showed? It was very fancy.
I don't know.
It was something, but I'm sure he's got something close to it. Maybe he's got even a Jimmy Page model or something that he hasn't told us about.
But those are like 10,000, I think.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Zozo's got one of them tucked away.
Well, if you got the money, you know.
Yeah, he's got the money. That's for sure. Yeah, so maybe we could drag that.
Buy a Squire Affinity for $100.
Yeah, we can suck that out of Zozo. Come on, show us the Jimmy Page one. I got a friend that had a Jimmy Page one. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, nice.
Well, all right. Yeah. I think that's it.
I think we're done. Hey, I love that.
This was one of the best shows on all of the Archieverse.
This is the best show.
Yeah, this was terrific. Yeah.
Guitars.
Yeah. Archie was happy and smiling and
good
audience comments. And who's the other guy on the show before? I just can't remember.
We had Patrick.
Yeah. And there was somebody else also.
And we had who else we have? I can't remember. We had Zozo.
Right, yeah. Terrific.
I was Curly exploding over there. Oh, Anthony Napoli. And Angelic, you had the same amount of viewers as Watch Nick. I think people came here because it was relaxed and mellow while Curly was exploding.
Oh,
Curly,
is he still on and it's still exploding? How
what's
can
he
anybody
exploding?
watch that? Oh,
What
God.
is he exploding about? I mean, I can imagine if he was a guitar player and he didn't have his guitar, I'd explode. But what's
It's
Curly
unlistenable. It's
exploding?
unlistenable. I can't understand how people listen to that.
Does my head in. Does my head in. You know,
Oh.
it's just on and on and on and on and on and on. He's good at it, though. He's good at it.
Oh, well, I don't know what that means, being good at exploding, but I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah.
So this channel provides a great service by not having the explosions and the name calling and the screaming and the backstabbing and
It's not necessary, is it?
no. And the fact that Archie doesn't make $2,000 every night is irrelevant, because I'll tell you why. Because though that's nice, when you don't have that, when you have an Archie that's happy, smiling, feeling good, and getting healthy.
That's what we want.
When
We
you
want
put him
Archie.
back, when you put him back under the tutelage of those other previous management, he was heading to the ICU in just a matter of time.
You're right.
Major problems, either cardiac or and he's talked about this.
Yeah.
And he was in terrible mental health or emotional health, and it was worse than they're even going to tell you about. And getting rid of that previous shit format has given him a new lease on life. And if somebody wants to explode on me for that, that's okay.
Oh, they can fuck off, Archie, someone said it earlier. Oh, it was Nico came on Archie's show this morning. Nico, and I don't know
much about him, but I know who he is.
Yeah, I know he's important. That's about it. And he just said, Archie can do what Archie wants to do after 10 years. And I'm like, yeah,
he's been on 13 or 14 years. It's not 10 years.
Yeah, that's right. He's like Eric Clapton, isn't he? He's an OG. He can.
Once you get past that first 10 years of success, then you're around forever.
That's right. And, its style changes. Like Eric dropped the Gibson, moved to Fender and mellowed out and played I Shot the Sheriff and shit like that. And Archie's allowed to mellow out a bit. I mean, he played all the Gibson, he played all that Cream stuff.
In the Arms concert, which Zozo had mentioned in '83, I bought the VHS on that as soon as it came out. And he plays a Gibson Explorer in that. And it's just fantastic,
Yeah, I remember playing an Explorer.
That's cool. Fantastic.
I love that was Ted McCartney, wasn't it? Ted McCartney came up with we've got to get some modern designs, and they got the Explorer, they got the Flying V,
Firebird and Explorer, and
Firebird, Explorer, Flying V, and the Modern.
Right.
The Modern didn't do much, but the Modern is actually kind of cool.
Well, there's a myth on that if actually it was ever even produced.
But, that's right.
But Billy Gibbons says he swears he has one or had one. So who knows? Yeah.
Who knows? But tomorrow we can do it all again. We can go more guitars. If you're interested, I'm going to come on at the same time. It'd be great.
All right.
Maybe we can send Curly mad with guitar talk.
Well, I don't appear on channels with certain people, so
I don't do. Yeah, I won't.
Because I don't want to deal with it.
It's not necessary.
Name calling, insults, vile insults, screaming, yelling, name calling, fuck. I don't need to listen to that shit,
No, it's not. I don't even swear that much. I don't even need to. It's very hard to keep up. Well, this is Anthony Napoli. It probably is Napoli.
Everybody pronounces his name wrong. And and to me, it would be Anthony Napoli.
Yeah, Napoli.
Yeah.
Anthony Napoli. It's very hard to keep up the drama for cash. It's not very good for the boss's health. Yeah, it's just true.
True. Absolutely true.
I liked I was sad in a way that Oh, no. That doesn't matter. Archie's happy. We want Archie happy. We
Exactly.
want,
Right. Yeah.
you
So
know,
they say, well, we made him 30,000 in 3 months. I go, so
yeah,
you
at the
almost, well, whatever. I've made my point. So
yeah, you've made your point, and it's a good point to make. But if he's happy, he's got the back catalogue. I mean, this is what we got to tell people, that if you want to see Arch in full flight, go watch some videos.
go to the ArchieLuxury page, the actual, not the live stream, the ArchieLuxury page, the original one, and then go to his videos page, and then sort them oldest to newest. I mean, yeah, oldest to newest, and then start at video number 1. And watch, go through the old videos, and you won't believe how they're, and then move ahead about a year, and then by the 3rd year, you'll see the ArchieLuxury character with the funny shit,
Yeah, it's true.
And yeah,
and it's all there. It's like Clapton's back catalogue. You just
yeah. Well, he says he took down some videos because he got complaints on this one or that one. He did a 2-part video of South African tourism, and it was brilliant because it was a commercial. It was the actual TV commercial produced by the South Africa Travel Council, whatever, that was targeted for the China tourist market customers. Okay. And so it was about some Chinese visiting South Africa and all the events they could do. So Archie was commenting as the video was playing. Absolutely 10 out of 10 hysterical. And all his comments made sense. And I asked him about that, and he said, he had to take it down. He got some complaints. And so he probably still has it, but it's in private, I'm sure,
I reckon. Do you reckon Discount was there from the start? He was almost
I don't
there.
remember when Discount first came on, but he's been around a long time. Yeah.
Very long time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he always makes a comment. He's always funny in the original on the videos.
Mm-hmm.
There's always Discount. He's a real guru, Discount. Cheers, man, for being in the chat there.
Mm-hmm.
Really love your Discount. Yeah. Look, it's it. I mean, look, Archie can do what Archie needs to do and be who he wants to be. That's the way it rolls. He's like Blackmore. I'm going to my castle, I'm going to kick back, drink some wine in a goblet,
That's what he does. Yeah.
That's
he goes in his castle and he's got his wife and he plays some acoustic guitar and he drinks wine and beer and, watches a movie or talks on the phone. And what else does he want?
Yeah. I love Archie's very, when people talk about the old videos, he's happy there. He's happy to talk about them, even though, he's moved in a different direction. He's changed over the journey. He doesn't mind going and talking about the journey. He's happy. No. He's not as nasty about it as Blackmore would be. If you walk up to knock on the door of Blackmore's castle and say, "Look, can you tell me about the solo in Highway Star?" Right. Yeah, he's going to kick your ass. Exactly. Archie is very kind to talk about his process.
Like when he met the bookseller in his backyard, the kid selling books. Did you ever see that one?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Oh my God, that's a top 10 classic. This guy walks into Archie's backyard and he's selling books, self-help kind of books. So Archie's in a particularly good mood and he starts talking to him, and the kid is just like, "Who the hell? What the fuck is this?" Because Archie's telling him these stories about the gold submariner and flying all over the world, and And then at the end of the video, the guy is starting to think this guy's kind of strange. So he's starting to leave and starts to back out, head for the sidewalk. And Archie goes, "Where are you going? Where are you going? Why don't you come in for a drink? Come in for a drink." And then the guy starts walking down the sidewalk because he thought this guy might be a, what do you call it?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
They trap somebody and then cut them up and put their body parts in the freezer or something. He goes, "Where are you going? Where are you going? I just invited you in for a drink. That's all." He goes, "Oh, it's okay. I got to go.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I've got to run.
Yeah, that was a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, anyway.
Let's go. Let's
All
call
right.
it a day.
Great.
Thanks
Well.
so much. Thanks so much today, Crappy. It was
Yeah.
awesome, man.
Terrific.
Awesome. And hopefully, you're around tomorrow. We can have a bit of a chat.
Well, see. Yeah. All right. So, great show, and I'll see you later.
Thank
Thanks,
you so
everybody.
much, Crappy.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to end it now. Thanks, everyone in the chat. See ya. And thank you, Crappy, once again,
Bye-bye.
and Archie. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.